Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 22A of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 22A, Volant Adaptation. Next to water as a molding environment comes the air, for the creature which inhabits either is surrounded on all sides by a homogeneous medium so that it becomes uniformly and beautifully modified to offer the least possible resistance to the attainment of speed. Water inhabiting forms, however, whether primarily or secondarily adapted, may become so thoroughly at home that in the latter group no evidence of their former habitat may be outwardly visible. Aerial creatures, on the contrary, are never exclusively such and must return to the trees or earth or sea when they wish to rest. Hence their adaptation is always a double one, and as a consequence cannot reach the extreme of specialization of waterborne types. Classification of flight. Passive or gliding flight. Flight is of two sorts. First, passive or gliding flight, wherein, with the exception of the fishes, the creature merely takes an initial leap from a high point and, held up by certain sustaining organs and impelled by gravity, glides to a lower level, sometimes covering a horizontal distance of many yards. Aside from the initial impetus, there is no locomotive force other than gravity, so that the flight is comparable to a gliding aeroplane bereft of its engine power. True flight. True flight, on the contrary, implies power, so that there is sustained movement through the air, whether the flight be brief like that of a domestic hen or supported on the tireless pinions of an albatross. True flight has evolved three times among vertebrates, in the reptilian pterodactyls, the birds, and the bats. Whether flying fishes should be included is a much disputed question. True flyers may move the wings with varying degrees of rapidity, from the extreme speed of a humming bird's wing to the measured cadence of a winging crow. Many birds, and doubtless some of the ancient pterosaurs, also sail or soar on apparently motionless wings for hours at a time after having gained their altitude by a flapping rise. They are in reality gradually descending in a great spiral, although by taking advantage of the shifting currents of air they may retain their elevation with little apparent expenditure of energy. An extreme adaptation of this last method is that seen in the albatross, whose majestic flight is thus described by Hutton. With outstretched, motionless wings he sails over the surface of the sea, now rising high in the air, now with a bold sweep and wings inclined at an angle with the horizon, descending until the tip of the lower one all but touches the crests of the waves as he skims over them. Suddenly he sees something floating on the water and prepares to alight, but how changed he now is from the noble bird but a moment before all grace and symmetry! He raises his wings, his head goes back, and his back goes in; down drop two enormous webbed feet, straddled out to their full extent, and with a hoarse croak, between the cry of a raven and that of a sheep, he falls souse into the water. Here he is at home again, breasting the waves like a cork. Presently he stretches out his neck, and with great exertion of his wings runs along the top of the water for 70 or 80 yards, until at last, having got sufficient impetus, he tucks up his legs and is once more fairly launched in the air. The flight of the albatross seems to be sustained on motionless wings, and yet it will follow the wake of a ship with all of the apparent ease with which a school of porpoises precedes her bow. In the latter, when viewed from above, there is no visible propelling force except at long intervals, when a few rather vigorous dorso-ventral undulations of the tail are seen, which, however, do not seem to accelerate the creature's speed appreciably. A closer view, especially if one be more nearly on a level with the water, shows the tail to be in rapid but minute vibration all the time, and this intense movement is sufficient to keep the creature ahead of a 39-knot torpedo boat, the record, and even this does not seem to be the limit of its speed. The progress of the albatross is apparently analogous, for, as Moseley says, "I believe that albatrosses move their wings much oftener than is suspected. They often have the appearance of soaring for long periods after a ship without flapping their wings at all, but if they be very closely watched, very short but extremely quick motions of the wings may be detected. The appearance is rather as if the body of the bird dropped a short distance and rose again. The movements cannot be seen at all unless the bird is exactly on a level with the eye. A very quick stroke, carried even through a very short arc, can of course supply a large store of fresh momentum." Doubtless the albatross takes advantage of every shift in the breeze, which is made up of a complex of varying air currents, tilting this or that wing to gain whatever lifting power the air can give. That this jockeying of the air currents is a very great aid is attested by the fact that on a calm day the albatross cannot sail, but must flap heavily to sustain itself in flight. Modifications. Bodily contour in volant animals has been emphasized and is second only to that of the purely aquatic forms in its degree of perfection for the lessening of resistance. Sustaining surface. The sustaining surface is primitively, except in the fishes, a parachute-like fold or series of folds of the skin, known as the patagium. This may be supported in various ways, but with one exception. The little lizards, Draco, which inhabit the Indo-Malayan region, the limbs form the chief supporting agents. In the flying dragons, Draco, just mentioned, the body is depressed and the sides extend outward into a pair of large wing-like membranes, supported by 5 or 6 elongated ribs. The entire device can be folded like a fan against the sides of the body when not in use. The soaring powers are not very great, but when resting among the luxuriant foliage of their habitat, the animals are said to resemble butterflies in their habit of opening and closing the wings. Most soaring mammals have the patagia supported between the fore and hind limbs, and sometimes the skin fold extends in front of the forelimb to the neck and again between the hind limbs and the tail. Perhaps the extreme of development may be seen in Galeopithecus, the so-called flying lemur, for here the patagium extends from the sides of the neck to the tip of the tail, even including the digits, which are webbed as though for aquatic life. See page 365. Where the patagium is supported mainly by the elongated forelimbs and their digits, true flight ensues, as in the pterosaurs, wherein the enormously elongated outer finger sustains over half the membrane, and in the bats whose second, third, fourth, and fifth digits perform a like function, the thumb alone being free. In both groups the membrane extends from the arm to the sides of the body and also to the front of the hind limb. An interfemoral membrane, which, however, may have existed, has not been demonstrated in the pterosaurs and is variably present in bats. Feathers are structures which are absolutely diagnostic of birds, since no other group of animals has developed them, and indeed their complexity is such that there is little likelihood of nature's repeating herself in their evolution as she has done many times in that of simpler structures. Birds have traces of patagia in front of and behind the arm which may have had a very adequate supporting function before the feathers usurped their place, but in all known birds the main buoyancy is provided by the broad veins of the remiges (supporting feathers) of the wing and the rectrices (steering feathers) of the tail, which collectively form the most perfect device imaginable, except perhaps the insect's wing. The feather has been called nature's masterpiece, and while simply a modified reptilian scale, has reached a complexity so great that its component parts may be counted by the hundreds of thousands. It is thus described by Evans: the feather consists of a quill or calamus and the rachis or shaft. On the rachis a double series of barbs are developed, carrying a similar double series of barbules, the barbules again giving rise to barbicels, which in the distal rows usually terminate in hooklets. These catch in the folded margins of the next proximal row, thus producing a firm surface. Each flight feather, therefore, forms a membrane-like supporting device, the several feathers of the wings being collectively sufficient to maintain the bird in the air even when a few at a time are lost during the molting season. Wing. The wing, as we have seen, has been 3 times evolved, twice with patagia and once with feathers. A comparison of the 3 types is of interest, beginning with the bat wing, which is the latest in time and hence naturally the least modified. Here the humerus is well developed, the radius long and curved, and the ulna, from loss of general utility, vestigial as in cursorial types. The pollex or thumb is always free and clawed for crawling and climbing. In smaller bats, Microcheratoptera, the second finger, although distinct, is not free from the third but is attached thereunto distally, the 2 combining to support the anterior margin of the wing. The fourth and fifth digits are well developed. In the Megacheratoptera, or fruit bats, the second digit is independent of the third and bears a claw like the first. In the pterodactyl wing, the radius and ulna are more nearly equal, the former being somewhat smaller. The next segment consists of a very heavy fourth metacarpal bearing the great wing finger, and three extremely slender metacarpals supporting the first, second, and third digits, which are small but free and clawed. There is also the bone known as the pteroid, which lies in the front of the forearm and is directed inward toward the shoulder. It is supposed to have supported the anterior margin of a small prepatagium which lay in front of the arm from the wrist to the neck. The single wing finger, presumably the fourth, is huge and formed the anterior support of the patagium beyond the wrist. One curious feature of the pterodactyl wing lies in the position of the principal joint, the wing being flexed between metacarpal and proximal phalanx rather than at the wrist as in birds and bats. The bird wing is the most specialized of all, for here not only are the digits reduced to three, but these are more or less fused together so that, with rare exceptions, their sole function is that of flight. In all modern birds, therefore, there are three unequally developed metacarpals which are firmly coossified. The digits are represented by one or rarely two thumb phalanges which support the so-called bastard wing, while the second digit, which is much the largest, bears two, and the third one phalanx. Claws are sometimes borne on the first and second digits of modern birds, while Archaeopteryx, the reptilian bird of the Jurassic, had a claw on each of the three free fingers. The alar or wing expanse is provided by the feathers, since the patagium, as we have seen, is vestigial. These feathers, known as remiges, are borne upon the hand (primaries) and on the arm (secondaries). Overlying their basal portion are several rows of coverts, protective feathers known as major, median, minor, and marginal. The importance of the wing coverts lies in the fact that they close the interstices between the quills of the flight feathers and give the wing a continuous area to oppose the buoyancy of the air. Birds have an advantage over both bat and pterodactyl in that lost or injured feathers are renewed, whereas injury to the patagium impairs its owner's powers of flight for life. Pneumatic bones. Hollow, air-filled bones are found in the birds and pterodactyls, and in many ways they show a remarkable community of design. For instance, there is in the humerus of both pterodactyl and bird a foramen for communication between the respiratory organs and the cavity of the bone, but that is not so remarkable as the fact that in each instance the foramina correspond in position, form, and size, and that they are not one large hole, but in each case a reticulation of small perforations, one beyond the other. So far as our knowledge goes, pneumaticity seems to have been universal among pterosaurs, but there are no degenerate or flightless pterosaurs known. On the other hand, birds do not all possess it in equal degree, for as one would expect, it is absent from the Ratitae, nor is it developed equally in all birds with flight. Coupled with the pneumaticity in birds is a remarkable development of air sacs, principally in the abdomen, but in other portions of the body as well. These serve not only to lighten the specific gravity of the bird, but also to aid in respiration, for the lungs of birds are inelastic and do not hang freely in the body cavity as they do in mammals, but by means of the abdominal sacs air is drawn through them, not merely into them. Hence, as there is no unused portion of the lung containing residual air, as in mammals, respiration is much more effectively accomplished. This is necessary, for with the rapid flight there is a high expenditure of energy, and the respiratory and nutritive organs and those of circulation must needs be ample and efficient to meet the demand upon them. Sternum and shoulder girdle. Not only is the sternum or breastbone well developed in creatures with true flight, but it bears a median keel or carina for the origin of the pectoral muscles which wield the wings. To resist the contractile force of these muscles, the shoulder girdle is made very rigid by the development of the clavicles, and in the birds, of the heavy pillar-like coracoids as well. Coracoids are lacking in the bats and clavicles in the pterosaurs, but in birds both elements are present. In the pre-Cretaceous pterosaurs, the scapula is saber-shaped and united to the coracoids at an angle of less than 90 degrees, exactly as in carinate birds. The Cretaceous pterodactyls differ, however, in that the scapulae, while articulating at right angles with the coracoids, are directed toward the vertebrae, uniting with their neural arches. In the great pterosaur Pterodon, the scapula articulates with the coalesced spines of several coossified vertebrae, which constitute the so-called notarium, the whole mechanism being comparable to the pelvic arch, although on a much larger scale. In the flying carinate birds, the scapula and coracoid are united by an articulation. In the flightless Ratitae, on the other hand, they are firmly coossified, and form an angle with one another greater than a right angle. In the Ratitae, as the name implies, the sternum is raft like, being bereft of a keel. Brain and sense organs. True flight implies a good brain and the perfection of certain sense organs, which, as we have seen, are developed in direct ratio with the locomotive powers of any animal. The brains of bird and pterosaur are curiously alike in that each has broad, well developed hemispheres (cerebrum), which touch the cerebellum behind, and the optic lobes are much enlarged. Both birds and pterodactyls were well endowed with visual organs, the eyes in each case being large and having the so called sclerotic plates, structures which are rarely elsewhere present except in certain aquatic reptiles (ichthyosaurs, mosasaurs, etc.). Their function may be to resist variable pressure and also to aid in the rapid focusing which is of vital necessity in bird and pterodactyl. The bats, on the other hand, are notoriously blind, but make up for it by a most marvelously developed tactile sense, which does not seem to need actual contact for the discernment of approaching objects. The remarkable ears and facial appendages of certain bats are the principal seat of this sense, and the patagia and interfemoral membrane are also highly sensitive. End of chapter 22A. Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 22B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 22B, Volant Adaptation. Flying vertebrates. Fishes. There are enumerated several genera of flying fishes, each of which represents a separate volant adaptation. Of these, the first to be mentioned are the several species of the genus Exocotus, allied to the skippers and garfish, which live in all tropical and subtropical seas, where they fly in shoals in their efforts to escape the relentless tunny and albacore. These flying fishes are trim built creatures with large pectoral fins, which are the main organs of flight, and variably developed but much smaller pelvics. The lower lobe of the tail is invariably the longer and aids in giving the final impetus to the fish as it leaves the water, and also in accelerating its speed if in the course of its flight it comes near enough to the surface of the sea. The length of flight is said to vary up to 200 or 300 yards, and it is sometimes sufficiently high to strand the creature on the deck of an ocean-going craft. Whether the flight of the Exocotus is true flight or merely a soar is a much disputed question, and the evidence, briefly summarized, is as follows. The alar expense is hardly sufficient for such extended soaring. The wings (pectoral fins) do not vibrate, but whether due to muscular effort or to friction, as a flag is flapped in the wind, is not clear. The muscular development seems insufficient for true flight, but on the other hand it is more highly developed than in allied non-flying fishes. It may well be that while true flight as such does not exist among fishes, rapid wing vibration insufficient in itself to support or drive the animal may aid in maintaining or prolonging a soaring flight of which the main propulsive effort is acquired by the tail before leaving the water. At all events, their flight is marvelous, and the creatures are one of the most interesting features of the storied tropical seas. The various species of Dactylopterus are known as the flying gurnets, and while the flight is by no means as sustained as in Exocotus, of the former fishes Moseley writes, "I have distinctly seen species of flying gurnets move their wings rapidly during their flight, especially in the case of a small species of Dactylopterus with beautifully colored wings which inhabits the Sargasso Sea." Moseley likens the flight of the gurnets to that of grasshoppers. There is an African flying fish found in the Congo and Niger rivers, Pantodon, a form but 3 or 4 inches long, which leaps out of water and flutters through the air for some distance. Still another flying type is Gastropelecus, a small compressed fish with long and curved but not particularly large pectoral fins, which occurs in the rivers of British Guiana. It skims along the surface of the water for 40 feet or more, beating the water with its pectoral fins. Then it leaves the water for a distance of 5 to 10 feet, and when exhausted falls sideways into the water again. Aginomen. Pegasus volitans, a little fish found along the coasts of Japan, China, India, and Australia, skims a short distance above the surface of the water by means of its broad pectoral fins. Several extinct forms have been described as flying fishes. These are Dilopterus from the Middle Trias, Upper Muschelkalk of Jena, Thoracospterus and Gigantopterus from the Upper Trias of Austria, Exarchateroids and Chirothrix of the Upper Cretaceous of Mount Lebanon, Syria. The last mentioned is of particular interest on account of the huge size of the pelvic fins, which seem to imply powers of flight fully equal to those of living Exocotus and Dactylopterus. We have therefore among fishes no fewer than 10 separate adaptations to aerial conditions, one or two, possibly three of which approach very near to, if they have not attained, true flight. Amphibia. The only volant adaptation among amphibia is that of the tree frog, Rhacophoros, whose webbed feet sustain it in the prolonged leaps to which it is addicted. This genus includes a large number of species in the Oriental realm, especially in Borneo. The digits terminate in adhesive pads in common with those of other tree frogs and are connected by web-like expansions of the skin. There are also rudiments of patagia in front of and behind the arms. In Rhacophoros pardalis, the total alar expanse is about 3 square inches, which would imply rather feeble gliding powers. Reptilia. Lizards include at least 2 genera and several species of gliding forms, of which the most remarkable is the flying dragon, Draco, already referred to, page 349, in which the patagium is supported by a number of extended ribs. They occur principally in the Malay Peninsula and Archipelago and average some 8 to 10 inches in length. Tycozoon is the flying or fringed gecko of the Malay countries, which is bedecked with lateral expansions of skin along the sides of the neck, body, tail, and limbs, and between the toes. While these may aid in breaking the creature's fall, they may also, coupled with color, serve a cryptic function and render the animal less conspicuous against the bark of the tree upon which it rests. Several so-called flying snakes are recorded, such as Chrysopalia, the flying snake of Borneo, which descends obliquely through the air, its body rigid, and the ventral side concave to sustain the creature in its fall. The pterodactyls or flying dragons of the Mesozoic were a very remarkable group of reptiles whose first recorded appearance is in rocks of the Rhaetic or uppermost Triassic period. They range through the Jurassic and on into the Upper Cretaceous, when they become extinct through racial death. They were undoubtedly akin to the birds, but that simply means, in all probability, derivation from a common, possible Permian ancestry. Nevertheless, the two groups show a number of highly comparable homoplastic characters, some of which have already been referred to. The remarkable thing is that, like the turtles, they first appear fully developed and characteristic of their order, with no record thus far discovered of their antecedent evolution, and the subsequent changes are very slight, simply an increase in size, perfection of the shoulder girdle articulation (see page 354), and loss of tail and of teeth. In size they range from that of a sparrow to the mightiest of nature's aeroplanes, for the replica of the late Cretaceous pteranodon, mounted at Yale, measures 18 feet in alar expense, and Eaton is authority for the statement that at least one individual, judging from the relative proportions of the bones which have been preserved, had estimated breadth of 26 feet 9 inches from tip to tip. The pterodactyls possessed true flight, which in those from the Kansas chalk must have been sustained, as their remains are found in association with marine reptiles, fishes, and invertebrates, apparently far from the ancient shore. 3 of the principal horizons whence the pterodactyls come, the lias of Lyme Regis of England, the lithographic limestone, Upper Jurassic of Bavaria, and the Kansas chalk, are all marine in origin, which is also true of the source of the Mesozoic birds. It is highly probable, therefore, that in each instance we have not as yet knowledge of the great bulk of the group, but only of a few aberrant habits and adaptation. Birds. These birds, in all probability, include but a single evolution to aerial life, although certain excellent authorities believe more or less firmly that possibly birds had not one but 2 points of origin, and feel that if we could follow back their lines of descent we should find that the ostriches came from one and the birds of flight from another. Lucas. If this be true, the Ratite or ostrich group as a whole, with a single exception, Tinamou, has degenerated and lost the power of flight, although an examination of the skull and skeleton shows them to have been descended from flying normal birds, whereas in the carinate or flying birds loss of flight while it has occurred, flightless rail, penguin, dodo, etc., is relatively extremely rare. Birds first appear in time in the Upper Jurassic Solenhofen limestone, long after the initial record of the pterodactyls. These first birds, of which but 2 or 3 specimens have been recovered, are known as Archaeopteryx, and are so reptile-like that were it not for the preserved feathers it is doubtful whether they could be surely proved to have been birds. The reptilian traits are teeth, free clawed fingers in the hand, feeble breastbone, abdominal ribs, etc. For a discussion on the origin of birds, see Chapter 31. The perfection of aerial adaptation among birds is superlative, as records will show compared with those attained by the man evolved aeroplane. With regard to speed, the record is held by a house swallow, Chelidon urbica, which flew from Ghent to Antwerp, a distance of 32 miles, in 12½ minutes, an average speed of 153 miles an hour. Aeroplane records are hard to obtain in wartime, but the British military planes make over 120 miles per hour. For distance, the record is held by an albatross in the Brown University Museum, which flew 3,150 miles in 12 days, probably more, as it rarely flies in a straight line. The weight of this bird was 18 pounds, wingspread 11 feet 6 inches, area 7 square feet. As regards height, the great vulture rises from 7,000 to 15,000 feet, and Humboldt, a very accurate observer, saw a condor hovering about Mount Chimborazo, whose summit soars 20,498 feet into the blue. An aeroplane has mounted more than 20,000 feet. Mammals. Among the mammals there are upward of 13 separate volant adaptations, one of which, that of the bats, attained the power of true flight. Among the flying forms, the first to be mentioned are the marsupials, of which the flying phalangers include several unrelated species: Petaurus, Petauroides volans, and Acrobates pygmaeus. These are characterized alike by having a well developed skin fold along the sides of the body between fore and hind limbs, and a feebly developed one in front of the fore leg. In each genus the flying form is especially related to a separate type of non-flying phalanger. In Petauroides the flying membrane extends from wrist to ankle, but is very narrow along the distal segment of each limb. The tail is very bushy except for its prehensile tip, which is naked on the under side. The tail, together with the long fur of the body, must supplement to a considerable extent the buoyancy of the patagium. This genus, with its single species, includes the so-called Taguan flying phalanger found in Australia from Queensland to Victoria. Petaurus has a much broader patagium, and there is a naked prepatagium as well. The tail is very large and bushy, but lacks the naked prehensile tip of the preceding form. There are 3 species of this genus, ranging over New Guinea and part of Australia. The genus Acrobates includes 2 small species of flying phalangers, which have narrow patagia extended from the elbow to the knee along the flank. The long fringing hairs borne by the patagium, together with those on either side of the tail, aid materially in flight. Acrobates pygmaeus is found in New South Wales, Queensland, and Victoria, while a second species, Acrobates pulchellus, is native of Papua. 2 families of rodents contain flying forms. Then the Anomaluridae, including the genus Anomalurus, and the Sciuridae, of which 3 genera, Pteromus, Sciuropterus, and Eupetaurus, are volant. Anomalurus has a well-developed patagium extending from wrist to ankle, but narrowing in front of the leg from the knee down. As a compensation, however, there is an interfemoral membrane from the heel to slightly beyond the base of the tail. The genus includes 6 flying species, all found in Africa. Pteromus has a highly developed patagium extending as far as the digits. There are also prepatagia and an interfemoral membrane, and the tail is large. The genus is found in the wooded districts of tropical southeastern Asia, Japan, and some of the Malaysian islands, and is said to soar through a distance of nearly 80 yards. Sciuropterus has no interfemoral membrane, but has a much better developed tail than Pteromus as a compensation. This broad, hairy tail is further supplemented by the hairy fringe on the patagium and along the rear of the thighs, and they give collectively a broad supporting area. While members of this genus are smaller than those of Pteromus, their geographical range is much greater, as it includes the northern part of the North American and Eurasian continents and India. Eupetaurus is of special interest in that it is not arboreal but rock and precipice climbing. It inhabits the high elevations of the northwestern Kashmir. Among the Insectivora, Galeopithecus, the sole representative of the suborder Dermoptera, stands alone in its adaptation, for it exhibits the highest degree of aviation of any of the Mammalia except the bats, and while not of course ancestral to the latter, it is evidently derived from a common stock and gives a very clear idea of the manner in which the evolution of the bats was accomplished. In this genus the patagium reaches its highest development, as it extends from the rear of the head along the front of the arm (prepatagium), between the fingers to the base of the claws, between the fore and hind limb, webbing the toes as well as the fingers, and behind the hind limbs and the tail (interfemoral membrane), including the entire length of the latter organ as in the insectivorous bats (Mycocheiroptera). The musculature and innervation of the patagium resemble those of the bats and differ decidedly from those of all other volant mammals. The hand is much larger than the foot, but the fingers show no trace of elongation. If they did, the entire creature would be still more bat-like. As it is, the brain is midway in its development between that of a typical insectivore and that of a bat, and the alimentary canal is also bat-like except for an elongated colon or large intestine, which in the bats and birds is very short. Galeopithecus is nocturnal, as are most volant mammals, resting suspended head down from a branch. Its soaring powers are very great, for Wallace tells us of a record of 70 yards with a descent of not more than 35 or 40 feet, or less than 1 in 5. The genus includes two species, Galeopithecus volans from the Malay Peninsula, Sumatra, and Borneo, and Galeopithecus philippinensis, which inhabits the Philippine Islands. The modifications which the bats have undergone to fit them for their aerial life have already been discussed. Among primates, but one genus, Propithecus of the Lemuridae, exhibits volant adaptation, and even here it is not very marked, for the powers of flight are quite limited. Lydekker gives 10 yards as the length of the leap, attributing the soaring to the powerful hind limbs, without even mentioning the existence of a patagium. Beddard, on the other hand, speaks of the parachute-like fold of skin between the arms and the body, which suggests a commencement of the more complete parachute of flying foxes, etc. Propithecus includes 3 species, all from the island of Madagascar, and they are diurnal rather than nocturnal, as is usual with volant mammals, although they are more active in the morning and evening than at other times. Summary. A revision of Lull's summary of volant adaptation follows. 1. Volant evolution has occurred upward of 30 times among vertebrates, of which, however, but 3 are surely adapted to true flight, 1 or 2 are questionable and may be a combination of true flight and soaring, while the remainder are merely fitted to take long, sustained leaps. 2. Soaring usually implies the development of a fold of skin along the creature's flanks, supported in one instance by the extension of the ribs beyond the body wall, but generally stretched between the fore and hind limbs. This fold is often supplemented by others in front of the forelimbs and between the hind limbs, sometimes involving the tail. 3. True flight always implies a more or less profound modification of the forelimbs, which become, as a consequence, unsuited to ordinary progression. True flight seems to be confined to the strict air-breathing vertebrates, wherein it has been developed thrice, once in each class. 4. With the exception of the fishes, soaring implies also present or ancestral arboreal adaptation, and this may apply as well to true flyers. It is certainly true of the bat, probably true of the birds, but of the pterodactyls one cannot speak with assurance. 5. Besides the primary modifications which constitute the machinery of flight, other portions of the body, especially the nervous system and the sense and nutritive organs, may exhibit secondary volant characters. These, as with the primary modifications, are in direct proportion to the powers of flight. End of chapter 22b.
Chapter 23 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 23, Part 1. Cave and Deep Sea Life. Marvel how the bat discerns some pitch-black caverns 50 turns, led by a finer tact, a gift he boasts, which other birds must shift without, and grope as best they can. Browning. Origin of caves. Those caves which are of moment as animal habitats are invariably the abandoned channels of underground rivers which prevail in limestone regions. This limestone is soluble in water, so that instead of being confined to the surface of the earth, the waters sink underground, enlarging the crevices through which they descend, till the level of groundwater is reached, when the movement becomes lateral and subterranean channels of considerable magnitude are formed. If the level of groundwater becomes depressed, the waters then tend to flow at lower levels, and the process may be repeated, the older channels being abandoned except in time of flood, just as the ancient surface courses were. This abandonment may be due to a gradual lowering by erosion of the river valleys which serve as outlets for the region, but is more generally due to a gradual uplift of the land to a new level. For manifestly where the ultimate outlet of the river system is the ocean, the subterranean streams cannot descend below sea level. Subsequent subaerial agencies, rain and wind and frost, denude the surface, laying bare portions of the caverns so as to afford ingress for the cave-dwelling plants and animals, and subterranean life begins. Still further surface erosion brings more and more of the cavern to light, until it may ultimately be destroyed. The far-famed Natural Bridge of Virginia is a relic of what may once have been an extensive cave or series of caves. These caverns form discontinuous units of environment, as there may be no means of communication from one to another. The creatures within them, therefore, if no longer suited to epigean earth life, virtually confined, and must in extreme cases be the product of a very local evolution. In certain of the larger cavern regions the individual caves do communicate, or at any rate are part of the same subterranean drainage system. Hence the aquatic types which they contain can intermingle within the limits of the system, but they may be nevertheless confined entirely within such limits. Distribution of caves. In North America there is a large cave area extending through parts of Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Missouri, embracing the so-called Mammoth Cave region. Mammoth Cave itself is 10 miles in length, and its tortuous channels cover a distance 3 times as great. In Edmonson County, Kentucky, alone, there are said to be at least 4,000 sinkholes, or pipes through which surface waters pass underground, and 500 known caves. Wyandotte Cave in Indiana and Luray Cavern in Virginia are other well-known American caverns. As one would naturally infer, the region north of the Ohio River constitutes a separate system or bionomic unit from that to the south. In Cuba there are extensive caves in communication with the sea, and in Europe there are others, notably in Camiola and other portions of Austria and Illyria, and in the Basses Pyrenees in France and Spain. The last, together with those of the Dordogne region in western France and the Cantabrian Mountains in Spain, are of great human interest in that they formed the abode of man in late Paleolithic time, and contain on their walls the marvelous art of the Stone Age. Few caverns exist in the glaciated regions of Europe or North America, as almost all of them lie south of the great terminal moraine. Geological age of caverns. The older caves, like the Fort Kennedy Cave, Schuylkill River, Pennsylvania, antedate the last glacial invasion, and contain the remains of a Pleistocene fauna such as the tapir, peccary, megalonyx, and mylodon. In all about 40 species, of which all but 12 are now extinct. These remains were swept into the cave by floods, and not drawn into it by animals, as in the case of many European caves. The forms represented are thus all epigean, and do not represent a cave fauna such as we are to discuss. The caverns in which living creatures are now found are all Pleistocene, and although certain older caves may have been re-excavated, the fauna is probably not older than the glacial period. The cave fauna as such is therefore, geologically speaking, of relatively recent date, which accounts for the fact, to be emphasized later, that the adaptive changes which the creatures have undergone are almost all the result of degenerative specialization, no new structures having arisen owing to the brevity of time. Nature of the environment. Two physical characteristics stand out most strikingly: absence of light and nearly uniform temperature, the first especially being of decided and far-reaching effect upon cave-dwelling forms. In connection with these features the caves may be divided into three regions, as follows: Cave regions. 1. Twilight, dysphotic, or transitional region. This lies just within the mouth of the cave, and is bounded by the distance to which light penetrates from without. Conditions vary therefore from those of the outer world to those of the real cave. 2. Region of fluctuating temperatures, wherein may be felt the diurnal or seasonal variations of heat and cold. 3. Inner cave region, where light is absent and where the temperature remains comparatively constant regardless of the varying epigean conditions. For example, the Shawnee Cave at Mitchell, Indiana, where the extreme of thermometric variation the year round is only 2.2 centigrade. This cave is open at both ends and the air flows through it freely. These regions vary greatly in different caves. Some Cuban caves are entirely of twilight character, due very largely to their being sea caverns, the water at their mouth diffusing the light and thus causing it to penetrate much more deeply into the recesses than it otherwise would. These caves usually contain an abundant fauna, consisting largely of regular or accidental visitors from without. In certain ice caves which conserve the winter temperatures, that is, such as can be entered by the prevailing winter winds, but not by those of summer, the entire portion beyond the twilight area may belong to the second section, while in tropical caves the second section may not exist at all. Moisture. The degree of moisture in the cave conditions, while practically uniform in some parts of a cave, may fluctuate more than any other element in other portions. The great increase is of course found in the streams and pools, especially after a rain, for then the river Styx of Mammoth Cave may rise 60 feet above the low water level, while in Shawnee Cave certain portions are filled to the ceiling. The water fluctuates, therefore, in amount, clearness, and swiftness with outside meteoric conditions. On the other hand, in the upper parts of Mammoth and Wyandotte caves the dust may lie undisturbed for years, for in the former there are still shown the tracks of oxen made in 1860, while in the latter are to be seen impressions of the moccasined feet of Indians. Barometric pressure. Barometric pressure varies as without, and there is also variation in the air as well as in the water currents. The air currents are caused by 1. Flow of water, 2. Epigean breezes, 3. Changes in atmospheric pressure, and 4. Differences in temperature. On the whole, the biological environment is comparatively simple, and the adaptations are largely a response to lack of light, scarcity of food, and uniform conditions. Flora. The absence of light and dryness is inimical to plant life, especially to green plants, which, as we have seen, form the ultimate food supply of all animal creation. Hence the source of food of cave creatures is a very important problem. The plants which do exist are such as dwell in darkness, and there have been recorded the following: Mammoth Cave. 1. Common fungus, identified as Ozonium auricomum, Lynch, which is found upon wood in caves of Great Britain, Germany, Michigan, and elsewhere. Farlow says of it, "As far as I know, it is simply the mycelium of some unknown fungus." 2. Reddish, button-shaped fungus. 3. Green mold. 4. Long white mold. 5. Fungus growing on the body of a cave cricket. 6. Agaricus, forming when observed in 1881 a natural bed of mushrooms. Wyer's Cave. 1. Hezizop. 2. A colorless agaric. Lorey Cavern. 2 species of fungi described by Hovey. 1. Long white mold hanging in festoons. 2. Mucor stalactitis, a supposed new species. Bacteria seem to be absent, if one may judge from the following evidence. Washington's Hall, Mammoth Cave, is a chamber of the largest size, and for many years the lunching place of tourists. The larger masses of gypsum afford convenient seats and tables for picnickers, and are strewn about with chicken bones and bits of food. The accumulation of such rejectaments is very great, to be reckoned perhaps by the cartload. Yet, notwithstanding the presence of so much offal, kept perpetually moist by contact with the gypsum sand, not the slightest taint is perceptible in the air of the chamber. Only at close quarters the recently deposited morsels give off a peculiarly rancid odor. As before, in the rotunda, I was struck with the conviction that decay in the cave is an exceedingly slow process, accomplished mainly through the agency of a few fungi. But if bacteria are absent, other scavengers in abundance attack this food material. I found it swarming with the larvae of adelepts, and the maggots of a small fly, phora. The imagos of the beetle and puparia of the fly were also present in countless numbers. On the other hand, the decay of mine timbers is generally rapid, dependent upon warmth and moisture. This may be far from the entrance. Here, however, the bacteria may be brought in with the timber, or by the constant passing in and out of the miners, or they may be blown in with the enforced ventilation. The conditions are hardly the same as in a natural cave. End of chapter 23, part 1. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 23 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 23, Part 2. Fauna. Temporary fauna. The temporary visitants to the caves need hardly be discussed, as they exhibit little or no special adaptation to cavern life. The bats come the nearest among the temporary forms, and their adaptation, which is truly marvelous, is largely a nocturnal response, which serves incidentally for cave dwelling. The brown bats of the Wyandotte Cave are described as returning daily to the cave for shelter. They cling in masses or small groups or singly to the vertical walls, the ceiling, or any dry parts of the various caverns, some relatively near the entrance, others far within the caves, at distances and through galleries puzzling enough to man, even when supplied with brilliant lights. It is still a great problem to know what the special sense is, or what may be its degree of reflex, or possibly conscious reaction on the bats themselves, by which they conduct their flight through such galleries and among such numerous stalactites and stalagmites. Sometimes the masses of bats are so extensive that with a stick one may scrape from the wall a quantity sufficient at one sweep to fill a bushel basket. Permanent fauna. Only one mammal aside from the bats seems to be present, and that is the white-footed mouse, which seems to be in a sort of transition between an epigean and true cave-dwelling form. This creature is characteristic of temperate woodlands, where there are no rocks. These mice burrow and form extensive underground galleries. They even persist where the woods have long been cut away, in open fields and meadows. In rocky woodlands they seek crevices among the rocks. When they collect in the caves, such as the Wyandotte, there is no evidence of their burrowing, or of using any choice in the selection of nesting places other than in breaks or against overhanging walls. They were taken 200 yards from the entrances of the cave in totally dark galleries. These mice are not blind as yet, but have bulging eyes and long whiskers (tactile) and ears, all of which may be looked upon as partial adaptations to darkness, whether cave or not. No birds are permanent cave-dwelling forms, as there are no blind birds. Some nocturnal birds, such as owls, use the caverns for daily refuge, and there dwells in the mountainous regions of northern South America and the island of Trinidad the oil bird (Steatornis carapensis), related to the owls and goatsuckers, which nests exclusively in caves. This creature was made known to science a century ago by Alexander von Humboldt, but was recently rediscovered by Roosevelt, and figured quite extensively in the daily press as the Colonel's bewhiskered devil bird. No reptiles are permanent or even temporary cave dwellers. Eigenmann found one turtle a little way in, probably an accidental ingress, and a copperhead snake at the mouth of a cave. There are many blind burrowing lizards and snakes, but, as we shall see, the cave fauna has not been recruited from fossorial types, the only apparent exception being the mouse mentioned above. As for the amphibia, there are no blind frogs or toads, hence no cave-dwelling ones, largely in all probability a result of their mode of progression, for jumping in the dark is directly at variance with the ancient proverb which advises observation in advance of saltation as the only safeguard. Blind crickets inhabit caves, it is true, but they are armored creatures whose light weight and general organization render concussion of the brain a very remote possibility. Of cave salamanders, on the other hand, there are several in North America, 2 with normal eyes and 2 with degenerate eyes, and the last are a direct response to cave life, as there are no blind epigean salamanders. The normal-eyed forms belong to the genus Sphalerpes, of which S. maculicata is red and black, while S. stegnergeri is yellow and brown. The former is found from Indiana through Kentucky to Missouri, the latter southwest of Missouri. Neither has progressed appreciably in the direction of cave degeneracy. This is not true, however, of the remaining 2 salamanders, for Triflotrion spelaeus, which is light brown and lives in southwestern Missouri, has normal eyes in its larval state, with marked degeneracy of these organs upon becoming adult. The eyelids and the rods and cones of the retina all disappear. Typhlocnola rathbuni is a perennibranch salamander, that is, one with permanent gills, and has extremely degenerate eyes which have no muscles and are covered with skin, and therefore functionless. Typhlotnolgi is bereft of color and has very long slender limbs. It gives an impression of extreme emaciation. This salamander inhabits the subterranean rivers of Texas, all the specimens thus far known having come from the water of an artesian well 188 feet deep near the San Marcos. Proteus anguinus is a peculiar form restricted to the underground waters of Carniola, Carinthia, and Dalmatia in Europe. Near Trieste are the huge caverns of Adelsberg, which are especially noted for the occurrence of the Olm, as the Germans call it. Here it dwells in absolute darkness, in an almost constant temperature of 50 Fahrenheit. Their total length is scarcely 1 foot. The whole body is white, occasionally suffused with a slight, fleshy, rosy tinge, while the 3 pairs of gill bunches are carmine red. They are easily kept in captivity and live for many years, provided 3 conditions are strictly adhered to, that is, fresh and clean water, an equable low temperature of about 50 Fahrenheit, 10 centigrade, and darkness. The question of food is not so very important, since specimens are known to have existed for years, although they refuse to take any nourishment. How far darkness is an absolute necessity is not known. Anyhow, the white skin is almost as susceptible to light as is a photographic plate. If light is not absolutely excluded, the white skin becomes in time cloudy, with gray patches, and if kept exposed to stronger light, the whole animal turns ultimately jet black. While totally blind, these creatures are nevertheless annoyed by the approach of a candle flame, showing that the body is sensitive to light. They are guided to their prey mainly by the vibrations which its movements give rise to, possibly also by the sense of smell. The fishes include the largest number of cave dwellers. The cave catfish, the species known as Gronius nigrolabris, is a partially blind form found in the caves about Conestoga Creek in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, and Jordan thinks it is evidently derived from local epigean species. The eyes of many catfishes are not highly developed and are of little use in detecting food, so that their further reduction as an adaptation to cave life is not remarkable. The great majority of North American cave fishes belong to the family Amblyopsidae, with all of the species, whether cryptozoic or epigean, show signs of degeneracy, 8 having degenerate eyes, 5 mere vestiges, 6 dwelling permanently in caves, 1 in a spring, the others in open streams. This family contains several genera, of which Chobgostler cornuisi, the dismal swamp fish, represents the epigean ancestral type. In this fish the eyes, though small, are normally developed and the colors are also preserved. Other species of Chologaster possessing eyes and color, but also provided with the tactile papillae which are so highly developed in true cave forms, are found in cave springs in Tennessee and southern Illinois. The small cave fish Typhlictis subterraneus from the Mammoth Cave is supposed to be a direct descendant of Chologaster. Here the eyes are present in the young but become defective and useless in the adult, and are partly overgrown with other tissues. Amblyopsis apuleus of Mammoth Cave is one of the most interesting of cavern fishes. Eigenmann describes the senses of this creature at some length. The animal is totally blind, but has what he calls terminal buds, interpreted in part as gustatory taste organs, scattered over the entire head, especially on the lips and snout. Experiments indicate that if they are present on other parts of the body, they are few in number. While these fishes are no doubt able to taste by means of the buds on the lips and snout, practically all of the food is found by means of the tactile sense. The young, up to 40 millimeters in length, do not have terminal buds developed, and so their food is located entirely by touch, for the sense of smell plays but a minor part, if any. The tactile sense enables the fish to detect vibrations in the water originating at least 18 inches away, and it turns and swims toward the point of agitation with unerring accuracy. Agitations behind the animal are not so quickly detected as those in front or on either side. As the fish live in quiet waters, this sense becomes of the utmost importance to it, far exceeding in value that of smell or taste. Although blind, Ambliopsis avoids even the diffused light of a room, remaining in the dark compartment of the aquarium until night, when the specimens all collect in the light compartment. Bright sunlight is irritating, and even a lighted match held near the aquarium causes very general and active movement. The direction of light does not influence the action of these fishes, but their behavior is due to a perception of difference in the intensity. In Chologaster, young fish an inch in length react more strongly to light than older ones, even if their eyes are destroyed, and one part of the body is as sensitive as another to a pencil of strong light. Amblyopsis also shows a strong positive reaction toward violet rays and a strong negative one toward pink and blue (heliotropism). The ear of Amblyopsis is anatomically normal, but no ordinary noises such as screaming or striking together metal bodies over the fish have the slightest effect upon its actions. It seems therefore to be totally insensible to sound waves, although, as has been shown, highly sensitive to other vibrations. Amblyopsis feeds on occasional young fish of its own or some other species. It also eats the blind crayfish and Cranonyx, and perhaps Cechidoca, although the latter lives concealed under stones. The crayfish feeds upon the two lesser crustacea, so that sooner or later their substance may form a part of the Amblyopsis, even if they do not contribute directly to its menu. The invertebrate fauna shows in general the same modifications among its members as are found among the vertebrates. Summary of modifications. The adaptations which cave animals have undergone are all in the nature of retrogressions or modifications of pre-existing structures. The principal modifications, therefore, fall under the four following groups, of which the first is: 1. Loss of pigmentation or bleaching in response to lack of light. The Cuban cave fish, Stygicola, a modified marine fish, is in a transitional condition, as the individuals range from pale violet to steel blue. The former should be found in the deeper recesses of the caves, but as a matter of fact both light and dark fishes are found side by side. As had been said, the diffused light penetrates deeply into these Cuban sea caves, which may account for the apparent slowness of depigmentation. The rosy color of the Proteus, especially the carmine of its gills, is simply due to the hue of its blood showing through the pigmentless skin. Proof of this, if such were needed, would be the alternate paling and reddening of the gills when bloodless or suffused with the life-giving fluid during respiration. 2. Reduction of the eyes. These may degenerate in the manner shown above, the individual parts of the eye becoming imperfect and hence functionless, or the entire eye may be still further reduced, covered by other tissues, or even become entirely obsolete. Blind forms, as has been shown, may nevertheless be sensitive to light and even heliotropic. As a partial recompense for the loss of vision, tactile organs, including antennae, or possibly the sense of smell, may be increased in efficiency. Cave fishes and salamanders are highly sensitive to ordinary vibrations, although in some known instances deaf to sound waves. 3. The organs of digestion may be considerably modified, due no doubt to the scarcity of food, which not only implies long fasts and irregular digestive activity, but a highly efficient utilization of whatever of nutrient value the food may contain. 4. Slender bodies and long attenuated appendages are also characteristic of cave dwellers. The botanical term depauperated, which means falling short of the natural size from being impoverished or starved, expresses the general appearance quite clearly, as almost all of the effects, other than those produced directly by the absence of light, are due to scarcity of food. Quiescent conditions seem conducive to length of appendages, for this characteristic is seen in other localities, as on the bottom of the sea. Convergences. As one would infer, convergences exist because of the simple and uniform character of the environment, which offers little opportunity for variety of habitat or habits. Hence, of necessity, all cave creatures tend to look alike. Food supply. The scarcity of food has been emphasized, but the ultimate source of food is yet to be discussed, for in its final terms animal food is derived from green plants, which in their turn depend upon sunlight. Hence nature's great epigean laboratory must be the ultimate source of the food, and its transference into the cave is largely a matter of chance. Some is doubtless brought in by temporary visitants, whose rejectamenta form a meager supply for the busy scavengers, which in turn perish that others may be fed. Some plant food is blown in or carried in by the subterranean streams, but it may readily be seen that the amount of food available is in indirect proportion to the size of the cave and directly in proportion to that of the entrance. Theories to account for cave modifications. Several theories have been advanced to account for cave modifications, among which are the following. 1. Cessation of selection, or amphimixis, would probably account for the reduction of certain structures, although whether it would cause them entirely to disappear is a mooted question. The reversal of selection may account for the loss of such structures as the eyes, for it is conceivable that in the deeper recesses of the great caves the presence of such easily injured organs might become a menace rather than a mere matter of indifference. 2. Most explanations of the origin of the retrograde characters of cave animals involve the inherited effects of disuse, in other words, the inheritance of acquired characters, of which so many good authorities deny the possibility. 3. In view of the difficulties in the way of this, it seems that the theory of the cumulative effect of determinate variations may explain the adaptation for cave life, which makes possible the origin of cave inhabitants and their further modification after becoming cave forms. 4. The forms were adapted first and changed their environments to suit. Perhaps a compromise explanation embodying portions of those listed above may come nearer the truth than any one exclusively. It may be that creatures already weakened and tending to degenerate entered the caves for retreat from the strife of epigean existence for which they were unfitted, and that starvation and absence of light increased the individual degeneracy and finally had its effect on the race. Nevertheless, it may well be that certain of the modifications shown by cave-dwelling forms are merely ontogenetic. Origin of cave faunas. 4 theories have been advanced by Eigenmann to account for the origin of cryptozoic faunas. These are: 1. Accidental carrying in. This probably plays little or no part in cave peopling, for frogs and fishes placed within the caves have speedily departed, either to the epigean region or to oblivion. and such attempts have never succeeded in establishing a single new cave form. 2. Step-by-step colonization, the species penetrating further and further into the deeper recesses in successive generations. 3. The animals may have developed along with the caves. Pari passu, a theory which is rather unlikely. 4. Animals elsewhere adjusted to do without light may have gathered voluntarily into the caves. This, as has been emphasized, does not mean fossorial forms, but those which lived in crevices or under banks and rocks, where feebler creatures would be likely to take refuge. The white-footed mouse has such a habitat in rocky woodland, and it is only when it lives in woodlands where no rocks exist that it burrows and thus proves the exception to the rule. This burrowing, furthermore, may well be a secondarily acquired habit. This last theory of cavern populating conforms most nearly with that which seems most plausible for the origin of cave modifications. End of chapter 23, part 2. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 23 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 23, Part 3. Deep Sea Life. Environment. Extent. While the oceans cover 64.5% of the Earth's surface, the deep sea is more limited in extent. Nevertheless, it embraces about one-half of the entire globe. Most geologists have become convinced of the relative permanency of the oceans, there having been no essential shifting of their areas, at least since the close of the Proterozoic time. Physical characteristics. The most remarkable characteristics of the sea in their effect upon animal life, which were discussed in detail in Chapter 5, are 4 in number, of which the first is cold. Below about 3,000 feet, the temperature is 37 degrees Fahrenheit or less. All diurnal and seasonal fluctuations of temperature cease, and the waters are equable in their darkness and degree of heat the world over, whether they lie beneath the pole or under the vertical rays of a tropical sun. In the great deeps, the water is ice cold, averaging about 32 Fahrenheit. Ocean currents from the polar regions, sinking ever deeper, flow toward the equator with a deliberation which renders their rate of progress immeasurably slow. Nevertheless, they bring with them to the greatest depth the boreal cold and oxygen. Food, on the contrary, sinks directly from the sunlit upper strata into the depths. This intense cold is believed to date from the glacial period, for with the melting of the ice, the cold waters, pouring into the oceans, sank into the depths, so that the Pleistocene was a critical time for all forms of life, not only for the plants and animals of the glaciated lands and the shallow water life of the northern and southern oceans, but evidently for the scarcer denizens of the abyss as well. Below the limits of the disturbance caused by the greatest of storm waves, about 150 feet, and below the average depth of tidal action, probably about 600 feet, all movement is exceedingly slow, and there are only the imperceptibly different diffusion streams which mingle the waters. However, about the oceanic islands and in places along the continental slopes, down to about 3,500 feet, the bottoms are without ooze accumulation. The distance to which light penetrates varies with the angle of the sun's rays and the clarity of the water, but on the average 200 fathoms is the limit of its penetration. This, as in the case of cave-dwelling forms, has its effects both direct and indirect on the organisms of the area. While atmospheric pressure at sea level, depending as it does on the weight of the overlying column of air, is on the average nearly 15 pounds to the square inch, when one goes downward below the surface of the water, the pressure increases enormously, owing to the greater relative weight of water. This rate of increase, which is in direct proportion to the depth, is in round numbers about 1 ton to the square inch for every 1,000 fathoms. Even at sea level, the burden of the air pressure upon our bodies would be unbearably great were it not equalized within and without, and so it is with marine forms. The submarine diver in his inflated dress is strictly limited as to depth, and so is the underseas craft, because the pressure is borne by the surface of the ship, and is not transmitted throughout its mass as it is in a deep-water animal. Hence the submersible is crushed and destroyed at a relatively slight depth compared with that beyond which pressure-adapted creatures can penetrate with security. Summary of bionomic features. Briefly, these are the four factors just discussed: cold, quiescence, darkness, pressure. Add to these the total absence of living green plants beyond the light zone, and the summary of conditions is complete. Sea floor. Because of its influence on marine life, the character of the ocean bottom must be determined. Away from the continental margins, the ocean floor is a vast undulating plain, with occasional volcanic and other elevations which may or may not reach the surface, and here and there profounder abysses, the so-called deeps. This floor is carpeted with a mass of material, of terrigenous, born of the land, origin near the shores, and organic in nature further out until the profounder depths are reached, where the organic materials cease. Thus the continental shelf from tide limits to the depth of 100 fathoms is covered with terrigenous material, mainly sands with occasional areas of mud washed into the sea by rivers, the debris of subaerial and stream erosion, and also that made by the waves in cutting back the land. Out to 200 miles from land, more or less, and therefore at depths up to and over 1,000 fathoms, both terrigenous and organic materials prevail, but beyond these limits the former cease except for waterlogged volcanic material, pumice stone and ash, to which should be added the extraterrestrial bodies called meteorites. The organic remains are known collectively as oozes, and consist of the shells and partially decomposed remains of tiny organisms, protozoa, mollusca, and plants, which dwell in the upper portions of the sea, and whose bodies fall as a veritable rain into the depths when their allotted span is measured. The oozes are: 1. Pieropod ooze, consisting of a certain percentage of the limy shells of pteropods, or sea butterflies, mollusca, mingled with other organic remains. This ooze is not very extensive, comparatively speaking, and is found at a limited distance from land. In depth it ranges from 500 to 1,500 fathoms. The second kind of ooze, known as foraminiferal or globigerina ooze, contains a high percentage of the remains of foraminifera, small marine protozoa, whose shells are also composed of carbonate of lime. Of these, the genus Globigerina is so characteristic and abundant as to give its name to the mass. This is the most extensive ooze of all, covering vast areas of the Atlantic and Antarctic oceans. Its vertical range is from 1,500 to 2,500 fathoms. The lower limit is caused by the increase of carbon dioxide dissolved in the water, which in turn is determined by increasing pressure. The presence of this carbon dioxide adds to the solvent power of the water, hence limy shells cannot exist beyond 2,500 fathoms, and if the water's depth exceeds that limit they are dissolved before being buried by later accumulations. Radiolaria are also protozoa which secrete delicate glassy tests or skeletons of silica. These, while fragile and easily broken, resist solution far beyond the disappearing point of the calcareous shells. Radiolarian oozes are not widespread, but occur in the tropical regions of the Pacific and Indian Oceans. They cover but 3.4% of the ocean floor. Diatom ooze is formed of the siliceous shells of minute plants, of which a single species is particularly abundant in Antarctic waters, where the diatom oozes cover an area estimated at 10 million square miles, or 6.5% of the entire sea bottom. The average depth is about 2,000 fathoms. Beyond the oozes comes the red clay, the most widely distributed of oceanic deposits, as it covers 36% of the oceans. In depth it ranges from 2,500 fathoms downward, and really includes the limits of the radiolarian ooze, for Murray says that the latter may be regarded as a variety of red clay containing many radiolarian skeletons. This red clay is derived chiefly from the disintegration of the pumice and other volcanic materials which have long been acted upon by sea water. In the greatest depth there is, of course, practically no limy material present, but in lesser depths the clay merges either into globigerina or radiolarian ooze. The rate of deposition of the red clay is very slow, as there have been found in it grains of meteoric dust, the undissolved ear bones of whales, and the teeth of huge sharks. The latter are not known to have survived in the Pleistocene period, and yet the teeth lie so near the surface of the deposit as to be picked up in an ordinary dredge, occasionally in great numbers, one dredge load from the central Pacific containing 50 ear bones of whales and 1,500 sharks' teeth. Food supply. The significance of the oozes from our present viewpoint is that they constitute the importers of food into the depths. Many of the creatures lived in the great pelagic zone, where life-giving heat and light are prevalent, and where green plants, algae, flourish. These algae form the food of the ooze animals, and the latter, dying, descend through the refrigerating cold to the depths below. Although certain bacteria may be present, disintegration must be very slow, so that the animal substance remains available as food for a considerable time. The ooze is in a state of suspension, probably a foot or more in depth, and to this come fishes with feeble masticatory organs to feed upon the ooze creatures, and in their turn form the food of the more aggressive, predaceous sort. From the nature of things, all of the animals are carnivorous. Deep sea fauna. All phyla of animals are represented in the deep sea fauna, but they are of course only water-breathing organisms, hence the higher arthropods, insects, etc., and all vertebrates above the fishes are debarred. Origin. None of the deep sea forms is the product of a locally evolved race, but they are all simply adapted migrants from the lesser depths, either the pelagic or the littoral realms. Thus their modifications are merely a response to the physical conditions of the deep sea, which, while it gives rise to convergences as does the cave life, does not entirely mask relationships with the shoal water forms. It was thought that because of this changelessness the deep sea would prove the last refuge of certain very ancient forms of marine life, elsewhere extinct, such for instance as the Paleozoic trilobites. But extensive submarine exploration, notably that by the English ship Challenger, the American Albatross, and the Norwegian ship Michael Sars, has revealed many abyssal organisms, none of which is old, geologically speaking, or if ancient, without living relatives in shallow waters. In other words, no Paleozoic survivals are exclusively deep sea in their present distribution. In fact, there are here no Paleozoic stocks at all. It may safely be said that the deep sea invertebrates do not antedate the Triassic, and that the majority have affinities with Jurassic and Cretaceous types. The vertebrates, on the other hand, are yet more recent, for, with the exception of the sharks and chimaeroids, none is older than the lower Cretaceous, and the exception mentioned may well be relatively recent downward migrants, although they are representatives of creatures which have survived at least from the Carboniferous. Adaptive characters. The adaptive characters of deep sea animals are summarized by Gunther as follows: 1. The animals are frail and weak, with very little earthly matter in their bones. The flesh is thin and flabby in consistency. 2. Simplified colors are the rule, either pearly gray or black, although some fishes have scarlet fins. The last may be an inheritance from a colorful ancestor, or, as in the case of the blind Proteus of the Austrian caves, may be due to the color of blood showing through a pigmentless skin. The pink eyes of an albino are analogous. One fish, Macrurus filicata, reverses the standard faunal coloring of sea fishes in that it has a black belly and is silvery on top. This may be explained as a response to the reversal of the source of illumination, for such as there is due entirely to the phosphorescent light emanating from the animal life, which is largely benthonic. Hence the enemy looking down on the fish from above sees only the silvery back, which blends with the luminous environment, while to a foe looking up from below, the black belly would blend with the overlying darkness and thus become practically invisible. 3. Some deep sea fishes are blind. Others have telescopic eyes, yet others have eyes like concave mirrors, either of the two latter types serving to absorb the greatest possible number of light rays. 4. There are, as a compensation for the loss of vision, certain tactile organs, long feelers, and slender attenuations of the fins, such as may only be used effectively in quiescent waters. 5. Almost all are phosphorescent. The light-giving function may be either diffused over the entire body or localized in highly modified organs. These may take the form of round, shining, mother-of-pearl colored bodies embedded in the skin, either larger bodies of an oval or irregularly elliptical shape, placed on the head in the vicinity of the eye, or smaller round globular bodies arranged symmetrically in series along the side of the body and tail, especially near the abdominal profile, less frequently along the back. This phosphorescence seems to have been acquired before the deep sea migration occurred, necessitated by the nocturnal pelagic habits mentioned above. Such forms are diurnal vertical migrants, coming to the surface at night and sinking below the light zone during the daytime. This habit may have aided in their adjustment to pressure changes and thus made easy their abyssal journey, accomplished probably by step migration extending over many generations. Phosphorescence is absent in all freshwater fishes, for the only places wherein they could find perpetual darkness, the profounder depths of certain lakes and inland seas, are of too brief duration, geologically speaking, for the evolution of new structures such as these. The chemical character of sea water as an aid to their establishment in marine fishes has also been mentioned as a reason for their absence in fresh waters, but many insects are phosphorescent, and none such are marine. 6. Many deep sea fishes live on decaying ooze, and hence have lost their powers of mastication. Others are rapacious, with powerful jaws. 7. Many show wonderful contrivances for the care of young. Others produce young in enormous numbers. Vertical distribution. Life exists at all depths, specimens having been taken even at so profound a distance downward as 8,000 meters, or 26,000 feet, nearly 5 miles. But the numbers of individuals decrease as the dredge descends to greater and greater depths. The abyss is, however, comparatively rich in species, though poor in individuals. Thus, at 500 fathoms the dredge may contain 100 examples of the same animal, whereas in greater depths there may be 2 each of 10 different species. Sir John Murray has determined the number of bottom-dwelling forms at the various levels to be: down to 200 meters, about 4,200 species; down to 2,000 meters, about 600 species; down to 4,000 meters, about 400 species; over 5,000 meters, about 150 species. It should be remembered, however, that the operation of dredging in very deep waters is one involving much time and expense, so that a very small proportion of the abyssal floor has been actually explored. Then, too, the exploration is done blindly, and the element of chance must enter very largely into the result, especially if the creatures to be secured are at all alert and quick of movement. Summary. The absence of green plant life must be emphasized, but with this exception, all the phyla of organisms found in shallow water are represented. Among the invertebrates, the sponges form an important element in the deep sea fauna, and coelenterates such as the corals, hydroids, and their allies, while not so numerous as the sponges, are also well represented. Echinoderms, among which are the brittle stars and stalked crinoids, the latter the survivors of a formerly extensive group, are present, and holothurians, or sea cucumbers, are also found. The modern stalked crinoids are rarely found beyond a depth of 2,000 fathoms, although the free-swimming species Bathymetra abscisicola has been obtained at a depth of 2,900 fathoms. One is, however, generally suspicious of the recorded depth of pelagic forms. For while the depth to which the dredge actually descended may be beyond dispute, the contained creatures, except of course benthonic forms, may possibly have been caught in transit and at a much higher level. Starfishes, while living mainly at moderate depths, do descend to 2,000 fathoms or more. The sea urchins have been dredged from depths of 2,000 to 3,000 fathoms, but those from the greater depths have very light thin shells compared to the bones of the abyssal fishes. Of the annelid worms, while the majority are undoubtedly littoral, deep sea forms are also common, characteristic specimens having been dredged by the Challenger from a depth of 4,000 fathoms off Teneriffe. These were the tube building worms, but other species also occur. Bryozoa range to 3,000 fathoms. Brachiopods have been dredged from 2,900 and probably go much deeper, a single species having a vertical range of nearly 600 fathoms. Of the mollusca, the Paleopods have a very great vertical distribution, that of the mussel Mytilus phascolinus being from the shore to 3,000 fathoms. In the greater depths the shells of bivalves are exceedingly delicate, being sometimes quite transparent. In the littoral zone, on the other hand, thick-shelled pelecypods are the rule. The majority of gastropods are shallow water forms, although a number of them are found at depths of from 1,000 to 2,000 fathoms. As in the pelecypods, the shells and their ornamentation are more delicate than in their shoal water relatives, and their colors are faint, though this is counterbalanced by the brilliancy and beauty of the iridescence, and even the non-iridescent abyssal species give out a sort of sheen which is wanting in their shallow water allies. Cephalopods inhabit waters of moderate depths only, but because of their prevailingly great swimming powers, only the benthonic or sluggish sorts are taken in the dredge, our knowledge of the more aggressive sorts being derived largely as a result of accident or as a byproduct of the sperm whale fishery, for they constitute the bulk of the dietary of this huge cetacean. There is but one sedentary benthonic cephalopod, and that is Spirula, which attaches itself to rocks like an actinia sea anemone, or lies partly buried in the mud with its beautifully coiled and chambered shell wholly concealed by the fleshy parts. A perfect specimen was dredged off Grenada in the Caribbean by the Blake from a depth of 950 fathoms. Of the arthropods, we have barnacles from 3,000 fathoms, ostracods from 2,000, decapods such as crabs, shrimps, and lobsters ranging down to 2,500, though true crabs are largely shallow water forms, few occurring below 400 fathoms. Vertebrates. Of the elasmobranchs, the true sharks have been taken at depths of from 345 to 400 fathoms, and the rays down to 608 fathoms. None show deep sea characteristics, however. The chimeroids, or silver sharks, on the other hand, often with huge eyes and a long attenuated body and tail, are distinctly abyssal in their appearance. Of these, Chanusra affinis ranges from 200 to 1,300 fathoms, Calorhynchus down to 600, Hariata from 700 to 1,000, and Chunuera monstrosa down to 1,000. The Asaciformes spike-like group of teleost fishes includes the cave forms Amblyopsidae described above, in addition to two families with deep-sea members, such as Octomatus, with a huge mouth, small teeth, no scales, and very small eyes. Another, Hypnops, is paradoxical in that while it has no eyes, it has nevertheless two large phosphorescent organs on the head. These may be alluring to aid in securing prey. Of the Clupeiformes, or herring-like fishes, the deep-sea family Stomiatidae are characterized by delicate scales or none and by well-developed phosphorescent organs. Anguilliformes are eel-like, and of these the larva of the true eel, known as Leptocephalus, is to be included among the abysso-pelagic forms. Another, Gastrostomus, with very long slender body and enormous jaws, is a highly characteristic abyssal type. Gadiformes, cod-like forms, are not old geologically, ranging from Oligocene and Miocene to recent. The deep sea representatives have the mouth reduced in size, dentition reduced, eyes very large, trunk shortened, and tail tapering to a filament. Thus, while cod-like in general aspect, they are nevertheless distinctly abyssal, but being relatively recent downward migrants, their adaptations are not yet profound. The Pediculati (anglers) include a remarkable group of fishes whose paired fins have become adapted for bottom crawling, and the anterior fin rays of the dorsal fin function as a lure, unwary fishes being brought within the influence of the horrible jaws and incontinently engulfed. The shoal water allies may be protectively embellished with filaments, like fronds of seaweed, to permit them to lie in wait in a bed of algae without detection. The deep sea forms, on the other hand, are bereft of such devices, which would be manifestly out of place where no seaweeds exist, but they are peculiarly adapted none the less to their habitat. As they are not benthonic, the pelvic fins are absent, and so are the scales. The color is black, and instead of a seaweed simulating lure, the fin rays are tipped with luminous organs to attract the prey. One, Onerodes, is itself blind, but here the value of phosphorescent organs is at once apparent. The deep sea fishes have been spoken of as weak and flabby of flesh, but that is when released from the terrific pressure to which they are adapted. The relatively great jaws and cruel mouth armament which many possess imply creatures of marked physical prowess, decidedly out of harmony with their apparent frailty when within the scope of human observation. Another characteristic of deep sea fishes which has not been mentioned is their very small size, for whereas the dimensions of shallower water forms may often be measured in feet, a length of several inches is distinctive of many of these grotesque monsters of the abyss. Perhaps the most striking feature of the deep sea, and of the cave as well, is their changelessness. There is nothing to mark the flight of time, no day, no night, no sequence of seasons, and the sameness of conditions year in and year out must have a marked influence on the inhabitants. The stream of individual life as well as of evolution is quickened by environmental changes, and is lulled into repose where change is not. Thus these forms, when once they are adapted to the peculiar conditions which, as incoming migrants, they have to meet, practically cease their evolution as they diminish their individual activity and consequent metabolism. Life for them is the antithesis of the feverish activity of surface forms, and will be until the next great geologic revolution puts a period to their existence. End of chapter 23. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 25, Part A of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3, The Evidences of Evolution. Section 2, Morphology and Adaptations. Chapter 24, Part A, Desert Adaptation. Characteristics of the desert. The popular conception of a desert is of a vast level stretch of drifting sand, devoid of vegetation except in the rare oases, and peopled by camels and the more venturous of humanity, nomadic Arabs and the like. While certain desert areas do conform more or less closely to this description, it by no means applies to all, nor is it even characteristic of the greater portion of the arid stretches of the earth's surface. The desert does not imply sterility, but simply the possession of a rainless or nearly rainless climate, where drought may be said to be almost continuous. For in the true desert there is no regularly recurring rainy season, and such rains as may fall are intermittent and uncertain in their character. Some years even torrential rains may fall for a few days, as the existence of considerable numbers of dry watercourses, dry saline lake beds, and the marks of ancient torrents conclusively proves. During other years, practically no rain may fall. Indeed, in many of the principal deserts, according to the reports of residents inhabiting the various oases, it is stated that sometimes for several years in succession not a drop of rain has been known to occur. In tropical countries desert conditions prevail if the average rainfall is under 15 inches a year, in temperate under 10 inches, and only the most utter deserts are absolutely rainless, as, for example, the desert of Atacama in South America. Extent of the desert. The combined area of all the deserts of the world, that is, the portion where evaporation of water is in excess of precipitation, and where the watercourses have no outlets to the sea, has been estimated at 11.5 millions of square miles, or over 1/5 of the entire land area of the globe. Thus it will be seen that, while neither desert plants nor animals can exist in any adequate proportion to those of humid areas, they must, nevertheless, form a large and peculiarly adapted flora and fauna, thus constituting a problem of considerable importance. The three great needs of every organic race are that its members may find food and safety and be able to continue their kind in future generations. This is especially true of desert forms, but the conditions are such that two necessities stand out in marked contrast with the others. These are moisture getting and moisture conservation, and defense against both the physical and organic environments. The struggle for existence is exceedingly severe, and the weeding out of the unfit ruthless. Moisture getting. The securing of an adequate supply of moisture is the prime requisite of desert forms, for, as we have seen, its scarcity is the one unvarying characteristic of the desert. Water therefore must not only be obtained by diverse means, but also effectively conserved. Plants. Even where the surface sands are dry and burning, there may be available groundwaters, and therefore many plants send down deep exploring roots which seek and find the subterranean water supply. Among such plants is the date palm, Phoenix dactylifera, which flourishes only where its roots have access to water. Along the banks of the Nile, where the eroding action of the river has bared the roots of the palms, they may be seen going to a very great depth until they reach the water-bearing strata. Thus the presence of the date palm either implies subsoil water, or that it is watered artificially from a well, as rain may seriously injure it. In the land where rain seldom falls, and where an incandescent sun daily pours down its fiery beams, out of a sky in which a cloud is rarely seen, the date tree finds its most congenial home. Madden. In the Sonoran Desert of our southwest, the most characteristic tree is the mesquite, Prosopis uliflora, and here again the roots are of great depth, sometimes penetrating to water-bearing strata at a depth of 50 to 75 feet, although only under exceptional conditions does the tree itself reach 20 to 40 feet in height. Moisture suspended in the air, and which, while it may form dew, is not actually precipitated in the form of rain, must be rendered available, and this may be brought about by one of two ways, possibly by the deliquescence of the salty encrustation so characteristic of desert plants, or by the mechanical collection of dew by the hairs which bedeck their surface. In either case, the water, instead of evaporating back into the atmosphere, may be largely absorbed by the plant. The saline coat and the pubescence are therefore hygroscopic, having the property of readily imbibing moisture from the atmosphere, in their effect. Whether or not the plant can utilize the moisture thus collected is, however, open to question. Animals. With the animals almost the sole source lies in the juices of the food, whether plant sap or the blood of prey. Many creatures have learned to depend on such a source entirely and have abandoned the ordinary means of quenching the thirst by drinking water, even when, as occasionally happens, it becomes available. To what extent the skin may have the hygroscopic power is not recorded, but Willie observed that the moloch horridus, a highly spinescent lizard which lives in the sandy deserts of Australia, absorbed water like blotting paper when a live specimen was put into it. Moisture conservation. Plants. The first method of water conservation is by means of reservoirs. Of these Van Dyke says, "The storage reservoir below ground is not an unusual method of supplying water to the plant. Many of the desert growths have it. Perhaps the most notable example of it is the wild gourd. This is little more than an enormous taproot that spreads out turnip-shaped, and is in size often as large around as a man's body. It holds water in its pulpy mass for months at a time, and while almost everything above ground is parched and dying, the vines and leaves of the gourd, fed from the reservoir below, will go on growing and the flowers continue blooming with unruffled serenity. In the Sonora Desert there is a cactus or a bush, its name I have never heard, growing from a root that looks almost like a hornet's nest. This root is half wood, half vegetable, and is again a water reservoir like the root of the gourd. The cacti contain large masses of watery pulp in their stems, the water being renewed during each humid season. Some of these, like the giant saguaro, Cereus giganteus, and the still more gigantic saguesa, Cereus pringlei, consist of huge fluted columns, the first from a foot to a yard in diameter and 10 to 60 feet in height, sometimes single, again branching like a candelabrum. The latter consist of from 3 to 10 such columns arising from a single root. These have woody skeletons like vertical ribs corresponding to the flutings of the column and supporting the pulpy mass. The barrel cactus affords an easily obtained supply of drinkable water for the thirsty Indians of the Sonoran Desert. The water is secured by cutting off the top of the cactus and then mashing the pulp with a stick. It may then be squeezed with the hands, the plant tissue thrown away, and the moisture remains behind in the cavity thus formed. From the agave or century plant, maguey, of Mexico, the tap is obtained by tapping the plant in the center of the crown of leaves. This is allowed to ferment and forms the Mexican national beverage, pulque. A thickened bark to hold water is found on many trees like the sangre de dragon and torote, Jatropha species, which are also protected from loss by evaporation by a glazed or varnished surface. If a tree be wounded, the sap flows, thickens to a varnish, and heals the cut. Animals. Water storage in animals has not been extensively investigated, except perhaps in the camel, in which the rumen or first division of the stomach has developed in its walls what are known as water cells. These are cavities with a narrow mouth which can be closed by a sphincter muscle, acting like the drawstring of a bag. When the beast drinks, not only is the stomach filled, but these water cells as well. The water contained in the stomach is of course at once absorbed into the circulation and distributed, but the stored water is later doled out to the stomach and thence to the blood through the relaxation of the sphincter muscles. Hence the camel can travel from oasis to oasis with comparative ease, but Lord Wolseley's Soldier's Pocket Book tells us that when worked for 3 days without water, a camel's condition runs down rapidly, and after long journeys of 5 or 6 days without water, it requires several days to regain its strength, while if it is allowed to go down below a certain point, it will take weeks, perhaps months to pick up again, and if it is old, it may never recover. Madden. Avoidance of evaporation. Plants avoid loss of water principally by leaflessness. No desert shrub or tree is large-leaved, and with most the leaves are either very small or, as in the case of the cacti, entirely absent, the thickened stems serving such respiratory function as is absolutely necessary. Where leaves occur they either fall off at once with the coming of drought or fold themselves so as to present the smallest possible surface for evaporation, or they may hang edgewise to the sun. The form of the plant is also such as to offer the least surface in proportion to the bulk. To be ideal this form should be spherical, which is of course hardly possible. Nevertheless a robust cylindrical shape with a hemispheric termination is common, and some cacti are reduced to the hemisphere alone, which, with its armament of spines, looks not unlike a well-stocked pincushion. The cylindrical form intercepts more sunlight when the sun is low and the light proportionately weak. As the sun rises and gains in strength, however, less and less is received by the cylindrical sides until a condition of total reflection is reached. The relatively small hemispherical summit will now give the plant a very material advantage over the cactus whose bulk is entirely contained within the hemisphere. The fluting of the surface which often occurs is of course opposed to the principle of surface reduction, but is doubtless a mechanical necessity for stiffening a tall column with little internal strength. The hairiness, which has already been mentioned as a mechanical aid to moisture getting, is also of conservation value, as it resists transpiration by day as well as collecting dew by night. And the varnishing or waxiness so characteristic of desert plants has the same economic function of conserving moisture. It also reflects sunlight, giving total reflection when rays are slanting. Animals conserve water by being non-perspiring, for while perspiration may have a physiologic value, not only to aid in ridding the body of some effete waste, but also through its evaporation in keeping the body cool, these benefits are offset by the ill effect of the loss of moisture from the system where water is scarce and precious. Practically non-perspiring mammals are thus a response to arid adaptation. End of chapter 24, part A. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America. Chapter 24, Part B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3, The Evidences of Evolution. Section 2, Morphology and Adaptations. Chapter 24, Part B, Desert Adaptation. Defense. Plants. The first defensive need of the plants is anchorage against the almost continually blowing winds, and the same taproots which serve so admirably for water getting also aid in securing the plant in the place where it would grow. The so-called Russian thistle, Salsola tragus, which is a widespread and troublesome weed in many parts of the central and western states, is firmly anchored until its growth is accomplished and it has ripened its seeds. Then, loosening its hold, it is driven before the wind and so scatters its seed far and wide. It is said to have been brought into Canada by the Russian immigrants with their wheat, but now its own migratory powers have spread it far beyond its older limitations. Spinescence, which is a very prevalent characteristic of desert plants, doubtless serves very adequately the purpose of defense, although it may also admit of another explanation, for spines tend to diminish as humidity increases and increase where it diminishes. But the numbers of grazing animals against whose depredations the spines are thought to be effective diminish in direct proportion to the increase in aridity, and hence where spinescence is most highly developed. This would seem to weigh against the belief that such structures are the result of adaptation for defense. Nevertheless, as Van Dyke says, the saguaro, the bisnaga, the cholla, and the pancake-lobed prickly pear would have a short life and not a merry one if they were left to the mercy of the desert prowler. As it is, they are sometimes sadly worried about their roots by rabbits, and in their lobes by the deer. It seems almost incredible, but it is not less a fact, that deer and desert cattle will eat the cholla, fruit, stem, and trunk, though it bristles with spines that will draw blood from the human hand at the slightest touch. Nature knows very well that the attack will come, and so she provides her plants with various different defenses. The most common weapon which she gives them is the spine or thorn. Almost everything that grows has it, and its different forms are many. They are all of them sharp as a needle, and some of them have saw edges that rip anything with which they come in contact. The grasses, and those plants akin to them like the yucca and the maguey, are often both saw-edged and spine-pointed. All cacti have thorns, some straight, some barbed like a harpoon, some curved like a hook. There are chollas that have a sheath covering the thorn, a scabbard to the sword, and when anything pushes against it the sheath is left sticking in the wound. The different forms of the bisnaga are little more than vegetable porcupines. They bristle with quills or have hook-shaped thorns that catch and hold the intruder. The saguaro has not so many spines, but they are so arranged that you can hardly strike the cylinder without striking the thorns. Of the chemical characteristics which serve the plants for defense, the first to assail one's senses is the strong aromatic odor of desert vegetation. Both odors and tastes are very pronounced and serve to prevent the plant from being eaten just as the spinescence does. A notable instance is the very characteristic sagebrush of the western plains, which no animal will eat except the jackrabbit, and no bird except the sage hen, and the flesh of each is so thoroughly impregnated by the sage that no human being will eat either of them if any other food is available. Neither the rabbit nor the chicken will eat the sage during their first summer, and then the flesh of each is most palatable. The greasewood is another disagreeable tasting plant with sticky varnished leaves which nothing will eat, and the sangre de dragon has a blood-red sap which is so powerfully astringent that the Indians use it to cauterize bullet wounds. Thus, aside from being disagreeable to the taste and smell, many plants are actually poisonous, some cathartic, others emetic in their effects, while one, the loco weed, Astragalus hornii, produces symptoms in domestic stock comparable to insanity, hence the term locoed as applied to one mentally deranged (Spanish loco, insane). Horses and cattle will not touch the loco plant for the first time voluntarily, but as with many other forms of narcotic, the habit accidentally acquired is almost impossible to break. It would seem again as though these chemical characteristics were of great defensive value, and doubtless they are, but whether that is a sufficient cause for their being what they are, or whether it is due to desert conditions regardless of the presence of devouring animals, is not quite so clear. The aromatic character is so prevalent among desert plants, whether used as food or not, that it leads one to question whether or no defense is a prime cause in the evolution of this characteristic. The gazelle, one of the most admirably adapted of desert animals, is confined to tufts of wiry grass and a few dwarf and strongly scented aromatic herbs for food. That these agree with it is attested by the fact that the number of gazelles in some part of the Arabian desert is extraordinary, and vast herds have occasionally been met with. Another conception of the origin of the chemical characteristics of desert plants is that they are merely a response to aridity. It is well known that saline lakes are characteristic of arid climates, and to the geologist the presence of beds of salt or gypsum or other alkaline substances is indicative of desert conditions in bygone times. These salt lakes are thus described by Pearson. Part of the river's burden consists of various salts in solution, and such salts are carried by all streams, even if, in a given volume, the water appears so fresh that they can only be detected by chemical means. In ordinary rivers these salts are discharged into the sea, but in interior drainages, i.e., such as end in evaporation, since they cannot be dissipated by evaporation like the water, they must constantly accumulate at the point where the drainage ends. If the river ends by dwindling, its lower part finishes in a stretch covered with salt deposits, sometimes in wet seasons converted into a salt marsh or shallow salt lake, and known as a salina. Examples of these are found in the Tarim River, which ends in the desert of Gobi in Central Asia, in the Desaguadero River, which carries the drainage from Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, and in many other places. But if the end of the drainage system is a lake, the latter is bound in time to become salt through the concentration of these substances, and such salt lakes are features of arid or desert regions in all the continents. Examples are the Dead Sea in Palestine, Lakes Baikal and Balkhash and the Aral Sea in Siberia, and in North America the Great Salt Lake in Utah, Pyramid Lake and others in Nevada, and Mono Lake in California. The idea has been expressed that the chemicals which impregnate desert plants may have an analogous source. Water more or less laden with these salts is drawn from below by the roots and, being dissipated ultimately into the air by evaporation, leaves the substances behind as a residue which may in turn be elaborated by the plant into the characteristic aromatic or saline chemical. If this be true, it would account for these characteristics without invoking the need of defense, but one would expect to find, as in the case of thorny growths, a lessening of the chemical attributes as one passes from the arid to a more humid region. Animals. Against physical conditions the animal must find means of protection, and the first of these conditions is that of the temperature extremes so characteristic of arid climates, for while moisture in the atmosphere is transparent to light, it is opaque to heat. Hence, where the air is laden with water, either diffused or in the form of clouds, Not only does less solar heat penetrate to the ground during the day, but less is radiated into space during the night. Therefore some of the highest temperatures recorded are not under the equator where it is humid, but in northern Africa and in Asia Minor where dryness prevails. Solimus in his Desert Life informs us that the sand temperature one day marked 146 degrees Fahrenheit. Temperatures of 170 degrees Fahrenheit were also found near Jaffa, and Duvreirier found the Sahara one day over 182 degrees Fahrenheit. But these would probably be sun temperatures. On other occasions, he tells us, matches were lit by touching the sand with them. Blankets drawn over one another, or even slightly shifted, blazed up like sheet lightning. The heat was 109 Fahrenheit among clothes in a trunk, and 111 Fahrenheit in the wind. Combs, vulcanite, bone or horn, became brittle and useless. Again, the German traveler, Dr. Barth, after describing the great heat of the desert in southern Tripoli, mentioned that the guide of the Arab caravan begged him to beware of the cold during the night, which he represented as very intense, and it is a fact well known to all travelers that though the heat in the Sahara is often very extreme by day, the nights are uniformly cold when the hot wind does not blow. Madden. Thus the desert animal, unprovided as he is with additional garments, must seek out the shadow of a great rock in a weary land, by day, or if none be available he must burrow and thus escape the extremes of heat and cold. Defense against the ubiquitous sand is a prime need, for sand assails three vulnerable portions of the creature's economy: the eyes, ears, and nostrils. Deserticolous reptiles, among other marked adaptations, have these vital organs protected as follows. In the digging species the nostrils are directed upwards instead of forwards. In most of the snakes they are protected by complicated valves, or they are reduced to small pinholes. The eyes of Typhlops, a burrowing desert snake, are overhung by the head shields. In Agama and Phrynocephalus lizards the margins of the lids are broadened into plates and are furnished with peculiar scales. In Teratoscincus the upper lid is enlarged. The lizard Mabuia has the lower lid enlarged with a transparent window in it, so that the eye can be closed without impeding sight, an arrangement carried to the extreme in Ablepharus, wherein the lower eyelid is transformed into a transparent cover, which is fused with the rim of the reduced upper lid, exactly as in the Lacertine genus Ophiops. The ear opening is either small, or protected by fringes of scales, or it is abolished, e.g. in Phrynocephalus, Gadao. The camel again shows its desert adaptation in the large eyes, necessary for an animal which relies so much upon vision for security, but they are guarded by long, abundant eyelashes, and the proud carriage of the head, seen also in the desert ostrich, brings the eyes as far as possible above the sand, 9 feet in the camel, 7 in the bird. This is also a response to the reflected heat of the blistering sand and rocks. The camel's nostrils are capable of being closed like eyelids, and the apertures of the ears are protected by hair. The saiga antelope, Saiga tartarica, is a typical desert form found fossil, Pleistocene, in England, but now confined to eastern Europe and western Asia. This peculiar beast has a large and much inflated nose, the two nostrils being widely separated and very short, and the narial apertures of the skull placed very far back like those of certain extinct types, Macrauchenia or Hippodion. This whole device is for the exclusion of sand from the breathing apparatus while the animal is grazing. Coloration is the first and perhaps the most conspicuous of the adaptations which furnish protection against other animals. No greens are seen among desert creatures, but they are generally sympathetically tinted, gray, brown, or red, harmonizing with the color of the sand or rock. Sometimes the same species will show double color adaptation to suit local conditions. Thus the gazelle, Madden tells us, furnishes a conspicuous and very beautiful example, so closely do their coats resemble the general coloring of the landscape, white on sand, dark gray on volcanic rock, that in the distance, and when at rest, it is scarcely possible to distinguish them from the surrounding sand and stones. Van Dyck says of the coyote, "He is cunning enough to know that you cannot see him on a desert background as long as he does not move. So he sits still at times for many minutes, watching you from some little knoll. As long as he is motionless, your eyes pass over him as a patch of sand or a weathered rock. Warning coloration is often seen in the desert, and as a rule it is not merely the mimicry of a dangerous form, but the actual livery of one which should not be molested if the assailant would escape unscathed, for venomous spiders and insects and reptiles are common. Here, for instance, is found the conspicuous yellow and black Gila monster, the only lizard with poison fangs, and conspicuously marked wasps, while not perhaps actually dangerous to humanity, are to the creatures with which they compete. Hard surface and spinescence are as characteristic of desert insects and some reptiles as they are of desert plants. The moloch, with the thirsty skin which has been described, is covered with thorn-like scales, and the horned toad is a conspicuous American instance of spinescence. Here, as with the plants, the spinescence loses its intensity of development as one passes into the more humid regions, for while in the horned toads of the southwest the horns at the back of the head are long and prominent, in those of Wyoming and Nebraska they are much less conspicuous. Venom has already been referred to as a desert attribute. Van Dyke again sums the matter up most admirably, although he speaks of more than the reptiles with which he introduces his remark. He says of them, they are given the most deadly weapon of defense of all, poison. Almost all of the reptiles have poison about them in fang or sting. We are accustomed to label them poisonous or not poisonous as they kill or do not kill a human being, but that is not the proper criterion by which to judge. The bite of the trapdoor spider will not seriously affect a man, but it will kill a lizard in a few minutes. In proportion to his size, the common red ant of the desert is more poisonous than the rattlesnake. It is reiterated with much positiveness that a swarm of these ants have been known to kill men. There is, however, only one reptile on the desert that humanity need greatly fear on account of his poison, and that is the rattlesnake. The rattle is indescribable, but a person will know it the first time he hears it. It is something between a buzz and a burr, and can cause a cold perspiration in a minute fraction of time. Every animal on the desert knows just how venomous is that poison. Even your dog knows it by instinct. He may shake and kill garter snakes, but he will not touch the rattlesnake. All of the spider family are poisonous, and you can find almost every one of them on the desert. The most sharp-witted of the family is the trapdoor spider, the name coming from the door which he hinges and fastens over the entrance of his hole in the ground. The tarantula is simply an overgrown spider, very heavy in weight, and inclined to be slow and stupid in action. He is a ferocious-looking wretch and has a ferocious bite. It makes an ugly wound and is deadly enough to small animals. The scorpion has the reputation of being very venomous, but his sting on the hand amounts to little more than that of an ordinary wasp. Nor is the long-bodied, many-legged, rather graceful centipede so great a poison carrier as had been alleged. They are all of them poisonous, but in varying degrees. The skunk of the southwest is greatly feared by the natives as its bite is supposed to produce skunk hydrophobia. In reality, however, it is blood poisoning that results from the bite, for the skunk feeds on carrion and its teeth, defiled with the remains of its last meal, inject some of the putrescent material into the wound caused by its bite. It is probable that in many of the desert creatures the dangerous reputation is altogether undeserved. The native cook of a certain Yale expedition to the southwest had the entire personnel in terror of its life from the only arachnid which does not possess poison fangs. Speed, as we have seen, is a characteristic of the dwellers in arid climates, for they have to travel far and wide for food and drink, or to pursue or evade pursuit, as the case may be. There is so little cover, and the creature in motion can be seen so far that speed becomes a prime requisite in many unrelated types. Many of the lizards are so swift that the eye loses sight of them as they dart from rock to rock, and some run on the hind limbs for greater rapidity. Some birds, as the ostrich or the roadrunner or chaparral cock of the southwest, are noted for their speed. The gazelle, wild ass, and camel again are great travelers, while a desert jackrabbit finds his match only in a greyhound. An ordinary wolf or coyote will not attempt to chase him, for they realize the hopelessness of it. The western antelope, Antelope capra, even with a limb shot from under him, has been known to outdistance a horse, and with all four limbs the run is so easy and so deceptive that a gunner almost always underestimates the speed and places his bullet behind the fleeting game. Even the domestic cattle on the western ranges have an ease and speed in running which is a revelation to an Easterner. This speed shows itself in the slender form, long limbs, and often in the sand-adapted feet of the desert wayfarer. Those of the camel, with the broad yielding pad and secondary retrogression from unguligrade to digitigrade, are splendidly fitted to the yielding sands. Of the desert lizards, Eremias has very large crural shank shields. Scaptera has the digits broadened out into shovels. Others, e.g. Phrynocephalus and Teratoscincus, have long lateral fringes on the digits, a very rare arrangement among geckos, occurring elsewhere among them only in Ptenopus and Stenodactylus, which are likewise inhabitants of the desert (Gadao). The senses of sight, hearing, and smell are highly developed as contrasted with those in forest-dwelling forms, for instance, whose vision is notoriously dull even though hearing and smell may be acute enough. Sometimes about all one can see of a desert rabbit, frozen into immobility through fright, are the large, clear, watchful eyes which never seem to close. Intelligence is also a desert characteristic, especially among defenseless, that is, non-venomous forms, for the Gila monster seems to be superlatively stupid, while the others must match their wits as well as length of limb if they would survive. As we shall see in later chapters, the widespread desert and semi-desert conditions which have occurred from time to time in the geologic past have been of prime importance as evolutionary stimuli, and have given rise to some of the most momentous changes in organic life. Colonial life. The plant life of the desert is not evenly spread as in humid regions, but is in scattered, discontinuous colonies with long stretches of verdureless sand in between. Moreover, these communities are composed of several species, not only of one, for while the interspecific struggle in the desert is intense, that against the relentless physical environment is more so that cooperation becomes of greater moment than exclusive self-advancement. McGee says, "The various plants of the Seri district, including those of the distinctive types, are communal or commensal, both among themselves and with animals, to a remarkable degree, for their common strife against the hard physical environment has forced them into cooperation for mutual support. The tufts or clusters in which the vegetation is arranged express the solidarity of life in the province. Commonly, each cluster is a vital colony, made up of plants of various genera and orders, and forming a home for animal life also of different genera and orders. And although measurably inimical, these various organisms are so far interdependent that none could survive without the cooperation of the others." The origin of the communities has been well summed up by Van Dyke. Mesquite springs up on the plain. Birds nest in the branches, drop seeds of cacti, some of which, like vines, cannot stand alone. Armature of cacti and mesquite combine for protection. Wind-blown grass seeds lodge about the roots, and grasses grow and seed beneath the shelter of the branches. Small mammals seek some protection and dig holes among the roots, making channels for rain and fertilizing the spot with rejectamenta. Annual and semi-annual plants take root in the sheltered and fertilized soil beneath the cacti and mesquite, and in season the place becomes a miniature garden of foliage and plumage. Then come certain ants for seeds, flies and wasps for nectar, and birds nest in the branches. Such communities dot the vast plains. Intermediate stretches are practically lifeless. Origin of desert life. The desert floras are all local adaptations of migrants from more humid regions, except the cacti and torotes, which seem to be the products of aridity, since neither is represented in the flora of humid regions. Of the animals, all are forms whose range is greater than the desert limitations. Nevertheless, some of them, like the camels, are so perfect and ancient an adaptation to desert life that when, during the Miocene, we find the first indications of retrogression of the feet, we can safely infer the beginning of aridity if we have no other evidence. A few animals are desert adapted, others may be merely temporary migrants desertward, returning to more salubrious places from time to time. Many of these latter creatures go to the desert during its periods of fertility, and the number of species which have been noticed as occasional visitors is very large. But as the waters dry up and the vegetation begins to wither, these take their departure in common with the desert nomads and their flocks, of whom a regular exodus then begins. Summary. The adaptations of desert animals and plants, while in many instances wonderful in their detail and of the utmost importance in the struggle for existence, are largely, as in the cave, the result of response to unfavorable conditions. Not of course to darkness, so that degeneracy other than the loss of leaves rarely occurs, but to extremes of temperature and to thirst and hunger. The fact that so many of the seeming desert characteristics lose their extreme of development as aridity diminishes is evidence for this. The plant adjusts itself to, the animal flies from, and the man modifies the desert conditions, for a time. But all the intelligence and engineering science he has brought into the combat only prevail for a while, as the ruins of ancient cities in Central and Western Asia attest. For man's conquest of the desert is like his so-called command of the sea, which tolerates him and his mightiest creations during her more complacent moods. Then storm and ice and fog combine, and the proud fabric which he boastfully calls Titanic perishes. Man for a brief space may dominate the desert, but sooner or later the desert will claim its own. End of chapter 24, part B. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America.
Chapter 25, Part A, of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Carroll. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 25, Part A. Fossils, Their Nature and Interpretation. The term fossil is thus defined in the Encyclopaedia Britannica: since the time of Lamarck, reserved to include only the remains or traces of plants and animals, preserved in any natural formation, whether hard rock or superficial deposit. Not only petrified structures of organisms, but whatever was directly connected with or produced by these organisms. In general, the idea of antiquity is associated with our conception of a fossil, as for instance in that of Barnard, whose definition reads, "The remains of animals and plants which have existed on the earth in epochs anterior to the present, and which are buried in the earth." By Geikie, however, the idea of antiquity is not necessarily included, for his notion of the term embraces the bones of a sheep buried under gravel and silt by a modern flood, as well as the obscure crystalline trace of a coral in ancient masses of limestone. The idea of burial, however, by some natural agency, either by water or wind-borne sediments, or by being engulfed in bog or quicksand, is always implied. Nature of fossils. To many, the term fossil implies a petrification, literally a turning to stone, and while in many instances the gradual addition to or replacement of the organic material by some mineral substance has occurred, that is not always the case, so the student has come to recognize several sorts of relics and to group them under the following heads. Actual preservation intact. In nature's cold storage warehouse, notably in the Arctic tundras of Siberia, frozen either in the paleocrystic ice or in the soil itself, are found animal remains with more or less of the original substance intact. How many such remains have been found is doubtless unrecorded, as they were in more than one instance swept away by the waters as the ice broke up, or were devoured by dogs and wolves, possibly by the natives themselves, though the latter regard such apparitions with superstitious terror. Of the two most remarkable of these specimens, the first was found frozen in clear ice in the Lena Delta in 1799 and secured in 1806, and the skeleton, now mounted in the museum of the Petrograd Academy, has remains of the hide still adhering to the skull and feet. A century later, in 1901, the second specimen was found at Beresovka, Siberia, 800 miles west of Bering Strait and 60 miles north of the Arctic Circle. This creature evidently slipped into a natural pitfall of some sort, possibly an ice crevasse covered with soil and vegetation. A fractured hip and forelimb, a great mass of clotted blood in the chest, and unswallowed grass between the clenched teeth all point to the violence and suddenness of its passing. Almost all of the animal was preserved, though the hair of the back had disappeared and the trunk had been eaten off by dogs before the specimen was discovered. The mounted skin in the posture in which it was found, with the skeleton in walking attitude beside it, together with various soft parts preserved in spirits, are also to be seen in the Petrograd Museum. Remains of mammoths have likewise been found in Alaska, but thus far no even approximately complete specimens have been secured. The woolly rhinoceros has also been found frozen in the ice, but the greater part of the carcass was swept away by the water and irrevocably lost. Skulls, however, have been often found, some still more or less covered by the skin. Another, though rare, means of preserval of the approximately complete animal was shown by the discovery in 1907 of the remains of a prehistoric rhinoceros, unearthed at Bohoradzhnya in eastern Galicia, Austrian Poland. Here are extensive oil and wax mines, near which the creature was found at the depth of about 6 feet below the surface. The head, nasal horn, one of the forelegs, and a large portion of the skin had been preserved in the oil-impregnated soil. We are told that a nearly complete mammoth had been found previously in the same place. A third means of preservation of the entire animal is in amber, a fossil resin from pines, especially Picea succinifera. These resins, which when first exuded are sufficiently soft to engulf a fragile insect, later through the evaporation of the more volatile portions become hardened and finally change to amber without the slightest injury to the most delicate details of insect anatomy. About 2,000 species, chiefly of insects, but also of crustaceans and spiders, are thus preserved in these Oligocene ambers, as well as over 100 species of dicotyledonous plants. The so-called Baltic amber deposits are found about Königsberg, along the Baltic coast of Samland, Germany. Petrification. As a rule, however, when more or less of the original material is preserved, it has undergone a certain mineralization to which the term petrification is applied. Naturally, the degree of mineralization varies, but it is usually greater the older the fossil in time. The parts thus preserved are almost invariably woody tissue or the hard parts of the animal's anatomy, bones, teeth, or shell. Petrification implies interstitial addition, or an extremely gradual replacement, molecule for molecule, as the original substance is lost through disintegration. The resultant fossil retains, therefore, not only the external form, but the histologic characters of the original structure as well. Next to the rare preservals by cold or amber, the petrification is the most valuable in recompense for careful study. The elaborate exposition of the structure of the fossil cycads by Wieland is based upon this type of preservation, for while in almost every instance in a very large series of specimens the trunk only is preserved, it has been possible by drilling out a cylindrical portion where the buds occur and by cutting it into thin microsections in several planes to reconstruct with entire accuracy the foliage and flowers of the plant. While the term histometabasis is usually applied to plant tissues, the more perishable soft parts of the vertebrates are, however, occasionally preserved. In one striking instance described by Bashford Dean, the muscle fiber and kidney structure are in a state of admirable conservation in an ancient Devonian shark from the Cleveland shell of Ohio. Microsections of the muscle tissue magnified 1,000 diameters show very clearly not only the clean-cut character of the individual muscle fibers, but the cross striation so characteristic of the vertebrates, and in one or two places the delicate membranous sheath or sarcolemma by which the fibers were enclosed. The replacing substances may be iron pyrites, iron oxide, sulfur, malachite, magnesite, silica, or carbon. Woody tissue, the limy shells of mollusks, and the calcareous skeletons of corals and certain sponges are apt to be replaced by silica, giving in some instances a perfect replica of the original in form, though not in minute structure, in a totally different substance, thus forming what is technically called a pseudomorph. There is evidence that certain hexactinellid sponges, the original substance of which was silica, have been replaced by lime, the reverse of what may happen in the calcareous types. As time goes on, the molecules of the mineralizing substance tend to rearrange themselves according to the laws of crystallography, so that first the minute structure becomes impaired, the external form modified and obscured, and ultimately, after an inconceivable lapse of time, all trace of the organic archetype may be lost. Natural molds. Another group of fossils are the natural molds, in which neither the material nor the minute structure is preserved. These are formed by the hardening of the surrounding material in which the organism was buried, followed by the decay and subsequent removal of the organic material by percolating waters, thus leaving a cavity which retains the exact form of the original. In Pompeii, which may be considered a fossil city, some 2,000 people perished in the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 A.D. The city was covered to a depth of many feet by volcanic ash, finely divided rock which drifted in through the various openings of the houses and buried man and beast as well as the result of man's handiwork. At first, when human remains were discovered, the bones were merely dug out and thus preserved. Later it was found that if the cavity wherein they lay were filled with liquid plaster of Paris, the latter would, when hardened, give an admirable replica of the form and features of the victim. The remains of several people, men and women, European and Ethiopian, have been thus reproduced, together with a dog and the vanished doors and wooden portions of the household furniture. Some of the fossil vertebrates of the Connecticut Valley, which antedate those of Pompeii by millions of years, have lost all trace of the original bone through the percolation of dissolving waters. The impression, however, still remains, by means of which a fairly perfect restoration of much of the skeleton may be made. Often these molds are filled in with other material, so that a natural cast of the object is formed differing from the petrification in that it preserves the form of the organism but not its structure. By this means such evanescent things as jellyfishes have been preserved. Again, interior cavities, as of shells or the brain chamber of a vertebrate skull, are filled with subsequently hardening sediment, so that a perfect cast of long vanished soft parts is produced. This, in the case of shells, is often deceptive, and has led to some confusion and duplication of names, because of the striking dissimilarity of the outer and inner surfaces of the same shell. In the vertebrates, however, the brain replica is of the utmost importance, for form, size, and proportions of parts are all preserved with absolute fidelity. It is, however, a cast of the dura mater, or outer membrane of the brain. and while blood vessels and nerve roots are often clearly indicated, the depth and complexity of the minor convolutions are not recorded. Footprints and trails. A certain group of phenomena should be considered in this connection: the footprints and trails of vertebrates and invertebrates, with their attendant meteorological records of rain prints, ripple marks, and mud cracks caused by the drying of surface mud after showers. The footprints are of double interest, for not only are they oftentimes so well preserved as to enable the student to trace much of the structure, but they sometimes give a clue to the proportions of the entire animal, especially when to the impressions of the hind feet are added those of the hands and tail. Furthermore, the footprints bring before the observer more clearly than any other records of the past the individuality of the creature, for they are fossils of living beings, while all of the other relics are those of the dead. A clue to feeding habits is generally gained from the study of the mouth armament in comparison to that of living allies, but conclusions are sometimes verified and supplemented by finding the fossil rejectamenta in association with bones or footprints. To such relics the term coprolite is applied. Sometimes the unvoided intestinal content preserves the outline and extent of the alimentary canal. This is distinctly seen in several of the salamandrine forms preserved in Carboniferous nodules from Mason Creek, Illinois. End of chapter 25, part A. Chapter 25, part B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 25, Part B. Conditions for Fossilization. Burial is of course the first prerequisite for fossilization, and it should be such as to exclude the air so as to prevent oxidation of the organism. This burial is most often effected by waterborne sediment, which in turn is derived from the degradation of older rocks. Sediment deposited in the seas and oceans is of the first importance, and as a consequence the fossil remains of creatures making their home in the shallower regions are by far the most abundant, while the deep sea organisms are comparatively unknown because so little of these deposits has been elevated into land. The first named deposits, especially when formed near the mouths of rivers, sometimes contain the remains of land or freshwater animals which were swept out to sea by the stream, but such inclusions are purely accidental and not of common occurrence. In some instances, however, notably in the case of certain dinosaurs, they have given us the only specimens of their kind thus far discovered. Freshwater deposits are largely those of river bar or delta or floodplain, though ponds and lakes do add their quota. The great tertiary fossil fields of the western states were formerly supposed to be the result of lake-borne sediment, but the lakes would have been of such vast extent that the creatures in many instances were found an impossible distance from the supposed shoreline, where burial would be ineffectually slow. The lacustrine theory of origin has therefore been largely abandoned in favor of the idea of floodplain sediments of ancient rivers. The greater part of our knowledge of terrestrial vertebrates is derived from such deposits. Windborne material in the form of loess or volcanic ash has yielded fossils of land-living beings, the former containing largely shells, while the bones of vertebrates are more often found buried in the latter. Miring. Miring in bogs and quicksands, with its combined death and burial, has been a mode of preserval which has notable examples in the mastodons found in numbers in New York and the adjacent Central States, and the great Irish elk, whose remains are common in the peat bogs of Ireland. Perhaps the most remarkable death trap in the world is found in the Rancho La Brea, which lies on the western border of the city of Los Angeles, California. The conditions there are thus described by Miller, after Merriam. Crude asphaltic oil from the underlying Fernando shales has been forced to the surface through cracks or chimneys in these folded strata, to accumulate upon the surface as more or less extensive oil pools. This heavy oil, under the influence of sun and wind, underwent a process of natural distillation, becoming more and more viscid until in the larger accumulations it was sufficiently tenacious to entrap and hold the largest mammals of the region, Elephas, Mastodon, and Paramylodon. Additions to these lenses of asphalt took place at the center as fresh oil rose through the chimneys from below. At the same time, dust and sand drifted over and obscured the firmer asphalt of the margins. These two factors combined to bring about a most deceptive condition in the mass by leaving the periphery fairly firm and yet permitting a gradually increasing degree of plasticity toward the center without a positive demarcation of the danger zone. Upon this treacherous surface a mammal would be unaware of danger until the dust-covered surface yielded under his weight. His sudden start or his leap for safety would make all the more complete his entanglement. The entanglement of one ungulate would suffice to attract a multitude of carnivores. The creature probably acted not infrequently as live bait for a considerable time, so that its struggles and outcries served to whet the appetites and overcome the instincts of caution in the hungry carnivore. It appears from Merriam's studies that young animals, or else old and diseased individuals, have very frequently been thus tempted, though there appear animals of all ages. Subsequent vicissitudes. After all the conditions for initial preservation have been fulfilled, the resultant fossil is subject to various vicissitudes as time goes on, due to pressure, elevation, folding, and subsequent erosion of the strata, and to the slow circulation of acidulated and other waters through the rock, either from above or below. The latter may dissolve away shell or bone, leaving only a mold, which may be subsequently obliterated, or the mineralized fossil may assume a crystalline structure and thus become unrecognizable as a relic of organic life. Crushing is due not alone to the tremendous weight of the superimposed rock, but also to the natural shrinkage of water-laid sediment in the subsequent drying out process to which it is subjected. Notable instances of such distortion are shown in the Niobrara chalk of Kansas, which was laid down in a shallow inland sea toward the close of Cretaceous time. Here the bones of pteranodon and other winged reptiles are crushed flat, though formerly those of the limbs were cylindrical, but very thin-walled. In one specimen of a mosasaur preserved in the Yale Museum, the vertebrae had originally an average length and breadth of about 80 millimeters. One of these vertebrae, which lay upon the articular face, has a present length of 21 millimeters, while another, which lay upon its side, has had its breadth reduced in the same ratio, about 1:4. Sometimes the fossil has been subjected to an oblique shearing movement, which completes the distortion, and it requires the most judicious study to restore the organism mentally to its original symmetry of form. Field technique. In his search for fossil shells and plant remains, one need not go far afield, for wherever sedimentary rocks are exposed, there is a varying chance for success. The fossils in which the more fragile portions of the organism are preserved are not so often met with, and but few areas the wide world over have thus far produced them. Terrestrial vertebrates are also rare as to localities, though often abundant within a limited area or horizon. Aside from certain places where fossil-bearing rocks have been brought to light as a byproduct of some commercial enterprise, mine, quarry, or railroad cutting, the most productive exploration has been made in the drier areas of the globe, where soil or glacial drift does not conceal the eroded rocks, and where the whole geologic structure is unobscured by a mantle of vegetation. Thus the semi-arid portions of our West, of Patagonia, or of northern Africa are among the most favored places for field research. The vertebrate technique has been reduced to a science which may be briefly summarized. After a judicious questioning of the inhabitants of a given region, which often yields much information of value, the prospector, acting upon the knowledge thus gained, begins a careful, systematic search of the exposed rock, generally along cliff or escarpment, or within eroded watercourses. Here one often sees some portion of the skeleton protruding from the sandstone, or the first indication may be a fragment underfoot, technically called a lead, which one must, if possible, trace up the declivity until its original resting place is found. This may reveal the more or less complete skull or skeleton of a bygone type. Upon locating his prospect, the worker then excavates the specimen with the utmost care, hardening it if necessary with weak shellac or a solution of gum arabic, which penetrates the bone and renders it capable of being handled where otherwise it might be too fragile to save. The joints which are found in all consolidated rock often pass through the specimen, rendering it already in fragments while still in its native matrix. Hence, as the bone is exposed from above, it is covered with strips of cheesecloth or burlap dipped in flour paste for the smaller specimens, or in liquid plaster of Paris for the larger. When these bandages have thoroughly dried, the fossil is further excavated and the covering extended until it is so far protected that one may completely undermine it and lift it from its bed. The bone is then turned over and the bandaging completed. In the case of a large bone or skeleton, wooden splints are included within the outer bandages, the process being analogous to the setting of a fractured limb by a surgeon. In fact, it was a physician who first adapted the surgical method to the collecting of fossils. Carefully labeling, packing in specially constructed boxes in hay or straw, and transportation to the museum, which often implies a long haul or portage before the railroad is reached, complete the work of the collector. In the museum, the preparators unpack, and by softening the bandages with water, they are one by one removed until the fossil is laid bare. Then the matrix is carefully removed, the bone further hardened with the gum arabic solution, all fractures repaired with a special cement of plaster of Paris and glue, and the bone is ready for study. Significance of fossils. As one has said, the laws of physics are unchanging with the flight of time. A crystal formed 1,000,000 years ago is precisely similar to one formed yesterday. Organisms, on the other hand, are not immutable, but are continually evolving into other and more specialized forms, though the rate of progress may be retarded or accelerated, and a given race of animals or plants may differ markedly from another in its plasticity. Nevertheless, the law holds true that mineral forms are changeless, organic forms are altered as time goes on. Thus it comes to pass that while the nature of a given rock and that of its contained minerals may give no possible clue to its geologic age, the character of the included fossils indicates conclusively the time when the sediments were laid down. Certain types of animal or plant life are so characteristic of a certain geologic age that the term index fossils has been applied to them, and their importance in ascertaining geological chronology is of the first order. Fossils indicate the extent and boundaries of former lands and waters. The marine fossils showing the limits of encroaching seas, those of terrestrial origin, the continental areas, the two combined defining with great nicety the ancient coastlines as interpreted by the expert. Further, as the isolation of contemporary marine faunas implies the existence of land barriers, so the appearance of new terrestrial animals previously unknown within the area is evidence of the formation of new land bridges to serve as paths of migration. It was such evidences as these which enabled Professor Reichert to prepare the admirable series of maps showing the evolution and vicissitudes of the North American continent, and thus to raise paleography to the status of a science. The variation of temperature and degree of moisture is perhaps most clearly indicated by the fossil plants, but at the same time the animals do add their evidence. For instance, the increasing aridity in the West during the Tertiary, had we no remains of the flora, would be as emphatically proved by the rapid diminution in the number and kinds of browsing animals and the great increase of grazing forms after the beginning of the Miocene. The modern camels show marvelous desert adaptations which include, among other details, the yielding padded foot. In most hoofed animals, the foot bones have a keel on their lower end fitting into a corresponding groove in the upper end of the succeeding bone, thus limiting the movement to a single plane and preventing an undue spreading of the toes. In the modern camel, these keels are lacking, whereas they are present in ancient camels, the time of whose final disappearance indicates, therefore, the beginning of desert adaptation and hence of aridity of climate. The study of fossils has given rise to a new branch of zoology and biology, and while it cannot be carried to the extent of an experimental science, the growing wealth of knowledge which paleozoology embraces could be studied by the laboratory biologist with great profit. A student of the philosophy of history may, especially in these stirring times when the map of Europe is subject to rapid change, gain much knowledge whereupon to erect the fabric of his theories by his own observation of contemporary events. But for final proof of his deductions, he turns to musty records of the bygone centuries wherein he may trace the evolution of nations and the rise and fall of empires. So it is with the student of evolution, concerning which a great deal can be learned by experimental work, by the propagation of domestic animals and plants, and by witnessing the wonderful adaptations to every possible environment on the part of the teeming hosts of living forms. But as with the human historian, the final proof rests upon the documentary evidence which in this instance paleontology alone can furnish. This evidence is still imperfect in parts. The chapters were never written in others, or the record has suffered grievous mutilation by the relentless hand of time. In places, debris from the older rock with its contained fossils has been redeposited, confusing the record, as a palimpsest may show traces of former writings intermingled with the new. In spite of these vicissitudes, the evidence is becoming more and more complete, and with each added link the vision of him who contemplates it grows ever clearer. End of chapter 25, part B.
Chapter 26A of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 26A. Cephalopods. Place in nature. Disregarding for the present great subkingdom Protozoa, the animals followed three great evolutionary lines, culminating in the mollusks, the arthropods, and the vertebrates. Of these, the cephalopods represent the final goal of molluscan evolution, the insects of arthropod evolution, and the mammals of vertebrate evolution. Of all the invertebrate groups, therefore, the cephalopods and insects will prove the most instructive subjects for our inquiry. The cephalopoda, then, are the most highly specialized mollusks, related to the humbler, more or less sedentary bivalves, clams, oysters, etc., and to the somewhat more ambitious univalves, the snails, whelks, and periwinkles. The cephalopods themselves include the free-swimming squids, cuttlefishes, octopi, argonauts, and nautilus, and a host of shelled forms allied to the last and representing a large group of which it is the sole survivor. In general, the cephalopods are divided into two principal sorts: the one aggressive, swift, well-armed, but not armored, an essentially modern animal; the other sluggish and heavily armored, old-fashioned in every sense of the word. An example of the first would be the squid, Loligo; of the second, the pearly nautilus, Nautilus. An understanding of the essential structure of these two types is necessary. Structure: Squid. Head and arms. Loligo paeli, the squid, is a bilaterally symmetrical animal, having a distinct head, which protrudes from the open end of the conical mantle enclosing the body. This is elongated and tapers toward what appears to be the posterior end. There are a pair of horizontal fins at this end, which together are more or less rhombic. The head is embellished with a pair of large, well-developed eyes, and bears 8 long, tapering arms, forming a circle around the mouth. There are 2 additional grasping tentacles capable of a considerable degree of extension. The arms bear on their inner face rows of suckers for adhesion. On the extensile tentacles these are borne only on the expanded tip, on the others throughout practically the entire length. Suckers. The suckers are goblet-shaped, each consisting of a shallow cup borne on a short stalk having a membranous lip, within which is a narrow, horny rim with serrated margin. Within the cup is a muscular plug or piston arising from its bottom. When the sucker comes in contact with any object to which the squid wishes to cling, the horny rim is pressed against it and the membranous lip hermetically seals the joint. Then the piston contracts, producing a partial vacuum within the cup which causes it to adhere very strongly through the pressure of the surrounding water. Mouth. Beneath the head lies the siphon or funnel which, as we shall see, constitutes, together with the mantle, the principal organ of rapid locomotion. The mouth, which is in the center of the circle of arms, possesses a powerful beak, like that of a parrot, except that the lower jaw overlaps the upper. Within the mouth is a muscular tongue armed with a flexible rasp-like organ, the radula, a structure found also in the snails. Mantle cavity. The mantle, which is derived from the body wall and is characteristic of all mollusks, encloses not only the body but a cavity of considerable extent along the underside almost to the apex. This, the mantle cavity, is in communication with the surrounding water through the free edge of the mantle itself, but also by means of the funnel which has already been mentioned and which is a tapering tube with its wider end opening into the cavity, its narrower one into the outside water. Within the mantle cavity are seen the respiratory organs, a pair of plumoscales, and it also receives the wastes from the alimentary canal, the kidneys, and other organs. The rhythmic ebb and flow of water from the mantle cavity carries off these wastes, brings fresh water for respiration, and also subserves the function of locomotion. Locomotor organs. Locomotion is effected in 3 different ways, either by crawling on the tentacles, by swimming forward by means of the fins, or, more rapidly, in a backward direction, by forcing a series of strong jets of water out of the mantle cavity through the funnel. This is accomplished by the rhythmic relaxation of the muscular mantle, during which water flows into the cavity all around the neck. Then the neck portion contracts, so that the only exit is through the narrowing funnel, and a forcible contraction of the entire mantle forces the water out. The fins must act merely as directive rudders during this backward progress, and the arms trail in the creature's wake. When the extensile tentacles are contracted and the other arms pressed closely together, the squid shows the same fish-like contour as other swiftly swimming aquatic types, with the greatest diameter about 1/3 of the length from the apex, which in rapid progression thus corresponds to a fish's snout. Ink sac. One remarkable organ which has not been mentioned is the ink sac, a pear-shaped body, the interior of which is glandular and secretes a black substance known as the ink or sepia, which collects in the cavity of the sac. This communicates by means of a duct with the mantle cavity, so that, if the squid is startled, the ink is poured into the cavity, where it mingles with the water, forming a dense black cloud when forced into the surrounding water, under cover of which the creature escapes. Sense organs. In common with all well-developed motor types, the sense organs and nervous system are highly evolved, and the latter is protected by a capsule of cartilage analogous to the vertebrate cranium. The eyes have been mentioned, and they are splendid structures comparable in their degree of perfection to those of the vertebrate, although of course entirely independent in their origin and development. Ciliated pits behind each eye are also the seat of a well-developed special sense which has been interpreted as that of smell, and in addition there are organs of equilibration, known as otocysts. These were formerly supposed to be organs of hearing, but such a function is entirely unproved. On the other hand, their removal leads to the loss of a balancing control. Shell. The vestigial shell is reduced to a horny or chitinous body having much the shape of an old-fashioned quill pen. It lies along the back of the animal in a pocket-like depression in the mantle, and thus serves to stiffen the creature after the manner of an internal skeleton. Color. The color of the squid is variable, owing to the development of chromatophores, pigment cells which are capable of expansion and contraction and thereby diffuse or concentrate the color as the case may be. Thus flushes of different hues pass over the body of the animal, allowing it to conform with the environmental coloring. Nautilus. While squid-like cephalopods are numerous, the nautilus is very rare, for but 4 species of the genus now exist, and these are all the living representatives of a formerly large and dominant race. At present, the nautilus inhabits Oceanica, from the Malay to the Philippine and Fiji Islands, living at depths varying from 300 to 600 feet, although they have been taken at 1,000 feet. They are never found at the surface except when dying, but their empty, chambered shells, which are very buoyant, are carried long distances by waves in ocean currents. Comparison with squid. The coiled, chambered shell, in the outermost portion of which the creature lives, is the most distinctive thing, but in still other ways the nautilus differs from the squid, for example, in having 4 gills instead of 2, and in the female 90 tentacles instead of 8 or 10. Good authorities have supposed that the many tentacles of the nautilus are not homologous with the arms of the squid, but rather with the suckers which they bear. In certain squid-like forms, Acantholotheus speciosa, from the White Jura of Eichstätt, Bavaria, the arms bore hook-like processes instead of suckers, which lends weight to this idea. The nautilus has an imperfect funnel in that the 2 margins of the scroll are not united, so that the organ can be unrolled and used for crawling. It is therefore in a more primitive condition. The eye also is much more primitive, for instead of being a highly developed optical instrument, it is devoid of lenses, having merely a pinhole-like aperture to admit the rays of light. Such an organ does, however, form an image upon the retina, but it is indistinct in detail, like an impressionist picture. The nautilus is a voracious carnivorous type, but cannot compare with the swift, aggressive character of the squid, for the former crawls over the sea bottom or swims jerkily along, and it will be seen at a glance that it is not built for speed. Shell. The shell is a beautiful structure formed internally of mother of pearl, overlain with a striped porcelaneous layer. The chambers are separated by thin pearly transverse partitions known as septa, which the animals secrete at regular intervals after moving forward a short distance in the living chamber. These septa are concave outward, and are pierced by a circular aperture continued backward into a small funnel (septal neck). Through this funnel and the other perforations pass a fleshy tube (siphuncle), arising from the rounded hinder (dorsal) aspect of the animal, and continuing throughout all of the chambers to the tiny innermost one, where it is fastened to the inner side of the wall. By means of this siphuncle the inner chambers may be charged with a gas to render the shell more or less buoyant, so that it is not at all burdensome to the animal. In primitive forms the shell was a straight one, orthoceracone, lying in the original dorso-ventral axis of the animal. Subsequently it became coiled, cyrtoceracone, gyroceracone, nautilicone, and in racially old types its coil loosen and it once more becomes straight, with the exception of the embryonic shell, which never uncoils. Suture line. The septa are firmly united to the sides of the cone, the line of union, which is straight or curved, sometimes forming a highly complex series of infoldings. This line is called the suture, and is not visible from without in recent shells, but in fossils the outer shell is often lost and thus the sutures become plainly discernible. They form criteria of great taxonomic importance. Nautilus possesses no ink sac. End of chapter 26A. Chapter 26B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 26B. Cephalopods. Subclass Tetrabranchiata. These are nautilus-like forms with two pairs of gills and a well-developed shell in the form of an elongated, chambered cone which later becomes coiled and then, in racial old age types, uncoils again. In size they do not compare with the larger of the dibranchiates, and yet certain individuals of the ancient straight-shelled Endoceras had a shell at least 15 feet long. Geological history. The tetrabranchiates, on account of their resistant shell, are vastly better known geologically than their more modern relatives, the dibranchiates, so that their evolutionary history as told by the shell has been worked out in detail. Reichert summarizes the shell changes of the nautiloids thus. Nautilids appeared in fair abundance in the lower Ordovician. Among these the most primitive were straight, tapering cones that were circular or oval in outline, and because there are many families of them, they are called orthoceracones, from the genus Orthoceras, meaning straight horn. These orthocerids were common throughout the Paleozoic and particularly so in the Ordovician and Silurian. With the Devonian, these primitive forms began to wane slowly, but some were still present in the Triassic. All other types of cephalopods had their origin in the straight-shelled orthoceracones, and the first of these had their cones slightly bent and are therefore called cyrtoceracones, from cteros, meaning bent horn. Later descendants were coiled in a loose spiral, wound in a plane, and are known as gyroceracones, from gyroceras, meaning round horn. Still others are tightly wound, with the whorls embracing one another more or less closely, as in Nautilus, and these are termed nautilocones. On the sides of such one sees more or less of the inner whorls of the shells, and the area of these whorls is spoken of as the umbilicus. It is small in Nautilus and wide or open in the Ordovician forms. The bending of the tubes is due to a more rapid secretion of lime along the ventral side of the cone, and the greater the unequal growth, the more rapidly the cone involutes or rolls up. The geologic record of the evolution of the tetrabranchiates includes, of course, the two main suborders, Nautiloidea and Ammonoidea. The first were long-lived, ranging from Cambrian time until the present. They embraced, however, several parallel phyla, but their long life is due in part to the fact that the degree of specialization to which they attained was never very great. Of the ammonoids, on the other hand, the reverse is true, for as their specialization was high, so was their career brief and rocket-like, swift in its ascent, dazzling in the culmination into many beautiful and remarkable forms, and headlong in the descent into oblivion. It must be borne in mind, however, that in using such a figure of speech we are speaking relatively, for the career of the ammonites, extending as it did from the Devonian to the close of the Cretaceous, was of immense duration as mortals measure time. Nautiloids. The first undoubted cephalopod known is of latest Cambrian age and belongs to the straight-shelled orthoceracone type, which is the radical of the group. Endoceras, the most primitive of the orthoceran forms, prevailed in the Ordovician, but here came in also curved forms, at first sparingly, then later abundantly. The simple, unspecialized orthoceran type survived throughout the entire Paleozoic and finally disappeared near the end of the Trias. The first of the curved forms departed little from their ancestral habit, but enough to give a new generic title, Certoceras. Certoceras is Ordovician to Devonian in distribution. As time went on, the curving became more pronounced. Finally the coil became complete, though the successive whorls did not touch the preceding ones. This stage is called Gyroceras, and is most commonly Silurian in age. Later, the succeeding coils began to touch and finally to embrace the preceding, and the culmination of nautiloids was reached in Nautilus. When the close coiled stage was attained, the nautilian shell had reached its limit and could progress no farther, and at once some of the stock began to retrograde, and the uncoiling shells appeared. Ludotites went through orthoceran, certoceran, gyroceran, and nautilian stages, and as it became adolescent left the close coil and reverted to the orthoceran stage. It is of middle Ordovician age. The reversionary nautiloids are confined to the early and middle Paleozoic and did not in any case become radicals of later groups. They had run their course and exhausted the possibilities of development and died out without descendants. The old simple orthoceran shell, however, held out until the Trias and then gave rise to the belemnoids, and the unspecialized Nautilian shell endured into the present time, though now rapidly nearing extinction. Ammonoids. The ammonon radical is suggested in Bactrites, an orthoceroid which by acceleration of development acquired a calcareous protoconch or embryo shell, a marginal or ventral siphuncle, and a small siphonal lobe. The ammonoid line began in the goniatoids near the opening of the Devonian time. They have sutures bent or fluted into folds and saddles and narrow shells, and it was out of stock that true ammonoids developed early in the Carboniferous. From the Nautilinidae of the Silurian, the goniatoids of the Devonian branched out rapidly, continued increasing and diverging in the later Paleozoic, and in the Mesozoic became highly specialized and accelerated until their final extinction at the end of the Cretaceous time. In the Jura, these ammonites reached their acme, branching out into very many families and subfamilies, increasing usually in a complexity of sutures and variety of ornamentation. In the Cretaceous they gradually declined, dropping off one at a time until all were gone. Only a few radicals or stocks persist in the Cretaceous, but from time to time during this period certain genera branch off from the main stock, become highly specialized, and often give rise to so-called abnormal forms, phylogerontic or degenerate genera, retrogressive, which do not perpetuate their race. These change their close coil, becoming straight as in Baculites, ascending spiral as Heteroceras, hook-shaped as Hamites, or open-coiled Gyoceran as Crioceras. These do not form a natural group, but are themselves in some cases polyphyletic, as is apparent from their autogeny. Their larval stages, however, as shown even by the straight Baculites, all correspond to various normal progressive genera, such as Letoceras. The following table expresses in graphic form the evolution of the tetrabranchiates. Recent Quaternary. Nautiloids, 2,500 species. Nautilus, living 4 species. Ammonoids, 5,000 species. Tertiary, Cretaceous, Jurassic, Triassic, Permian, Carboniferous, Devonian, Silurian, Ordovician, Cambrian. Going from favorable conditions starting with Ordovician to less favorable up to Tertiary. Nautiloids appear in the Cambrian, reach their maximum in the Silurian, a sharp decline in the Carboniferous, a gradual decline in the Triassic. Ammonoids appear as gonatoids in the Devonian, progressive evolution during Carboniferous, first maximum in Triassic, first uncoiling in Triassic, second maximum Jurassic, great numbers also Jurassic, progressive and retrogressive, general retrogression, final total extinction in the Cretaceous. Subclass Dibranchiata. The dibranchiates may be diagnosed as follows: active, unarmored cephalopods with 2 gills, funnel complete, ink sac usually present, with 8 octopoda or 10 decapoda arms, provided with suckers or hooks. The vestigial shell generally reduced and sometimes wanting, always internal. Relatively modern types, as none are older than the Trias. Belemnoids. We cannot trace the evolution of the modernized dibranchiate cephalopods with the same assurance as that of the tetrabranchiates, because of the gradually diminishing shell which reduces proportionately the chance for their preservation as fossils. Belemnoids are, however, well known and render possible an understanding of the evolution of the shell. In this group, which is characteristic of the Mesozoic, the mantle had become more and more external to the shell, so that the latter came to lie within its substance. Hence the shell has more the character of an internal skeleton than of a protective armor. The belemnoid shell is straight, conical, and chambered. The septa are close to one another, and are perforated toward the ventral side of the shell by a very slender siphuncle. The posteriorly directed apex of the shell, the phragmacone, is protected by a calcareous sheath or guard, usually the only part preserved. The anterior wall of the last chamber is prolonged forward on the dorsal side into a broad, thin process, the proostracum. Of these parts, the phragmacone is of historical significance, since it is clearly derivable from the shell of the Paleozoic orthocerids, out of which, in the early Triassic, the belemnoids arose. The only living belemnoid is Spirula, whose shell, coiled into a loose spiral, represents the phragmacone only, the rostrum having disappeared. Spirula is unique in being the only known sedentary cephalopod and inhabits tropical waters at extreme depths. The Sepioidea Another group of Mesozoic dibranchionates retained only the proostracum and the completely modified remnant of the phragmacone, which combined to form a wide and thick but very light bone, consisting of delicate plates of lime separated by vertical fibers which make it very light and porous. The shells are characteristic of the cuttlefish, which range from the Jurassic (Oxford clay) to the present. Some of the upper Jurassic forms had a cuttle bone at least 2 feet in length, indicating a creature from 6 to 8 feet long. Over the proostracum, projecting toward the head of the Mesozoic squid, was a chitinous structure known as the pen, and in some living genera, such as the Omostrephus and Loligo, the pen alone remains. The modern genus Architeuthis, the giant squid, is the fitting culmination of this evolutionary line, for some of them are not only the largest of invertebrates, but, when measured to the tip of the extended tentacular arms, exceed the length of any known vertebrate except the larger whales and the amphibious dinosaurs. The body may be as large as a hogshead, and the extreme length of body and tentacles may exceed 1/2 feet. Octopoda. In the 8-armed dibranchiates, the extreme of specialization is reached, for the internal shell has entirely disappeared, and but one of the groups, the female Argonauta, the male, being shellless, has anything comparable to such a structure. Here the unchambered shell is more in the nature of the brood chamber, and as such not homologous with the shell either in the Decapoda nor yet in the tetrabranchiate Cephalopoda. The fossil record of the Octopoda is almost entirely blank, hence their evolution may not be traced. The most ancient octopus, known as Calais, comes from the Upper Cretaceous of the Mount Lebanon, Syria, while the Argonauts are unknown before the Tertiary. End of chapter 26b.
Chapter 27a of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 27a. Insects. Place in nature. As the cephalopods are the culmination of the evolution of the unsegmented invertebrates, so the insects can be considered the final evolutionary goal of those whose bodies are segmented, the so-called articulates of Cuvier. The most primitive members of this great group are of course the annelid worms, out of which there arose, sometime in the remote past, the primitive crustacea, or trilobites, and from this stock not only the later crustacea, but 2 phyla of air-breathing arthropods. The latter include the most remotely related arachnoids, scorpions, spiders, extinct merostomata, and the relic horseshoe crabs, not all of which, however, are air-breathing. The nearest allies to the insects, on the other hand, are the Myriapoda, millipedes and centipedes, which, while of a lower order of development, show many features in common with insects. Definition. Insects may be defined as air-breathing arthropods, in which the body is divided into 3 distinct regions: the head, thorax, and abdomen. There is a pair of legs borne upon each of the 3 segments of the thorax, and generally 2 pairs of wings arising from segments 2 and 3. The head, which shows no external trace of segmentation, bears a pair of feelers or antennae, compound and simple eyes, and 3 pairs of mouth parts, the mandibles and the first and second pair of maxillae, although the last are more or less united into a single organ, the labium or lower lip. The abdomen, consisting of 8 or 9 segments, is generally devoid of appendages in the adult. None of the insects are organically united or colonial, and but few are sedentary, although many are parasitic in habits and hence degenerate. The sexes are entirely separate, and the development of the young is often complicated by a more or less profound metamorphosis. Importance and numbers. From the standpoint of their importance, the insects may be placed next to mankind, the only possible disputants being the ungulate mammals, and their significance is not so much from the viewpoint of nature as from that of man. The insects, however, may be considered important from either point of view. Their numbers exceed computation, for Kellogg tells us that while there are less than 1,000 different bird species in North America, there are more than 10,000 known species of beetles alone, and the total number of named and described species of insects in the world is about 300,000. This is so far, however, from being the ultimate number which the world contains, especially in the teeming tropical forests, that L. O. Howard estimated them at perhaps 3,500,000. And when one multiplies this number by the possible number of individuals of each kind, necessarily variable, he arrives at figures as incomprehensible as the years of geologic time. Weigh the importance of such an army from the standpoint of its devastation, for it lives on the country, and every mouth must be filled many, many times. The tax imposed by the insects on mankind alone through their destruction of crops and of raw materials and manufactured products, food, tobacco, drugs, leathers, textiles, buildings, amounts to untold millions of dollars each year. They are the only forms of life which seriously threaten man's earthly supremacy, and while individually their devastations are of little moment, collectively their constant attrition may ultimately effect local conquests in which man will have to confess himself beaten. In addition to the general destructiveness of insects, we have to charge against their general account the direct sufferings of humanity caused by insect-carried diseases, some of which are discussed in the chapter on parasitism, and these sufferings in many instances terminate only in death. But over against this terrible arraignment may be placed to their credit the direct aid of the beneficial insects in the fight against their noxious allies, and the very great service that many of them give in the pollination and consequent fructifying of the plants, many of which, like the red clover, are important food crops for man or for his beasts. This pollination has given rise to some intricate adaptations on the part of plants themselves to ensure the visits of the fertilizing insects, and to enable the pollen to be unconsciously obtained in one flower and left where it will surely impregnate another. To these should be added those insects that are of direct benefit to man, such as the honey bee, cochineal, and lac insects. Habitat. The habitat of the insects is as variable as one can conceive of, covering practically the entire range of animal habitat, with the exception of the deep sea. Among free-living insects there are terrestrial ones, ranging from alpine wastes to the steaming tropical jungles, from the snowfields of the Arctic to the evergreen forests beneath the equator, and from the driest deserts to the most humid regions of the world. They range from the air to the waters under the earth, being found even on the ocean many miles from land, some surface dwellers, others subaquatic, and they are miners and borers in wood, and inhabitants of the body of other animals, both within and without, man himself being tenanted by no fewer than a dozen, probably more, different species of insect parasites. Habits. Insect habits cover a wider range than those of any other group, and the anatomical structure, especially of locomotive organs and mouth parts, varies astonishingly to suit their owners' habits. It is futile to attempt to mention the habit variation at this place. Metamorphosis. The fact that in many insects the growth to maturity is attended by a more or less profound alteration of the creature's form, appearance, and habits has already been mentioned. In the lowest order, the Aptera or Thysanura, metamorphosis has not yet been acquired, the creature being at the time of hatching a miniature replica of its wingless parents. In winged forms, on the other hand, as these useful structures are confined to the adult stage, there is the change from the wingless to the winged condition. Again, in the lower orders, where no special type of larva has been evolved to meet peculiar life conditions, the metamorphosis, such as it is, may be said to be incomplete or gradual, for the young are readily recognized as offspring of their parents, and the wings, at first lacking, grow with successive molts until at the last they become functional. Aside from the acquirement of the power of flight, there is therefore no abrupt or decided change in the appearance of the animal. Hence the term larva, which always implies some modification or structure which the adult does not possess, cannot properly be applied to the young of these forms, and they are known as nymphs. In higher insects, where such larval characters have been acquired, there is no external trace of wings throughout the adolescent life. Then comes a remarkable stage interpolated into the life cycle, during which the insect is generally quiescent and is undergoing its profound change into the form and condition of an adult. In this, the pupa or chrysalis stage, the future external organs, antennae, wings, legs, are externally manifest, reminding one of an Egyptian mummy case upon which are molded and painted the features and something of the form of its silent occupant. The emergence from the pupa skin is almost like a resurrection, for the creature now comes forth glorified and resplendent to wing its way through the air, whereas before it was a creeping earth-born form. The several stages are egg, adolescent, adult. Where metamorphosis is gradual, egg, nymph, imago. Where metamorphosis is complete, egg, larva, pupa, imago. Flight is never acquired in existing insects before the imago state is reached, when the individual, whatever its size, is full grown, and after which it ceases to molt. The only apparent exception to this rule is in the mayflies, Ephemerida, in which the creature emerges from its aquatic home, molts, spreads some very imperfect wings, flies to the nearest support, and molts again, this time developing perfect wings with full powers of flight. This temporary flying condition is known as the pseudimago stage, and is really comparable to the last nymphal stage in other insects, wherein the wings are present and rather large, but not yet functional. Classification. A brief résumé of insect classification is necessary to our further study, but while specialists would divide the group into no fewer than 19 orders, a more general grouping into 9 will serve our purpose. A. With no metamorphosis. Order 1. Thysanura or Aptera. Wingless insects with the body covered with scales or hairs. Eyes either absent, simple in groups, or compound. Some run, others progress by means of a springing apparatus on the abdomen. Examples: the springtails, Podura, and silverfish, Lepisma. B. With incomplete metamorphosis. Order 2, Orthoptera. Insects with 2 pairs of wings, of which the anterior pair are generally parchment-like, tegmina, the posterior ones membranous. Mouth mandibulate, that is, with the normal insect jaws fitted for chewing. This order includes the earwigs, cockroaches, stick and leaf insects, grasshoppers, and locusts. Order 3. Pseudoneuroptera. Insects with 2 pairs of similar net-veined membranous wings. Mouth mandibulate. Includes the termites or white ants, mayflies, dragonflies, etc. Order 4. Hemiptera. Insects in which the wings are usually present and are sometimes similar and membranous, again dissimilar, the forward pair having thickened bases and membranous extremities, which overlap, Hemelytra. Mouth haustellate, i.e., sucking, consisting of a rostrum enclosing the jaws, which are modified as piercing organs. This order includes the bugs, lice, scale insects, plant lice or aphids, and cicadas. C. With complete metamorphosis. Order 5. Neuroptera. Similar to the Pseudoneuroptera, except that the metamorphosis is complete. Formerly included that order under the present name. Examples: antlions, aphis lions, and caddisflies. Order 6. Lepidoptera. With 2 pairs of well-developed wings which are covered with scales. Mouth haustellate as adult, mandibulate as larvae. Butterflies and moths. Order 7. Coleoptera. Insects with dissimilar wings, the anterior pair being in the form of horny elytra, the posterior pair membranous. Mouth mandibulate. Beetles. Order 8. Diptera. Winged or wingless (fleas) insects, the former having but a single pair of membranous wings, the hinder ones being represented by a pair of knobbed balancers or halteres. Mouth haustellate. Here are included the flies, fleas, and certain degraded, tick-like wingless flies. Order 9. Hymenoptera. Insects which generally possess two pairs of similar and membranous wings. Mouth mandibulate or haustellate (licking). Includes the bees, wasps, ants, gall and ichneumon parasitic flies. Adaptive radiation of insects. Osborn's law of adaptive radiation, which was originally applied to the mammals, is equally applicable on the one hand to the reptiles and to the insects on the other. There is, however, this difference in the case of the insects, that while, as in the two vertebrate groups, the primitive stock was undoubtedly terrestrial, all of the former have passed through a volant or aerial stage, which, while it has also developed both in mammals and in reptiles, is confined to relatively few forms, none of which, once having attained it, has ever retrogressed. The insects above the Aptera, therefore, are in a sense more comparable to the birds in that practically all fly, and those which do not come from a volant ancestry and have lost their wings through specialization. On the other hand, the birds are hardly comparable to insects in the extent or range of their adaptation. Primitive stock. The simplest living insects are undoubtedly the Aptera, Thysanura, for here alone we have primarily flightless forms, shown not only by the total absence of wings within the order, but also by the simplicity of the thorax and its musculature as compared with that of the other insects, since here we find the three segments of the thorax separate and not fused. In the more generalized flying insects, the first segment or prothorax alone is free, whereas in the higher forms, Hymenoptera, Lepidoptera, Diptera, all three segments are united into a firm box wherein the wonderful motor organs reach their highest development. High authority, however, would place the ancient Paleodictyoptera in the position of the primitive stock. Cursorial and saltatorial adaptation. Cursorial forms are represented by the cockroaches among ancient types, and while many of their allies today have departed from the more primitive cursorial gait and have become leaping or saltatorial forms, as in the grasshoppers and crickets, speed of movement is characteristic of both. Among the Orthoptera, the cursorial gait was prevalent during the Paleozoic, leaping forms being unknown before Lower Jurassic Lias time. Among the ancient cursors, more than 200 species of roaches have been described from the Paleozoic, some of them of gigantic size. Certain beetles, notably the ground beetles, Carabidae, and the tiger beetles, or Cicindelidae, are cursorial. The latter especially are the most agile of all beetles, and are not only swift of foot, but are also able to fly well. They are gracefully formed and beautifully colored, and as one would expect, are predaceous forms of high economic value through their destruction of noxious insects. The ground beetles are a large group, almost all of which are predaceous in habits, either springing upon their prey or capturing them by chase. Many of the Hymenoptera are also speedy, especially the true ants and the so-called velvet ants, Mutilidae, which are in reality wasps. Here the male flies, but the female is wingless, very swift in her movements, a powerful stinger, and warningly colored in scarlet and black. The true ants, which, with the exception of the sexed individuals, have also lost the power of flight, make up for it by the rapidity of their movements. Speed adaptation is shown in all of these forms by the graceful bodies and slender limbs, in sharp contrast to certain of their non-cursorial allies, such, for instance, as the heavy-bodied boring and scaraboid beetles and the bumblebees. Fossorial adaptation. Fossorial insects are many, some digging for retreat, as in many wasps and bees, others merely for nest building, to provide safe asylum for the eggs and helpless young. Others, like the larvae of the leaf chafers, June bug or May beetle, etc., are entirely subterranean, and as white grubs take a substantial underground toll of the farmer's crops. The fossorial insect par excellence, however, is the mole cricket, Grillotelpa, which in its habits and appearance simulates quite closely the common garden mole. The body, while long and rather slender for a cricket, is on the whole spindle-shaped, the small head forming a good entering angle, offering but little obstruction to passage through the soil. The forelimbs in particular are mole-like, broadened, the tibia being expanded and spined in such a way as to be most effective digging organs. In their broad sidewise sweep they resemble the mole's hands in action, and like the mammal, the cricket's movements can be detected as he progresses just beneath the surface. Aquatic adaptation. There are many different adaptations to aquatic life among insects, some of which apply only to the adolescent life, others to the entire insect career, and the adaptations include not only locomotor devices, but special respiratory structures, whereby what are primarily air-breathing forms have become able to utilize the air dissolved in the water. These structures, as we shall see, are of greater significance than their present use implies, for it is believed that out of such structures the insect wing evolved. In the more generalized insects, whose young are aquatic, this adaptation may perhaps be looked upon as a primitive condition, for it was also true of the ancient Paleodictyoptera. Among the flies, on the other hand, it may well be a secondary adaptation. There is apparently no insect aquatic as an adult only. Of the aquatic modifications, the first to be considered is the means of respiration. As we have seen, the respiratory organs of the spiders, myriapods, and insects consist of branching air tubes known as tracheae, which have their origin in symmetrically arranged apertures, the stigmata, through which free air is admitted to the system. There are generally a pair of principal longitudinal trunks from which short tubes pass to the stigmata. From them there also arise other branches, which divide and divide again until they end in tubes of capillary fineness, which are found in all of the tissues of the body. Usually among animals the blood, or its equivalent, is the oxygen-carrying medium, receiving it from the respiratory organs, external respiration, and delivering it to the tissues, internal respiration, the oxygen being carried in chemical union with an iron compound, hemoglobin, in which case the blood is red, or with a compound of copper, hemocyanin, which gives a faint bluish tinge or none at all to the blood. With the tracheates, the blood has no respiratory function, or at most but a very rudimentary one, the air being carried bodily wherever it is needed by the tracheal tubes, which, in common with other respiratory devices, are merely a complicated infolding of the body wall. Aquatic insects breathe by one of two general means, either by air reservoirs or by tracheal gills. In certain insects which, like the water bugs or water beetles, are aquatic throughout their life, the abdomen is flattened on its dorsal surface, but the forward wings are arched in such a way that a space of considerable size is left into which the tracheae open. The insect, which requires but little air compared with a vertebrate, comes to the surface from time to time, protrudes the end of its abdomen, raises the wing tip slightly, and thus renews the air in its reservoir. But the young of these same insects have no wings, so another method must be adopted to take the place of the reservoir, and this is done by having the body clothed with hair in which air becomes entangled, being separated from the surrounding water by the so-called capillary film in the form of an air bubble. From time to time the insect can come to the surface and renew the air, but in well-aerated water this is not so necessary as with the winged form, for oxygen passes inward, and carbonic acid gas, outward through the capillary film by osmosis, that process by which gases or other substances on either side of a film or membrane are equalized. Tracheal gills are leaf or hair-like outward extensions of the body wall, arising from a stigma, the trachea being continued into them and branching out like the veins of a leaf. The air within is now in osmotic relationship with the surrounding water which bathes the gill, and as before the mutual exchange of gases is effected. Respiratory movements keep up an interchange of air from the gills to the bodily tracheae, and by the rhythmic waving of the former, or by motions of the insect's body, the water immediately surrounding the gill is renewed. In the mayfly nymphs, the gills are arranged in pairs along the sides of the abdomen, a pair to each of the several stigmata. In the stoneflies, they lie, as they rarely do, on the sides of the thorax, at the base of the limbs. In the smaller dragonflies, Agrioninae, the gills are leaf-like expansions, borne at the end of the body. These subserve not only their prime function of respiration, but as a caudal fin, the secondary one of locomotion as well. The larger dragonflies, Libellulinae, differ in not having external gills, but an internal one, in that the rectum, the posterior portion of the alimentary canal, with its walls filled with tracheae, functions as such. Here rhythmic contraction and relaxation of the muscles causes a tidal ebb and flow of water through the anal aperture, bringing the fresh supply of oxygen and removing the effete material. Incidentally, this structure also becomes a locomotor organ, for the forcible expulsion of the water from the rectum drives the creature forward by a method of jet propulsion comparable to that seen in the squid. The combination of respiratory and locomotive function in the tracheal gill is significant, as these structures, especially such as are seen in the mayfly nymphs, are thought to represent the prototype of the insect wing. Aside from the breathing devices, the body and limbs also show aquatic modifications, especially when the creature is nectonic. In a bottom-clinging form, no special aquatic adaptation is necessary, but the predaceous diving beetles and the backswimmers and water boatmen among the bugs show more or less physical conformity to the needs of the environment, with neatly curved bodies which bear no unnecessary projections. They do not perhaps follow the numerical lines to the extent that the fishes do, but sufficiently so for small, not over-swift craft. The limbs often show oar-like expansions, whose extent is sometimes increased by lateral fringes of hair. Propulsion, if not by tracheal gills or the rectum, is invariably by means of the limbs, and as among aquatic reptiles and mammals, when this is the case, the rate of speed is necessarily limited. Perhaps the larger dragonfly nymphs, which sweep the limbs backward simultaneously with the drive of the rectal jet, are among the most rapid insect swimmers for a short distance. Add to this a remarkable extensile labium for grasping their prey, and their efficiency is as great in its way as that of the magnificent adult. The nymphs are generally protectively colored, so that their quick dart from obscurity must make them highly successful in the struggle for existence. Among the most interesting of aquatic insects are the caddis worms, larvae of the caddis flies, and belonging to the true Neuroptera, yet probably ancestrally related to the butterflies and moths as well. The adult is a small nocturnal insect of sombre hue, looking when at rest not unlike a night-flying moth. The wings are clothed with hairs, not scales as in the Lepidoptera, but these scales are in turn modified hairs, which among other things makes the above-mentioned relationship plausible. The larvae are caterpillar-like, the elongated abdomen being decked with tufts of hair-like tracheal gills. Instead of exposing its tender body to the vicissitudes of aquatic life, the creature makes for itself a tubular house within which it lives, and from which its head and limbed thorax may be protruded for locomotive purposes. These houses vary in building material as well as in architectural design, being formed of tiny bits of twigs or leaves, or of sand grains, or even minute pebbles, the twigs sometimes laid lengthwise, again after the manner of a pioneer's log cabin. The creatures themselves are carnivorous, and occasionally spin a web, like a tiny fisherman's net, athwart the current of the stream, and lie in wait as a spider does for such unfortunates as chance provides for food. End of chapter 27a. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 27b of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 27b. Insects Continued. Aerial adaptation is so universal an insect characteristic that but few forms need to be mentioned as of particular interest in this regard. The powers of flight among insects vary astonishingly. Some are slow, bungling flyers, as certain of the Lepidoptera or flies. Others, like the larger dragonflies, are tirelessly on the wing, and the rapidity of their movement has given them a number of colloquial names, such as arrows, devil's darning needles, snake doctors, and spindles, and this and their general conspicuousness have given them a wholly undeserved disrepute. Certain flies are also immensely speedy, their compact thorax, powerful musculature, and single pair of very efficient wings serving to drive them at a rate which, in proportion to their size, is truly remarkable. Thus the horsefly is able to outstrip the swiftest horse. The rate of vibration of the common housefly's wings, which produce approximately the sound of F, has been computed to be about 21,000 times a minute, or 335 times a second, and these figures have been confirmed graphically by Mary, who found that the fly actually makes 330 wing strokes a second, Packard. The wings of insects are never homologous with those of the several vertebrates which have attained flight, the pterosaurs, birds, and bats, for here the wing is always a modified forelimb, whereas in the insect it is merely an expanded and highly modified portion of the body wall. The wings of the ancient insects, such as the Paleozoic cockroaches, were more horny, and that is still true of the forewings of the lowlier orders, Orthoptera, Hemiptera, and Coleoptera. Secondarily, they became membranous, and finally the complex organ in its venation and embellishment that we find in the higher types. Insects' wings also differ from those of the vertebrate in their flatness, for the upper and lower surface, with the exception of the beetle's horny forewings or elytra, are practically the same, whereas in the bird especially the upper surface is convex, and the lower one concave. The motion described by the wing also differs, for that of the insect moves in a figure 8, while the bird's motion is simpler. This may be due either to the form of the wing, which when vibrated bends in such a way as to describe that curve, or the motion may be due to the method of articulation of the wing with the body. In many heavier insects, like the beetle, the creature is like a biplane, the wings being quite separate, and in some instances the elytra are not vibrated at all, but are merely supporting planes, the hinder membranous wings constituting the motive power. Again, as in the bees, the fore and hind wings are articulated together by a series of hooks, so that they move as one. It is notable that among the swiftest insects, the flies, the creatures are monoplanes, which is equally true of man-made flying machines. A theory proposed by the German savant Gegenbauer for the origin of wings derives them from the leaf-like tracheal gills of which we have spoken, and while certain objections have been raised to this idea, none of them have very serious weight. The only trouble is that there is no living insect known wherein such a gill may be seen in a transitional state of development into a wing, and between the largest and most efficient gill and the smallest structure which could possibly support the animal in flight, there is a material gap. It would seem, therefore, that some intermediate function between respiration and flight is necessary, for while we can readily imagine an overlapping of functions, we cannot conceive of the progressive development of a temporarily useless organ, unless by the unproved theory of orthogenetic variation, and this seems inapplicable in the present instance. Such an intermediate function is supplied, however, in insects in which a portion of the gill is devoted to the function of protecting the remaining parts, permitting them to retain their most efficient gill structure even under rather adverse conditions. Just such an organ may be seen in the gill cover of a species of mayfly common in Illinois, Rhithogena manifesta, Eaton. This is not the most wing-like gill found in the family, but will show as well as any the tendency of its specialization toward the structure of a wing. Woodworth. In its general form, the character of its venation, the nature of its articulation, and its constant vibratory movement, this gill cover is very suggestive of a primitive wing, and yet it is quite clearly only a differentiated portion of the original tracheal gill. The next stage is represented by the mayfly Canis, in which one pair of gill covers has greatly enlarged, nearly lost its own gills, and protects the otherwise naked gills of the following 4 segments. On the remaining abdominal segments the gills have entirely disappeared. An exactly similar process, but one resulting in 2 pairs of gill-less covers and an entire suppression of all gills in the last molt, would give us the condition of the winged insect. Woodworth. The fact that leaf-like tracheal gills and gill covers are found today entirely upon the abdomen does not preclude the possibility of their former development upon the thorax. If such arose, then through division of labor they might shortly be transformed into wings, those upon the abdomen retaining their pristine function of respiration. The development of flight among insects implies therefore first a departure from the old terrestrial habitat into the water. If this were done by a small insect, which was probably the case, the only adjustment necessary would be a reduction in the thickness and firmness of the cuticle, so that the entire body might subserve the respiratory function. The insect was doubtless one of those living in damp situations, such as the present-day Thysanura, Aptera. These forms have retained the ancient habitat and probably have persisted with little change from remote geological time. With increase in size and consequent muscular development, however, came a thickening of the cuticle and a consequent localization of the respiratory function. Gills arose through a necessary increase of respiratory surface, resulting in outpushings of the thinner portions of the body wall. These, which may be called blood gills, served to aerate the blood directly through their surface. Their subsequent invasion by tracheae, so that the blood merely acted as an intermediary between the tracheal air and that in the surrounding water, followed, and finally the tracheal gill was perfected. Next came the differentiation of the gill into a respiratory and a protective part, the latter becoming movably articulated with the body to aid in renewing the water over the respiratory gill. The subsequent enlargement of the gill cover to embrace several gills, the suppression of the latter when, at the last molt, the creature re-emerged on land as an adult, the use of gill covers as imperfect wings, and their final perfection as organs of flight complete the process. This implies, of course, a single evolution of flight on the part of a primitive insect, out of which all of the orders, except the Aptera, have subsequently arisen. Other theories of wing origin have been proposed, such as lateral expansions of the dorsal wall of the thorax, which served first as aeroplanes for a leaping form, and subsequently became hinged and muscled. But the theory of the tracheal gill origin seems to have the weight of evidence in its favor. Geological history. Ancestral stock. The researches of a celebrated Viennese savant, Anton Handlersch, have thrown great light upon the geological history of the insects, and as a result his statements have the weight of high authority. He has demonstrated the primitive character of the trilobites, Paleozoic arthropods, the true position of which was long in doubt, and which he holds to have been the original stock out of which arose as independent phyla the various arthropodan classes. Out of the trilobites the crustacea were first differentiated, and from this line arose in the course of time all of the gill-breathing shrimp and crab-like forms, together with hosts of lesser allied creatures whose descendants teem in the fresh and salt waters of today. Of the arachnoids, the scorpions also arose from the trilobites through an intermediate eurypteroid ancestry, of which a lone survivor, Limulus, yet lives, the only living gill-breathing representative of the class. The ancient eurypterids of the Ordovician and Silurian were also related to the limuloids, but like the vast majority of the latter, they have entirely ceased to be. Scorpions are especially noteworthy, for specimens of Paleophonus found in the Silurian rocks of Scotland and England, and Proscorpius from the Silurian of New York, are the first recorded relics of air-breathing animals. The myriapods are seemingly difficult of derivation from the trilobites, and yet there are certain carboniferous myriapod-like forms which suggest relationships between the two groups even here. However, the insects may not have been derived out of the myriapods, as the latter, despite many insect-like features, are too highly specialized to be ancestral to them. Nor could any known group of true Crustacea be considered ancestral, but as certain trilobites, such as Aglena, have a head much like that of an insect, together with other likenesses, and no prohibitive differences, a relationship may be assumed. Thus Handlersch derives the primitive insects out of a trilobite of amphibious habits, and with a number of similar segments, of which the second and third thoracic ones bore extensions of the pleura, or side pieces, which eventually developed into wings. Primal insects. Out of this trilobite stock arose the Paleodictyoptera, the most primitive, in fact the stem forms of all existing insects. These appear first in the Carboniferous, and are thus described: insects of primitive organization with a relatively small head bearing masticating mouthparts. The three thoracic segments were similar, the second and third bearing nearly equivalent wings, the venation of which was primitive. These wings were apparently incapable of being folded backward over the abdomen, their motion being limited to the vertical plane. In addition to these wings, another pair, rudimentary in character, were sometimes borne on the first thoracic segment. The abdomen consisted of 10 similar segments, which often bore lateral lobes, sometimes serving as tracheal gills, in addition to which a pair of long cerci were borne on the terminal segment. The legs, of which there were the normal insect number of 6, were similar and adapted for walking. These archaic insects were probably all carnivorous, their young being aquatic in habit and developing into the adult state without a complete metamorphosis, that is, without a quiescent pupa stage. Transitional orders. The Carboniferous saw the rise and passing of this group, and also the origin from certain of its members of the varied transitional types which were in turn to evolve into the modern orders. These were also comprehensive or synthetic types, combining in certain instances the characteristics of the several orders to which they eventually gave rise. Such, for instance, were the Protodonata, intermediate between the Paleodictyoptera and the Orthoptera or dragonflies; the Protephemerida, leading to the Ephemerida or mayflies; the Protorthoptera, ancestral to the Orthoptera, the grasshoppers, crickets, and the related phasmids, earwigs, and the like. Another of these transitional groups was the Protoblattoidea, primitive roach-like forms ancestral to the cockroaches, termites, booklice, birdlice, and beetles. The other familiar orders, such as the Hemiptera or bugs, the Hymenoptera or bees and ants, the Lepidoptera or moths and butterflies, and the Diptera or flies, are of later origin, although from the same Carboniferous Paleodictyopteran stock. All of the Paleozoic insects were large, and this was especially true of those of the Carboniferous, for a cockroach of the Middle Carboniferous was as long as one's finger, while certain dragonflies attained a wingspread of 29 inches. Large size usually accompanies lack of other specialization, and so it was with these creatures, all of which were of relatively simple carnivorous habits, with adaptations showing as yet none of the intricate detail which characterizes the insects of today. All were voiceless, None had special larva or pupa forms, but in the fern-like venation of the wings of the roaches, for instance, the first tendency towards protective mimicry is seen. All plant nature at this time was monotonous, and the insects reflect the aspect of the period. Not all, however, were amphibious, for in certain of the transitional orders, Protorthoptera, Protoblattoidea, etc., the ancestral waters had already been forsaken even by the young. Thus the insects parallel the emergence and evolution of the contemporary vertebrates, the amphibians and reptiles. During Carboniferous time, the climate was mild and humid, with no dry seasons nor cold winters, to cause periodical cessation of insect development. This climatic condition is attested by the fact that none of the trees of this time show annual rings of growth. Hence the insect activity was continuous and no adaptations to withstand periods of inclemency were necessary. With the Permian, however, came aridity of increasing severity and glacial conditions of an austerity even greater than that of the glacial period of the Pleistocene. This meant a profound alteration of the face of nature, not only of the plants but of the animals as well. Its influence on the vertebrates will be discussed later. But its effect on the insects was also profound in that it meant a large destruction of such of the primitive forms as were not adaptable and the modification of such as were. It was probably only in the more favored localities that even such survivals could occur. Mesozoic insects. During the Permian and Lower Triassic, insects were relatively rare, as their great scarcity in the deposits of those times would imply. When they again appeared, the old transitional groups had given way to the modern orders, many of which had acquired the complete metamorphosis with an adaptive resting or pupal stage. This stage may well have arisen as a response to periodic inclemency, but it made possible the profound reorganization which the insects of complete metamorphosis undergo, and the consequent remarkable adaptations of so many of the modern adults. Thus it was in the Trias that the first insects with complete metamorphoses appeared, including the first true beetles, some of which forsook the universal carnivorous habits of their Paleozoic ancestry and fed upon wood. In the Lias or Lower Jurassic, the remains of fossil insects again become abundant, many of them reminding one strongly of modern forms, and showing in some instances adaptation to a plant diet. In the Middle Jurassic, Dogger, occur the first Lepidoptera, and in the Malm, Upper Jurassic, the first Hymenoptera. These were probably plant feeders, but owing to the absence of flowers, none could have had the honey-feeding habits of their descendants. Higher orders. The Cretaceous, however, saw the great development of the dicotyledon flora, which before its close had become essentially modernized, so much so that the trees and flowers would probably have had a very familiar look even to our modern eyes. This change had a wonderful effect upon the insect hosts, for flower-feeding forms were now possible, and through mutual interdependence the insects must in turn have stimulated the rapid evolution of floral adaptation. Tertiary insects. With the coming of the Tertiary, the entomological aspect of nature again changes, and there appear all of the higher orders in contrast with those of the Lias. Now for the first time occur the social insects, termites, ants, bees, and wasps, as well as the insect parasites of warm-blooded animals. The development of insects during and since the Tertiary has been along the lines of marvelous increase in the number of species, high specialization, small size, parasitism, and communal life. Summary. 3 great events of geologic history stand out as the impelling forces of insect evolution. The primal cause for the origin of insects from their trilobite ancestry was the great development of the land flora and fauna in the Silurian, and more especially in the Devonian. The Paleozoic insects of primitive or transitional types thus arose and flourished, but with conservativeness except for size, until the second profound event occurred. This second cause was the great climatic change in the Permian, which eliminated so many of the archaic forms, and introduced a new condition, that of complete metamorphosis, with its attendant chain of possibilities, into many of such as survived. The appearance of flowering plants in the Cretaceous completed the work, and there were consequently evolved into being the higher orders, which are so largely dependent upon flowers or flowering plants, either directly or indirectly, for their sustenance. Thus, as Handler says, through the study of the paleontology of insects, we again see clearly how great was the influence of the changes in the outer living conditions on the origin of new forms, and we see further that the environmental conditions led ofttimes to a remarkably rapid differentiation. End of chapter 27b. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 28a of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 28a. Origin of Vertebrates. We have in the two preceding chapters discussed the evolution of two of the three great lines of descent which the animal kingdom includes. The third line, that of the vertebrates, is to be the subject of our research from now on, to enable us to comprehend in full the place in nature held by mankind. Definition of a vertebrate. Notochord. Vertebrates, or to use the more comprehensive term, chordates, have several diagnostic characters which are absolutely distinctive, separating them sharply from all other forms of life. Of these, the first is the possession of a notochord. This is an internal axial stiffening running lengthwise of the trunk, and serving to resist the bodily shortening which the contraction of the muscles would otherwise cause. In its most primitive form, the notochord is membranous, composed of cellular connective tissue, the cavities of which are so distended with fluid as to render the whole structure turgid, resistant to pressure, but highly elastic. Later, the notochord becomes cartilaginous, to be replaced in higher forms by the bony vertebral column, consisting of a number of short but often complex vertebrae separated, for mobility, by cartilaginous intervertebral discs. Perforated pharynx. The development of apertures known as gill slits through the walls of the pharynx or throat cavity is the second chordate character. These vary in number from a pair to more than 100 amphioxus, and are always present, but by no means always retain their ancient respiratory function, for with ourselves and other mammals, the slits, of which there are several pairs in the embryo, are reduced in number until but one pair is left, and these form the eustachian tubes, which serve to equalize the air pressure on either side of the eardrum, by connecting the middle ear with the cavity of the throat. Neurocoel. The third diagnostic character is a hollow nerve cord, the so-called spinal cord, which lies immediately above the notochord or the vertebral column. This may be a very simple structure, or again its anterior portion may increase and develop until in its highest expression, the human brain, it has formed what is probably the most intricate thing in nature. In every case, however simple or complex it may be, the internal canal or neurocoel persists, though exceptions may be said to exist in the tunicates or sea squirts, which are striking examples of degeneracy resulting from sedentary life. Herein the active larva has a nervous system which conforms to our definition, but in the adult it is reduced to a single ganglion, or mass of nerve matter, with no trace of the neurocoel. Other characters. Other distinctive features are usually shown by chordates. They are generally segmented, the segmentation showing in the nervous system, gill slits, vertebral column, ribs and breastbone, and in the muscles of the trunk. When paired limbs are present, their number never exceeds 4, while in the invertebrate there is no such limitation. Finally, there is apparently a reversal of surfaces, for whereas in the invertebrate the bulk of the nervous system lies below the gut and the blood system above, In the chordate, the reverse is true. In the invertebrate, the body wall is equally thick throughout. In the vertebrate, there is a remarkable thickening or concentration of the muscles along the dorsal side, within which lie the notochord and spinal cord. It is therefore this group of forms, comprising the degenerate tunicates, the unprogressive amphioxus, the fishes, amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals, the last, of course, including man, that we wish to consider, and our immediate problem is to learn, if possible, the time, place, and source of vertebrate beginnings. Time of origin. The chordates are a very ancient race, dating back probably to the beginning of Paleozoic time, although the tangible record of their existence commences with the fragmentary remains of armored fishes, ostracoderms, found in the Middle Ordovician rocks near Canyon City, Colorado, in the Bighorn Mountains of Wyoming, and in the Black Hills of South Dakota. But these relics are those of creatures which had already traveled far along the evolutionary road, and, according to most authorities, do not represent the most primitive members of the chordate stem. Hence we may safely say that the time of origin was not later than the beginning of the Ordovician, and probably long before. There is, however, little chance of finding the geologic record of the ancestral forms if, as we may suppose, they were soft-bodied, delicate organisms without hard parts for fossilization. Place of origin. All of the most primitive chordates existing today, tunicates, amphioxus, etc., are marine, inhabiting for the most part the shoal waters of the cradle of evolution, the shallow sea zone where they lead a wholly or partially sedentary life. That this is therefore the ancestral habitat seems at first sight plausible, and yet within this area there is lacking the necessary physical or external stimulus to impel the evolution of the chordate characteristics. It was in view of this that Professor Chamberlain proposed his theory of ancestral habitat, which can best be stated in his own words. Chamberlain's theory. Chamberlain argues for flowing land waters as the place of origin because of the strenuous dynamic condition constantly impressed upon their fauna. He says, quote, "Neglecting lakes, which are mere incidents, land waters are distinguished by persistent and usually rather rapid motion in a fixed direction, and this is an insistent physical condition to which their fauna must adapt itself. Fortunately, this adaptation must take a tangible form, whereas adaptation to the freshness of the water is accomplished by obscure modifications which are not as yet detectable. In flowing water, the animal must maintain its position against the current, either by a contact of some resisting kind with the bottom of the stream, or must be provided with an effective mode of propulsion, competent to meet the constant force of the current, without undue draught on the vital resources. Otherwise the animal would be swept out to sea, and its race be ended as a stream dweller. It is different with ocean currents, for they return upon themselves, and an animal may yield to them without losing its marine habitat, and besides they are usually much feebler than river currents. A glance at the faunas of existing streams, which represent the outcome of ages of trial, shows only 3 prominent groups of animals that have accomplished the adaptation. The minor instances are negligible. The successful cases are, first and foremost, fish, second, certain mollusks that crawl on the bottom with firm contact, and third, certain crustaceans that are provided with numerous sharp claws that give them ready catch and hold upon the stream bed. The brachiopods that are free in youth, but sessile or pedicelled in later life, the cephalopods that are floating or swimming forms, the corals, the crinoids, the echinoids, and many other sea forms of ancient history and long opportunity, have not made an effective entrance into the streams during geologic time, and this is probably not wholly, and perhaps not chiefly, due to the sweetness of the waters. A compact form of body presents obvious advantages, except as environment or food or locomotion requires some departure from it, and the vast majority of animals are more or less rotund, and their locomotive devices are adjusted to this form. But the rotund form offers much resistance to rapid currents and unfits the animal for effective stream life unless it persistently hugs the bottom. Neither the rotund floaters and swimmers like the ancient cephalopods, nor the ciliated spawn of the sessile forms, are adapted to resist the increasing pressure of a rapid stream, and these are practically absent from river faunas. There is only one conspicuous type that is facilely suited to free life independent of the bottom in swift streams, and that is the fish form. The form and the motion of the typical fish are a close imitation of the form and motion of wisps of water grass, passively shaped and gracefully waved by the pulsations of the current. The rhythmical undulations of the lamprey, which perhaps best illustrates the primitive vertebrate form, and is itself archaic in structure, are an almost perfect embodiment in the active voice of the passive undulations of ropes of river confervae. The movement of the fish is produced by alternate rhythmical contractions of the side muscles, by which the pressure of the fish's body is brought to bear in successive waves against the water of the incurved sections. In the movement of a rope of vegetation in a pulsating current, it is the pressure of the pulses of water against the sides of the rope that give the incurvations. The two phenomena are natural reciprocals in the active and passive voices. The development in the fish of a rhythmical system of motion responsive to the rhythm impressed upon it by its persistent environment and duly adjusted to it in pulse and force is a natural mode of neutralizing the current force and securing stability of position or motion against the current as desired. Beyond question, the form and the movement of the typical fish are admirably adapted to motion in static water, and that has been thought a sufficient reason for the evolution of the form, and so possibly it may be, but fishes in static water have not as uniformly retained the attenuated spindle-like form and the extreme lateral flexibility as have those of running water. Among these latter, it is rare that any great departure from the typical lines and from ample flexibility has taken place, while it is not uncommon in sea fishes. Among the latter, not a few have lost both the typical form and the flexibility. The porcupine fish, the seahorse, the flounders, and many others are examples of such retrogressive evolution, which is doubtless advantageous to them within their special spheres in quiet waters, but would quite unfit them for life in a swift stream. And if the view be extended to include the low degenerate forms, like the ascidians, tunicates, that are by some authors classed as chordates, the statement finds further emphasis. It is not difficult for the imagination to picture a lowly aggregate of animal cells, still plastic and indeterminate in organization, brought under the influence of a persistent current and caused to develop into determinate organization under its control, and hence to acquire, as its essential features, a spindle-like form, a lateral flexibility, and a set of longitudinal side muscles adapted to rhythmical contractions, since these are but expressions of conformity and responsiveness to the shape and movement normally impressed by the controlling environment upon plastic bodies immersed in it. The necessity for a stiffened axial tract to resist the longitudinal contractions of the side muscles and thus to prevent shortening without seriously interfering with lateral flexibility is obvious and is supplied by a notochord. Thus, by hypothesis, the primitive chordate form may be regarded as a specific response to the special environment that dominated the evolution of a previously indeterminate ancestral form. End of quote. Add to this hypothetical argument the fact that the first faunas of fossil fishes appear abundantly in sediments of inland waters or of littoral zones or embayed arms of the sea, and there is seen to be corroborative evidence that the place postulated by Chamberlain as the ancestral habitat may be assumed as correct. Migratory fishes. The return of migratory fishes to their natal place for the purpose of bringing forth their own young is interesting, for the birthplace of the individual may also represent the ancestral home of the race. Thus, shad, sturgeon, and salmon among the more familiar fishes are riverward migrants, when each year the procreative instinct awakens. The sea lamprey also goes into the rivers to spawn, and that this is not altogether due to a desire to get into fresh water is attested by the fact that the freshwater lampreys, which inhabit Cayuga and other lakes in the northeastern United States, ascend the tributary brooks and streams every spring for the same purpose, leaving in each instance static for dynamic waters. The only seaward migrant with which we are familiar is the common eel, which is river inhabiting during the greater part of its life, but spawns in salt water. The eel, however, is a degenerate form whose young undergo a remarkable metamorphosis, and during the long larval state its swimming powers are such as would render its retention of a fluvial habitat very difficult. Hence, perhaps, the reversal of the ordinary conditions. As in those insects in which complete metamorphosis prevails, a larva may represent neither the form nor the life conditions of its ancestors. End of chapter 28a. Recording by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 28b of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 28b. Ancestral Stocks. Several theories have been advanced to set forth the claim of this or that invertebrate group to vertebrate ancestry, but none of them is at this time capable of adequate demonstration. Of these, 3 are based upon the assumption that a segmented ancestry is necessary to account for the segmentation seen in the vertebrate, an inference which is not necessarily true, as segmentation may readily have arisen anew in the chordate phylum, as a response to such conditions as those postulated by Chamberlain. Annelid ancestry. The hypothesis of annelid ancestry for the vertebrates derives the primitive chordate from the phylum Annelida, typified by the earth and marine worms. In many of the principal organs there is a marked correspondence, with the exception of the general reversal of the relations of the various parts to one another. For, as we have seen, the relative position of blood and nervous systems is diametrically opposite in the vertebrate and invertebrate groups. But by postulating a physiological reversal of the animal, and we know that in the flounder and squid such a change from the morphologically normal posture can take place, the various organs of the worm may be brought into almost complete harmony with those of the vertebrate. Perhaps the greatest difficulty lies in the development of the notochord, but even this seems to have its annelid prototype in the Faserstrang, a bundle of fibers running along the nerve chain and serving as a support. This and the notochord lie in a precisely similar position in relation to the other organs, and in both cases they are enclosed with the nerve cord in a common sheath of connective tissue. Wilder. The reversible diagram shown in Figure 130 shows quite clearly this correspondence of parts. In the annelid position we see the mouth, from which the esophagus arises, passing through the nervous system and connecting with the long straight gut, which terminates at the posterior end of the body at the anus. The nervous system consists of the large supraesophageal ganglion or brain, from which nerve connectives run, one on either side of the esophagus, to the ventral nerve chain. The main blood vessel lies dorsal to the gut, and another lies beneath it. These are connected in the anterior region by semicircular pulsating vessels or hearts, which cause the blood to flow forward in the dorsal vessel and aft in the ventral one. Reverse our diagram, and the form becomes a vertebrate, the blood now flowing forward in the pulsating ventral aorta, which serves as a heart, the ancient semicircular hearts having relinquished their primal function for that of respiration, since the gill slits arising between them make them the branchial vessels. As in the annelid, the mouth is again on the ventral side, and this can only be brought about through the abandonment of the old and the formation of the new one by an impushing of the body wall, until communication with the gut is effected. This stomodeum is balanced at the hinder end of the trunk by the new hind gut, the proctodeum, the ancient intestine in the tail region being aborted. The brain and nerve cord are the homologue of the supraesophageal ganglion and ventral nervous chain of the annelid. Indications of the ancient mouth are seen in several structures, such as the neuropore in the embryo of Amphioxus, which forms in this place a direct communication between the cavity of the nerve cord, neurocele, and the exterior, and is otherwise unaccounted for. Other indications of the early mouth and its esophagus are the fourth ventricle of the brain, a cavity which lies exactly in the place where in the diagram the annelid esophagus pierces the nervous system, and also the hypophysis, a structure attached to the lower side of the midbrain, part of which is pushed up from the alimentary canal, and for which there is as yet no satisfactory explanation. Add to all this the remarkable correspondence of the kidney tubes or nephridia of the annelids and vertebrates, and the evidence is presented. Wilder says in summation, quote, "Convincing as these comparisons seem when taken by themselves, the influence of later investigation has tended rather away from the annelid hypothesis, and at present, although there are many investigators who seek the ancestor of vertebrates in some worm-like form, there are few who wish to definitely assert that this ancestor was an annelid." End quote. Arthropod ancestry. In addition to the annelid theory, recent authorities have tried to prove vertebrate descent from arthropoda, especially from the more primitive arachnoids, such as today are represented by the scorpion and the horseshoe crab Limulus, and formerly by the extinct Merostomata. By this hypothesis we must set aside as primitive such forms as Amphioxus and the cyclostomes, and start with the highly specialized ostracoderms, which lived in Ordovician and Devonian times, and thus were contemporaneous with, and in general appearance and probable habits, quite similar to the Merostomata. The soft parts of the Merostomata are of course unknown, but it is reasonable to suppose that they were not unlike those of the related scorpion and Limulus, and, as Paton has shown, especially in the brain and cranial nerves of vertebrates and the fused cephalothoracic ganglionic mass found in such arachnoids, there are many points of resemblance. Then, too, the sense organs, especially the eyes, are more or less comparable, and there is in Limulus an internal skeletal piece known as the endocranium, or sternum, which serves to protect the central nerve complex, and which, in general form and in its relation to other parts, resembles the primordial vertebrate skull. Similarities also exist between the heart and arterial systems of each group, and the appendages may be compared. There are, again, the very arthropod-like jaws which Paton has demonstrated in the ostracoderm Bothriolepis, a type which, on the other hand, shows many vertebrate-like characteristics. And the general arrangement of the plates by which the cephalothorax is covered is also very similar in the ostracoderms and contemporary arachnoids. But unfortunately for the argument, Bothriolepis is a highly specialized end form from the Upper Devonian. Nevertheless, while the arachnoid theory has been set forth by Gaskell, The Origin of Vertebrates, 1908, and by Paton, The Evolution of the Vertebrates and Their Kin, 1912, the main thesis has received thus far but little recognition, although the evidence, especially in Professor Paton's book, is based upon an admirably executed piece of research. Amphioxus ancestry. The theory of Amphioxus ancestry places a special emphasis upon the notochord the gill slits, and the dorsal position of the central nervous system, and by means of these has traced the line of vertebrate ancestry through a series of transitional forms, externally very unlike one another, and each somewhat isolated in its systematic position. Wilder. Of these, Amphioxus, the lancelet, stands nearest the true vertebrates. In fact, it is nearest the diagrammatic vertebrate of any living type, although, owing to certain specializations, it can hardly be considered a true stem form. The lancelet was first described in 1778 as a shell-less snail or slug, and was named Limax lanceolatus. It is an inhabitant of the shallow sea, being found off the coasts of all parts of the world. There are 16 known species, most of which are recorded from tropical and subtropical shores, mainly between latitudes 40 degrees north and 40 degrees south. In habits they are very sedentary, living for the most part partly buried in the sand or mud, in a nearly erect posture, with the anterior end protruding. Aside from their primitive character, their worldwide distribution, coupled with sedentary habits, points to a very great antiquity. As fossils, however, they are thus far entirely unknown, and probably always will be. Description of Amphioxus. The body is lanceolate, compressed, without a distinct head, but with an expansive hood-like structure surrounding the mouth, which is situated beneath the snout. There are no paired fins, but a pair of longitudinal folds, the metapleurs, one on either side of the body along the ventral margin, suggests their possible origin. There is a slight median fin running along the back and supported by delicate skeletal elements membranous in character. Around the tail this fin expands into a caudal, which extends forward on the ventral side beyond the anal opening, thus displacing the latter to the left of the median line. A conspicuous feature is the regular segmentation of the muscular system, plainly visible through the transparent skin, the side muscles being divided into a large number, 64 or more, of V-shaped myomeres, each with the apex pointing forward. These do not precisely correspond on the two sides of the animal, and by their successive contraction and relaxation, they produce the undulatory movement of the body by means of which locomotion is effected. The notochord has already been described, and also the fact of its continuation to the extreme end of the snout, instead of ceasing beneath the midbrain, as in all higher vertebrates, Craniata. Lying along the dorsal side of this notochord and enclosed with it in a connective tissue sheath is the central nervous system, comparable to that of fishes except that it lacks an expanded brain, other than a slight enlargement, known as the archencephalon. The only definite sense organs are an olfactory pit on the left side, and a single median pigment spot, which serves for the perception of light transmitted through the transparent body. The alimentary canal lies beneath the notochord, and consists of the mouth and a large pharynx that extends more than half the length of the body, and is pierced by numerous gill slits, 60 to 80 or more pairs, running obliquely and stiffened by a complex of skeletal bars. These bars are formed of a material which resembles chitin, and are thus more invertebrate than vertebrate-like in character. Along the ventral wall of the pharynx lies the endostyle, a groove-like organ composed of ciliated cells and others secreting a viscous material which serves to entangle minute particles of nutrient matter that are carried into the mouth with the respiratory water current. The adhesive material with its contained food is swept into the intestine by the movement of the cilia, and thus the endostyle subserves a very important nutritive function. The intestine runs directly backward, terminating in the laterally situated anus. There also arises from it ventrally a hollow outpushing known as the liver. The circulatory system is comparable to that of other vertebrates, but is much simpler, and the heart is represented by a pulsatory ventral aorta lying beneath the pharynx. The blood, however, is colorless. It will thus be seen that Amphioxus is a very simple vertebrate, specialized a little along certain lines, but with several structures of such fundamental importance that they must be borne in mind in our search for yet more primitive forms. These structures are the notochord, the dorsally situated nerve cord, and the pharynx perforated by gill slits and provided with an endostyle. The only other creatures, except Balanoglossus, now existent which possess these structures during any part of their career are the tunicates, some of which are planktonic, others meroplanktonic, in that while they have active larvae, they soon settle down and become wholly sedentary in their habits. These sedentary forms, curiously enough, have retained more of their primitive characters than those which are planktonic, as their larvae are comparatively undifferentiated. The free-swimming forms, on the other hand, are often modified in a remarkable way, and may have so complex a life history that the old-time chordate characteristics have almost entirely disappeared. They always, however, possess the gill slits and endostyle, except in certain locomotive individuals among the colonial types, which, like the swimming bells, nectochalices, of the Siphonophora, have lost all organs except those of propulsion, that is, the muscles, nerves, and sense organs. The sedentary tunicates, ascidians, are sac-like forms, with two apertures, one terminal and inhalant, the other somewhat removed and exhalant. The inhalant orifice functions as a mouth, through which water for respiration and bearing nutrient particles enters the spacious pharynx. The latter possesses innumerable gill slits, the ventral endostyle, and a corresponding groove on the dorsal wall, the dorsal lamina, which, however, possesses no gland cells, but only the ciliated ones. Surrounding the pharynx, as in Amphioxus, is the atrium or cloacal cavity, wherein the water which penetrates through the gill slits collects to be passed out through the exhalant orifice or atriopore. The cloaca also receives the rejectamenta from the simple intestine, and the reproductive and waste products. There are no sense organs, and the nervous system is reduced to a single ganglion lying between the inhalant and exhalant apertures, while the notochord is not represented at all. The name tunicate comes from the test or tunic which surrounds the entire animal and is comparable to the shell of a mollusk in that it is formed by the body wall or mantle. This test is unique in that it is made up of a substance closely comparable to the cellulose of the plant. Hence, while the adult tunicate shows certain Amphioxus-like characteristics, it is the larva in which these are particularly emphasized, for in this stage the creature, which is tadpole-like, possesses a well-developed notochord, segmented muscles, and a prolonged nerve tube with a brain-like vesicle forward which contains a pigment spot and another organ, possibly for balancing. The gill slits are much fewer in number than in the adult, and the endostyle lies in its normal position. The heart also lies ventrally and just behind the esophagus. But this comparatively high organization is retained for a very brief time, a few hours only. Then the creature settles down on a pair of adhesive papillae and undergoes a marked retrogressive metamorphosis, during which it loses tail, notochord, and segmented muscles. The nerve tube is reduced to a single ganglion. The sense organs disappear. The gill slits increase in number, and the animal, after relinquishing practically all of the organs that serve to link it with the vertebrates, degenerates into what is virtually an invertebrate form. It is, however, evident that the tunicates represent a group more or less closely allied to Amphioxus, and hence to the other vertebrates, but that since the time of the common ancestor they have taken a divergent road, resulting in a type of degenerate adult whose real affinities are masked by its specializations. Thus, as Wilder says, quote, "The ancestor that we here seek is better seen in the larva than in the adult, and we may believe that there once existed an adult animal with attributes like that of the tunicate larva of the present day, and that this animal was the direct ancestor of that group of which Amphioxus is now the only living representative." End quote. Back of the tunicate ancestor there is but one known form which may or may not be near the main ancestral line. This creature is Balanoglossus, a marine worm that lives between high and low water marks in fragile tubes of cemented sand. Balanoglossus is elongated without internal segmentation, but the body is divided into 4 regions: the burrowing proboscis, a collar with a free anterior edge, a flattened gill region, and a posterior trunk. The mouth is situated just beneath the edge of the collar on the ventral side, and receives sand with its contained organic debris. There is a large pharynx communicating with the exterior by 2 lateral rows of gill slits, supported by a skeletal structure comparable to that seen in Amphioxus. Owing to the fact that nowhere except among the chordates do such structures occur, naturalists have sought in this animal for the other 2 chordate characteristics, the notochord and dorsal nervous system. The latter is apparently represented by a very generalized system of nerve fibers and cords somewhat emphasized on the dorsal side, but there is no evidence of the neurocele. The notochord is supposed to be represented by a small outgrowth arising from the dorsal wall of the pharynx and extending forward into the proboscis. As Wilder says, this supposition has been greatly strengthened through the recent discovery of an allied form belonging to a new genus, Herrmannia, in which the outgrowth is much larger and, in its mode of origin, strikingly similar to the true vertebrate notochord, and thus without much doubt homologous with that organ. Wilder further says, quote, "From the testimony afforded by the structure of Balanoglossus and its allied genera, the group Enteropnusta, it may be quite confidently asserted that these forms lie nearly in the line of vertebrate descent and represent an earlier stage than that of the tunicates. But here the chain seems to end, for Balanoglossus is itself unusually isolated and shows no close affinity to any other invertebrate types." End quote. There is but a single rather slender clue to the ancestry of Balanoglossus, and that is again afforded by its embryology, for here there is a peculiar ciliated larva, the so-called Tornaria, which shows a very marked resemblance to the larvae of the echinoderms, and the universal occurrence of this larva within the latter group shows that, whereas they are all today, with rare exceptions, either sedentary or vagrant benthos, as their radial symmetry implies, they are descended from a pelagic bilaterally symmetrical ancestry. Thus, according to this belief, we may, quote, "accept as a very ancient common ancestor of both echinoderms and vertebrates the form which all these larvae may be said to copy, a form having the characteristics common to all, including bilaterality, minute size, transparency, locomotion by bands of cilia, and pelagic life. The lineal descendants of this hypothetical ancestor chose 2 paths, the one leading to the echinodermata, the other to Balanoglossus, the tunicata, Amphioxus, and eventually the vertebrata." End quote. Wilder. While this theory is incomplete in many details, it has strength where the other hypotheses are weakest, in that it is based not alone upon adult structure, but upon ontogeny as well. The weakest link in the chain of evidence is that which binds Balanoglossus to the echinoderms, the Tornaria larva, because the adult structures are so remote and the echinoderms give not the slightest clue to their bodily makeup to chordate affinities. However, the majority of workers hold to the reasonableness of this theory. Thus it will be seen that this most interesting problem, the origin of vertebrates, is still far from solution. Nevertheless, the hypothesis here presented, the record of which has almost vanished, seems to indicate the course of evolution. End of Chapter 28b. Recording by Lisa Reichert.
Part 3, Section 3, Chapter 29a of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 29. Emergence of Terrestrial Vertebrates. Part 1. Next to the origin of the vertebrates from their ancient ancestry, the greatest and most dramatic event in all their history is the emergence from the old limiting aquatic environment and the subsequent adaptation to subaerial existence. The sea is so changeless and the range of its conditions so small that evolution within it is not stimulated as it is on land. Adaptive radiation of submarine creatures can accomplish but little. We have seen, on the other hand, what it means on the part of air-breathing forms. Place of emergence. The three problems which come to mind are the place, the impelling cause, and the time of this important event, and of these the first has been established. For while certain creatures have forsaken the sea, and crossing the strand, become adapted to subaerial life, such instances are rare, and in no case do they embrace all of the members of a class or phylum, but isolated genera or even species only. Such, for example, are the land crabs, Birgus latro, etc., several species of which live in damp woods, far from all water, and as they are found on islands which, like the dry Tortugas, are bereft of any permanent terrestrial waters, must in the main have had their initial air-breathing adaptation along the strand. The terrestrial vertebrates, however, apparently did not so emerge, but rather were descendants of inhabitants of land waters, for in such a habitat alone can we find a sufficiently great impelling cause for an evolution so far-reaching and radical in its ultimate results. Furthermore, as we shall see, the ancestral habitat could not have been within the limits of the tidal zone, but was beyond the influence of the sea. Impelling cause. Enemies in the water. Barrell has discussed the probability of several possible causes which may have led to the emergence of the vertebrates. Of these the first is enemies in the water, which he deems inoperative, for among land-going fishes of to day, those few which crawl on the land do not do so to escape their enemies. He also emphasizes the balance which always obtains between carnivorous and herbivorous creatures of a given habitat, and the fact that the amphibia go back to the waters to bring forth their young, and the youngest and therefore the most helpless stages are spent in the waters. Add to this the fact that the earliest amphibia which are known from their skeletons, the Stegocephalia, are in many instances powerful armed carnivores themselves, and their forsaking of the ancient habitat for personal safety seems hardly adequate. Food on the lands. Food on the lands is further considered an inadequate cause. Here the argument lies in the rarity of the passage of crustaceans, gastropods, and vertebrates from a truly marine to a truly terrestrial mode of life, through the ever-present path of the tidal zone, which seems to prove that the unused though increasingly abundant food of the land realm cannot operate as a sufficient cause for this change. Nor, so far as this factor is concerned, do the river faunas have a clear advantage over those of the tidal zone. The lure of atmospheric oxygen. That the lure of atmospheric oxygen is also inoperative is proved by the small direct use made of air for respiration by pelagic marine fishes, even when they, the flying fishes for instance, live an active life near the surface and in frequent contact with the air. It is especially in freshwater fishes that accessory respiratory organs are employed, and their use is in the direct relation to the varying impurity of the waters in which they live. This varying impurity which often means a paucity of respirable oxygen in the water, is literally impossible in marine waters. Streams may locally contaminate the adjacent waters by their load of sediment or other impurities, but they cannot seriously lessen the degree of aeration. Then too marine fishes are never confined to such localities, but can migrate should conditions become unsuitable, while with freshwater fishes this may not be true. Recurrence of unfavorable environment. The real cause, therefore, seems to be, not the need of safety or food, nor the desire to breathe atmospheric oxygen, but rather an adaptation which has been forced repeatedly to a greater or less degree upon fishes by the recurrence of an unfavorable environment, instead of one assumed within a constant environment merely because of inherent advantages. Hence it appears as though the emergence were compelled by oscillations in the environment as measured by the varying content of dissolved oxygen in the land waters, and the question arises whether such oscillations occur, and if so, under what climatic conditions. The climate postulated does occur in various parts of the world, but is, as Barrell has shown, neither arid nor humid, but semi arid, conditions which are found in the tropics especially, where, instead of the fourfold change of seasons whose determining factor is temperature, there are alternate seasons of drought and copious rain occurring in definite cycles. In such a region during the rainy season the streams would be high and fully aerated, but when the rains ceased the waters would gradually slacken their current, until, instead of a flowing river of pure water, there would be a succession of stagnant water pools in which the concentrated plant and animal life would die, and by its decay charge the waters with impurities and exhaust their free oxygen. Thus we would get a great fluctuation of oxygen content, and so a very variable environment in its ability to support water breathing life. Under such conditions, if life existed, a high premium would be placed upon powers of estivation or torpidity induced by summer heat and dryness, or of breathing the atmosphere, or both combined, and a rapid elimination of the unfit, that is, of such as did not possess even the rudiment of this power, would occur. Air breathing fishes. There are among existing fishes a number possessing supplementary respiratory organs which may be one or two structures, either 1. Spongy outgrowths of the gills which can retain moisture and as long as it is retained utilize the free oxygen of the air for the aeration of the blood, or 2. A modified swim bladder which may have one or several functions but whose principal purpose is a hydrostatic one, to maintain the fish at a given level in the water. Teleosts. The first of these structures, that of the accessory organ connected with the gills, is found exclusively in teleostean fishes, a group in which the air bladder never subserves a respiratory function. Several such teleosts exist, among them the climbing perch, Anabas scandens, and the mud skippers, Periophthalmus and Boleophthalmus. But they are generally fishes which voluntarily leave the waters for migration or in pursuit of food, and rarely is their evolution the result of adaptation to the environmental conditions postulated above. The swim bladder, on the other hand, is entirely absent in the two groups known as cyclostomes and elasmobranchs, and, as we have seen, is never of respiratory value in the teleosts, so that its function in this direction lies in the groups between, in other words, among ganoids and dipnoans, or true lung fishes, and these fishes are today all denizens of semi-arid tropical climates, living under conditions of varied water aeration arising in the way we have described. These air breathing fishes are of such importance to our argument, and are so few and represent so ancient a group of groups withal, that some account of the individual species is worthy of record. It should be borne in mind, however, that these are relic forms, representative of Devonian time, when all fresh water fishes belonged to one or the other of these two groups. Ganoids. The ganoids of especial note are specifically of the order Crossopterygi, or the fringe-finned ganoids, and include but two related genera, Polypterus and Calamoichthys, both African in distribution. Of them the better known is Polypterus, of which there are several species. Polypterus bichir haunts the deeper holes and depressions of the muddy bed of the Nile, although it is not essentially a bottom liver or mud fish. It is most active at night when in search of food, and then it may readily be taken by trawl lines. The lobate pectoral fins are used for progression, but their primary function is to act as balancers, and they exhibit the characteristic trembling movements so often seen in the balancing fins of teleosts. Polypterus does not readily live out of water, rarely longer than 3 to 4 hours, and then only when covered with a damp grass or weeds. Polypterus bichir is said to feed on small teleosts, which it swallows whole, and to these there may be added, in other species, batrachians and crustaceans. The observations of Budgett show that in captivity Polypterus often remains motionless for a long time at the bottom of the water, the anterior part of the body resting upon the tips of the pectoral fins. According to the same observer, the air bladder is an accessory respiratory organ, supplementary to the gills, rather than a hydrostatic organ. Bridge. This air bladder is a diverticulum, or outpushing of the gut, and in the Crossopterygi arises from the ventral side of the gullet, and is a paired structure exactly as in the amphibian lung. It is not, however, cellular, and is thus a very inefficient respiratory organ. In the genus Calamoichthys, the body is elongate and eel-like in shape. The pelvic fins are entirely lacking, but the pectorals and the series of dorsal finlets are comparable to those of Polypterus, except that the latter are relatively fewer. Calamoichthys has a more restricted distribution than Polypterus, being confined to certain rivers in West Africa, such as Old Calabar River and those of the delta of the Niger on the coast of Cameroon. It is a very agile fish, swimming like a snake and subsisting on insects and crustaceans. The name signifies palm fish, from its frequenting the roots of the palm trees. Neither Polypterus nor Calamoichthys is known fossil, but the group Crossopterygi, to which they belong, once included a large number of important fishes. Of these, Yloptychius of the Devonian is interesting because of the intricate enfolded structure of the teeth, which has a striking parallel in those of certain amphibia, labyrinthodonts. Undina, another form from the Upper Jurassic, exhibits a well-developed air bladder in the fossil specimen. Dipnoans of the Dipnoans, or true lung fishes. Of the Dipnoans, or true lung fishes, 3 genera only are extant, but they never were as numerous as the Crossopterygi. The living forms are first the Australian genus Ceratodus, or to be more accurate, Neoceratodus forsteri. The barramunda, which is now confined to the Mary and Burnett rivers in Queensland. This form frequents the comparatively stagnant pools or water holes, which alternate with shallow runs and are usually full of water all the year round. In these pools, filled with a rich growth of aquatic vegetation, and often the favorite haunt of the platypus Ornithorhynchus, the fish is fairly abundant. Inactive and sluggish in its habits, usually lying motionless on the bottom, the fish is easily captured by the natives with hand nets or baited hooks. Neoceratodus lives on freshwater crustaceans, worms, and mollusks, and to obtain them it crops the luxuriant vegetation of the water holes much in the same way that a polychaete worm or a holothurian sea cucumber swallows sand for the sake of the included nutrient particles. Apparently the air bladder is a functional lung at all times, acting in conjunction with the gills. At irregular intervals the fish rises to the surface and protrudes its snout in order to empty its lung and take in fresh air. While doing so the animal makes a peculiar grunting noise, spouting, as the local fishermen call it, which may be heard at night for some distance, and is probably caused by the forcible expulsion of air through the mouth. Useful as the lung is as a breathing organ under normal conditions, there can be little doubt that its value as such is much greater whenever the gill breathing becomes difficult or impossible. This seems to be the case during the hot season, when the water becomes foul from the presence of decomposing animal or vegetable matter. Simon records a striking instance of this in the case of a partially dried up water hole, in which the water had become so foul that it was full of dead fishes of various kinds. Fatal as these conditions were to ordinary fishes, Neoceratodus not only survived, but seemed to be quite healthy and fresh. Such observations are of exceptional interest. Not only do they afford a clue to the conditions of life which in the course of time probably led to lung breathing in Neoceratodus, but they also suggest the possibility that a similar environment has been conducive to the evolution of air breathing vertebrates from gill breathing and fish like progenitors. In spite of its pulmonary respiration, Neoceratodus more closely resembles the typical fishes in its habits than any other Dipneustae. It lives all the year round in the water. There is no evidence that it ever becomes dried up in the mud, or passes into a summer sleep in a cocoon, and the well developed condition of its gills suggests that these organs play a more important role in breathing than in either Protopterus or Lepidosiren. The fish is not known to leave the water, and the paired fins, useful no doubt as paddles, are quite incapable of supporting the bulky body on terra firma. In fact, when Neoceratodus is taken out of its natural element, it seems to be more helpless than most other fishes, and in spite of its capacity for lung breathing, soon dies unless kept moist by artificial means. Bridge. Neoceratodus grows to a length of 5 to 6 feet. Ceratodus, a fossil ally, Mesozoic in age, was very widespread compared with the limited distribution of its living congener. Its very characteristic crushing teeth occur in the Trias of England, Germany, India, and South Africa, and also more rarely in the Upper Jurassic and Comanchian strata of England and in Colorado and Wyoming (Morrison Formation). Its remains are often found associated with those of carnivorous dinosaurs, but the significance of this is not clear. Protopterus and Lepidosiren, which represent a separate family of lung fishes, the Lepidosirenidae, differ from Neoceratodus in that the air bladder is a double organ, while in the latter it is a single. Protopterus is the African lungfish, and has a wide distribution ranging from the river Senegal and the White Nile on the north to the Congo Basin, Lake Tanganyika, and the Zambesi on the south. The 3 known species live in marshes in the vicinity of rivers. They are carnivorous, their food consisting mainly of frogs, worms, insects, and crustaceans, but when confined together they are very apt to display cannibalistic traits. The tail is the chief locomotor organ, and they are remarkably agile and quick in these movements. The limbs are useless for swimming, but are used for crawling over the bottom. Then they show a definite elbow or knee-like flexure at about mid-length. Protopterus ascends to the surface from time to time to breathe air into its lungs. In the dry season, however, it burrows into the mud to a depth of about 18 inches, where it forms a lining to the cavity in which it lies in the form of a capsule of hardened mucus secreted by skin glands. This capsule has an aperture, the margins of which are pulled inward to form a short tube that is inserted between the fish's lips. The fish within the capsule is surrounded by a soft, slimy mucus which keeps the skin moist, while respiration is effected by drawing the outer air through burrow and tube into the mouth and thence to the lungs. The lungs are therefore the sole means of respiration during the period of estivation, while the body fat and muscle tissues of the fish, as in the case of hibernating mammals, supply it with the necessary food. The dry season varies, but lasts in general from August to December, nearly half the year, when with the advent of the rainy season the marshes once more become flooded. The capsule is dissolved. Protopterus emerges from its burrow, resuming its active life, very soon begins to provide for its coming young. The larvae have much the appearance of a young salamander, with 4 pairs of external cutaneous gills and 2 pairs of simultaneously developed limbs. It also has chromatophores in the skin, whereby its color may be changed. As in the salamander, the assumption of lung breathing is marked by a reduction of the cutaneous gills, which takes place about 7 weeks after the eggs are deposited. Protopterus attains a length of about 6 feet. Lepidosiren, the mudfish, with but a single species to its credit, is a South American form, occurring along the course of the main Amazon, entering some of its larger tributaries, and also the Chaco Boreal to the west of the upper Paraguay River. The home of the Lepidosiren, or lowlatch, as the natives call the fish of the Chaco country, is to be found in the wide spreading marshes and swamps, which for a greater part of the year are almost choked by a luxuriant growth of their own peculiar vegetation and covered by a floating carpet of surface weeds, with here and there deeper and clearer water and slow flowing streams. In the dry season the water gradually shrinks and the swamps eventually become dried up. Of sluggish habits, the fish wriggles slowly about at the bottom of the swamp like an eel, using its hind limbs in an irregular bipedal fashion as it wends its way through the dense network of subaqueous plants. Lepidosiren is not exclusively carnivorous. The large freshwater snail, Ampullaria, which lives in the swamps in enormous numbers, seems to be its favorite food, but masses of confervoid algae are also eaten, and in its earlier stages it is probable that the fish is more herbivorous than carnivorous. Bridge. Lepidosiren rises to the surface at intervals to breathe, the rate varying with the degree of impurity of the water. It feeds voraciously during the rainy season, storing up a supply of fat against the period of estivation, which is passed in a deep tubular burrow, much as the Protopterus. The entrance to the burrow in this case, however, is closed by a plug of clay perforated by several holes. On the coming of the waters, the plug is pushed out and the fish escapes. Development is quite similar to that of Protopterus, and in each case parallels the Amphibia very closely. There are many other parallelisms of structure and habits between the two groups, so many in fact that, as Dean says, it is almost impossible to look upon them as of no greater significance than convergences. Lepidosirenidae are as yet unknown as fossils, but there is reason to believe that their evolution from the older Dipneustae has been in a manner retrogressive. Dipterus, the most ancient of lungfishes, may be taken as a starting point, and Dollo has selected a remarkable series of genera: Scominacea, Phaneropleuron, Euronymous, Ceratotus, Neoceratotus, Protopterus, and Lepidosiren, in which the evolutionary sequence agrees perfectly with their succession in time. Back of Dipterus lies an unknown ancestry, but one which probably falls within the group of Crossopterygian ganoids, of which Polypterus and Calamoichthys are the living representatives. The trend of evolution among the Dipneustae, if one may judge from the Lepidosiren, is leading to an elongated eel like type, which will be both limb and scaleless, all of which features are indications of racial senescence. These two interesting groups of air breathing fishes, the Crossopterygi and the Dipneustae, are both on the eve of their racial passing. The lesson which they teach, however, is of great significance and brings us back once more to the theme of our discussion, that of the most momentous emergence in prehistory, and our inquiry now leads us to a consideration of the probable time of emergence. End of chapter 29A. Recording by Amy Gramour, Maine, 2012. Part 3, Section 3, Chapter 29B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 29B. The Emergence of Terrestrial Vertebrates. Time of emergence. The evidence here is twofold. First, the fossil record, and second, the geological evidence of climatic conditions such as we have assumed. The fossil evidence, which will be reviewed in greater detail later, points to a time earlier than Upper Devonian, for it is upon sediment referable to that period that the earliest known footprint of a terrestrial vertebrate has been impressed. The time of emergence therefore cannot be later than the age of this footprint, and from the nature of things must somewhat antedate it, although how much we have no means of knowing, as it was a time of accelerated evolutionary change. The climatic evidence points to the same result, for as Barrell has shown by a careful study of the sediments and of other phenomena connected with the rocks of Devonian age, these were times of warmth and seasonal rainfall tending toward more marked semi-aridity of climate in the Upper Devonian. There is, moreover, found to be a concurrent elimination of sharks from fresh waters, with a consequent dominance of dipnoans, crossopterygians in the fish fauna. Of these fishes, certain could and did adapt themselves after the manner of their living descendants to the increasingly long dry seasons, until the latter became so long that the period of activity was not commensurate with the creature's life needs. Then came the emergence, for instead of estivation the animal must adopt some other mode of life which would prolong the time of its activity in spite of the climatic restrictions. Thus the more ambitious among the lung breathers, not content with the limitations imposed upon their lives, emerged from the age-long aquatic home and ventured into the new and untried habitat. Many may have essayed the emergence, but it is probable that relentless nature, weeding out the less fit for so valorous an undertaking, destroyed all but a single sort, for there is no evidence that the ancestry of the amphibia is to be found in more than one evolutionary lineage. Ancestry. In spite of the many similarities which exist between the Dipneusti and the amphibii, there are few authorities who hold to a possible direct derivation of the one from the other, for very serious anatomical difficulties stand in the way, one of which is the very peculiar and specialized type of limb, the archipterygium, which this group of fishes possess and out of which it is seemingly impossible to construct the terrestrial hand or foot. The crossopterygi, on the other hand, exhibit few of these obstacles; in fact, there are practically none which evolution cannot overcome. The general consensus of opinion, therefore, would derive the land-dwelling forms either from crossopterygi as such, or possibly from some, as yet undiscovered, related group. Changes upon emergence. Partial loss of armor. The essential changes undergone by the emerging form were first partial loss of armor, for while the earliest amphibians, the Stegocephalia (from the Greek to cover and head), are armored, the armor is confined mainly to the head as the name signifies, to the breast girdle, and to oblique rows of small scales chiefly on the underside of the trunk and tail. There is no evidence of their having possessed the heavy enamelled scales of the ganoid ancestor. Loss of unpaired fins. The unpaired fins are of course strictly of aquatic use, and their loss upon emergence is to be expected. They do, however, recur in forms which, filled with Heimweh, have returned to their ancestral habitat. Thus certain salamanders show a rather well developed caudal web of skin, which in the crested newt extends forward along the back, and many aquatic larvae, those of frogs and toads, also have well developed unpaired fins; but these are new structures which have arisen in response to immediate need and bear no genetic relationship to the equivalent fins of fishes, the principal proof thereof lying in the fact that there is no trace in the amphibian of supporting fin rays such as all fish fins show. Development of terrestrial limb. One of the most essential changes upon emergence was the modification of the paired fins of the fish ancestor to support the body on the mud, a function to which they were clearly inadapted in their original condition. The paired fins of the Dipneusti are, as we have seen, archipterygia, that is, having a long jointed bony axis on one or both sides of which arose a series of parallel rays to support the fin membrane. Such a type of limb, while it may be used as a prop or for slow crawling propulsion in a water-borne form, is in no known instance of suitable strength to support the entire weight of the animal when out of water, nor is it of sufficient surficial area to carry its owner over soft mud, for here a broad member is necessary. Then, too, the skeletal elements are such that one cannot see the slightest prophecy therein of the standard framework of the terrestrial foot. With the crossopterygians, on the other hand, this is not true, for here the limb is different, having a broad basal lobe containing several bones and a fringe-like expansion so arranged that a much more adequate support is already present, even in the fish stage of evolution. It is particularly in the pectoral fin of the fish Sauropterus taylori, from the Upper Devonian, that the terrestrial limb is foreshadowed, the shoulder bones corresponding bone for bone, the single proximal bone of the fin to the humerus, the next two to the radius and ulna, and the remainder of some of them to the bones of wrist, palm, and digits. Certain bones have naturally been lost and others added, and the entire fin rayed portion of the limb abandoned, with the relinquishment of the swimming function, but the whole metamorphosis requires no undue tension of the imagination. The actual transitional limb is as yet unknown to us, but the most ancient footprint, Thinopus, is certainly not that of a completely evolved foot, and may thus throw light upon the process of evolution. This footprint, while giving no clue to the skeleton of the upper and lower arm and wrist, does give a very adequate idea of the digital structure, which is highly peculiar. There are but two completely formed fingers, probably the first and second, the cleft between them extending deep into the sole of the foot. The phalangeal pads and a rounded terminal claw-like portion are already developed, and there appears on the outer side of digit 2 the rudiment of a third, as though it arose there as a lateral bud, and below this on the outside of the foot the possible anlage of digit 4. If this is a normal footprint, as we suppose it to be, it seems to prove that the terrestrial foot, instead of being five-toed from the beginning, and that is certainly the standard, undifferentiated type today, began as a two-toed organ on the outer side of which the remaining digits arose in orderly succession until the typical number was acquired and the member became standardized. That this may have been the case is not only evidenced by the unique footprint which we have discussed, but the arrangement of the nerves and muscles in the major and minor axes of the foot and limb are corroborative. The ontogeny of the salamander's foot, as figured by Rabel, shows the same budding of the lateral digits as the Thinopus track implies, so that, without having seen the footprint, Professor Wilder, as a result of his embryological studies, postulated an ancestral foot striking like that of Thinopus. Loss of gills. The ancient fish gills borne on the gill arches were also lost upon emergence, for in every instance where permanent gills are seen in living amphibia, they are external dermal structures of later origin, and not strictly homologous with the internal gills of the fishes. Some amphibian gills, it is true, seem to be internal, as they are occasionally covered by a fold of skin, the operculum, so that they thus come to lie in a gill chamber, but they develop before the gill clefts open, are restricted to the outer side of the bronchial arches, and are always covered by an ectoderm, all of which goes to prove them new organs which have assumed the old lost function of aquatic respiration. Fossil record. Footprints. The earliest record of a terrestrial vertebrate is the single footprint of Thinopus antiquus mentioned above. This is impressed upon a slab of sandstone and is from the uppermost Devonian, Chemung. It was found in 1896 by the late Professor Beecher of Yale, and by him presented to the museum where it is now treasured. These same beds contain ripple marks, mud cracks, and impressions of raindrops, and land plants also come from the same general horizon. A characteristic marine mollusk, Nuculana, is preserved in the footprint slab. The associated strata show dominant delta conditions on the outer margin of which the sea had contributed to the material, for in the wide oscillations of the strand line, characteristic of delta fronts, deposition under shore conditions and deposition under river conditions alternate. Barrel. This Devonian is directly overlain by lower Carboniferous coal measures, represented in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick by the Horton series. These contain the remains of plants and crustaceans and the footprints of amphibians. No bones have been found in these beds, but the footprints indicate, at the beginning of the Carboniferous period and before the deposition of the lower Carboniferous limestones, the presence of both large and small species similar to those of the coal formation. Dawson. One interesting type, Hylops hardingi, found in the lower Carboniferous shales of Parsborough, shows a stride 5 times the length of the foot and twice the width of the trackway, as though the creature which made it stood high on its legs like an ordinary mammal. This looks very much like a cursorial adaptation. If so, it is the earliest on record. The next higher level to record the passing feet of these primal terrestrial forms is the Mauch Chunk series of Pennsylvania, assigned by geologists to the upper half of the lower Carboniferous. Here has been recorded Paleosauropus primovis, a 5-toed track of considerable size as these early forms run, and more careful search of these same beds at Pottsville has brought to light several other species, some very small and delicately impressed. Other tracks have come from Virginia and are referred to the same general age, Hinton formation. First skeletal remains. The first amphibian bones are from the Edinburgh coal measures of Scotland, which have been referred to the lower Carboniferous, and they are therefore of equivalent geological age to the Nova Scotian footprints. The oldest known skeletons are ascribed to the genera Loxoma and Phyllitogaster. These are in no sense transitional forms, but are fully developed amphibians. Above the lower Carboniferous coal measures we have red shales and sandstones, in which bones are invariably rare and footprints abundant, and so it is with the Scottish record. This has been explained by Barrell as follows: "Red shales and sandstones are markedly barren of organic remains, yet footprints and plant impressions are present. The sediments were characteristically deposited under conditions where they were subjected to drying and atmospheric oxidation. The recurrent drying out implies a fall of level of the groundwater. Such changes in groundwater, through the induced circulation, favor solution of slightly soluble materials, such as the mineral matter of bones in the zone above. Even large and resistant bones are speedily destroyed if alternately wet and dried in the presence of oxygen and seeping waters. Such conditions are present in the delta soils of seasonally arid climates, but not in wind-formed desert deposits, nor in the swamps wherein organic matter accumulates. The wetter and cooler the climate, the more favorable become the conditions for the spread of swamp conditions, resulting in the accumulation of coal and permitting also the preservation of fossils." It was during the Permo-Carboniferous times between that especially that the great deployment of amphibia occurred, and we have the various places, notably in Europe and in Nova Scotia and the United States, the remains of a varied assemblage of forms, some small, others huge, heavily armored types, with complex vertebrae, others with complexly infolded teeth, some with well developed crawling limbs, yet others limbless, elongate, indicating that already racial old age with its attendant degeneracy was upon them. One and all were alike in this way. They went presumably back to the waters to lay their eggs, and their young were therefore aquatic and breathed by means of gills. But there are among them many of which this cannot be proved, and some may actually have been transitional, not between amphibians and fishes, but between amphibians and the succeeding class, the Reptilia. Certain of the forms, such as Cacops, discovered in the Permo Carboniferous of Texas by Professor Williston, show such a combination of characters pertaining both to the amphibia and reptiles that, as the distinguished discoverer says, it may become necessary to revise our definition of the former group. Summary. The nature of the geological record of amphibians indicates that they evolved under climates marked by seasonal dryness, and inhabited river plains far from the sea. The abruptness of appearance of well developed sustaining legs and feet points to an origin perhaps as far back as the Lower Devonian, but a rapid expansion and evolution in the Upper Devonian. They survived the change to more generally wet conditions in the Lower Mississippian, but showed more convincingly their adaptation to semi-arid continental conditions through the footprint record they have left in the Mock Chunk shales. The impressions of plants indicate that over the broad river plains of eastern Pennsylvania there flourished each season an herbaceous vegetation of acrogens, following the withdrawal of the river floods until the advancing seasonal dryness caused it to wither. No traces of an arboreal vegetation have been found, and this, taken in conjunction with other facts, suggests that in the dry season the streams completely vanished, or at least were reduced to rivulets and water holes unable to afford sufficient underground water to support an arboreal vegetation on the banks. Barrel. Circumstances such as these were not conducive to piscine life, but were just the conditions under which amphibians would thrive. With further increase in aridity, however, such that no seasonal return of the waters occurred to make aquatic egg laying possible, came the restriction of the amphibia and the evolution of reptiles. Aside from the certain anatomical characteristics which we need not enumerate, two features stand out sharply in the reptiles in contrast to the amphibians. They are, first, the loss of gill breathing forever. The reptiles and their descendants, the mammals and the birds, depending solely upon their lungs for oxygen; and second, the development of certain embryonic envelopes known as the amnion and allantois. The true significance of both loss of gills and gain of allantois is the same air breathing young. Embryonic membranes. The reptilian egg is a complex structure consisting not only of the male and female germ plasm, but of a considerate amount of nutritive yolk, sufficient to carry the creature well along toward perfection of body, and obviating the necessity of a larval stage and a metamorphosis such as so many amphibians possess. This complex egg is surrounded by a protective envelope, the shell, and is invariably laid, if laid at all, on land. It is because of this last feature that the amnion and allantois have arisen. The amnion is a two-layered membrane growing out of the ventral wall of the embryo and entirely enveloping it. Between the layers is the amniotic fluid, which not only guards the creature against mechanical jars, but also serves to resist sudden changes of temperature which might be fatal to the growing young. In other words, the amnion is protective in its function. The allantois, on the other hand, is respiratory. It too is a double layered or sac like membrane, arising in much the same way, an outgrowth in fact of the urinary bladder of the amphibian. It is abundantly supplied with blood vessels, directly continuous with those of the embryo. The allantois lies in its full development immediately beneath the porous shell. through which oxygen can enter, and, passing by osmosis through the allantoic membrane, oxygenate the included blood. Carbonic acid gas is given off at the same time. The blood stream now carries the oxygen to the embryo and brings out more waste, and the process is continued. Thus it will be seen that the allantois has a function comparable to a lung and not to a gill, and it is to be doubted whether any reptilian egg could be placed in the water without drowning the embryo within. At all events, no reptile, bird, nor mammal egg, each of which possesses an allantois, is ever laid in the water, but always on land, or else provision is made for its retention within the maternal body, as in certain snakes, the ichthyosaurs, and all mammals above Monotremata. From this it will be seen that reptiles may survive under conditions of aridity. Many are true desert forms, where amphibia might perhaps live as adults but could not pass on their life to future generations. It is logical therefore to believe that whereas semi-aridity with seasonally recurring rains impelled amphibian evolution, true aridity, with undependable rains or none at all, making amphibian economy impossible, stimulated the evolution of the reptiles. End of chapter 29b. Recording by Amy Gramour, 2012. Amy's Mind to Your Mind.com.
Chapter 30 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 30, Part A. Rise of Reptiles and Dominance of Dinosaurs. Origin of Reptiles. The origin of reptiles from their ancient stegocephalian lineage took place in all probability in Carboniferous time, and before the close of the Permian many of the principal lines of evolution had become established. The evidence for this belief is partly direct, through the Permian paleontological record, and partly indirect, based upon the appearance in the Trias of groups which must have had a long antecedent evolution. The Permian strata record the actual presence of no fewer than 5 out of the 15 orders of reptiles which are recognized by Williston, and while most of them are primitive forms as one would be led to expect, one group, the Progansaria, represented by Mesosaurus from Brazil and South Africa, is noteworthy in being the first instance of the many which occur of the return of reptiles to the aquatic habitat. Yet more remarkable is the order Theromorpha, particularly the so-called Pelycosaurs, among which certain genera have developed riotous growth, especially in spinous processes of the vertebra, some of which are extraordinarily long, while others have lateral processes developed on the spines like the yardarms of a square-rigged ship. These fin-backed forms can be viewed in but one light. They are racially senile, and their utter absence from overlying strata points to their speedy extinction. In addition to the 5 recorded orders, there is reason to believe, on the grounds mentioned above, that at least 6, possibly 7 others had Permian representatives. These are the Chelonia, or turtles, the Sauropterygia, or plesiosaurs, the Ichthyosauria, or fish lizards, the Squamata, lizards only, the Rhynchocephalia, or beaked reptiles, the Parasuchia, or ancient crocodiles, and possibly the dinosaurs. Among these several are aquatically inclined, others terrestrial. The former have been discussed in part in the chapter on aquatic adaptation, chapter 20. The latter, especially the dinosaurs, will constitute the main theme of the present chapter and the next. Adaptive radiation of reptiles. The Mesozoic era has been called the Age of Reptiles, for while higher forms, the birds and mammals, make their appearance during its course, arising in all probability when the era was yet young, they never seriously dispute with the reptilian horde. their right to a place in the sun, in fact to all places wherein an animal could live. Thus Osborn's law of adaptive radiation, which was applied by its distinguished author solely to the mammals, is equally applicable to these cold-blooded forms. For climatic zones were non-existent or but slightly differentiated, and hence did not limit their poleward distribution as they do now, and, as a consequence of the various habitats which the wide world displays, each had its admirably adapted reptilian denizens, just as the world was later filled with mammalian hosts. Central form. The central form was doubtless a short-legged, crawling cotylosaur such as Limnocellus, a slow-moving, primitive, probably swamp-dwelling type, but potent in evolutionary possibilities. From the cotylosaurs there arose in the course of time other more strictly terrestrial creatures such as the lizards, many of which have attained high adaptation to speed requirements. Yet another ancient reptile, Cadaliosaurus, from the Lower Permian of Germany, was a long-limbed, doubtless cursorial form. The cursorial adaptation par excellence, however, lay with the dinosaurs, as their bones and footprints show. Arboreal habitat. Arboreal habitat is difficult to prove on the part of any Mesozoic or older reptiles, for if any arboreal forms existed, their remains, in common with those of other forest-dwelling types, would have had little chance of natural entombment and subsequent preservation. But today the arboreal reptiles are numerous and varied. To realize this one has but to recall the geckos with their adhesive padded feet, or the chameleons with syndactyl grasping hands and feet and prehensile tail described in Chapter 21. There are authorities, moreover, whose belief in an arboreal ancestry for the birds is so firmly established that the presence of climbing reptiles even in the Triassic or earlier, while having no documentary evidence to its support, nevertheless is by them assumed a priori. Atrial adaptation. Aerial or volant reptiles, such as the pterodactyls, were finely adapted to their habitat, ranging as they did from the size of a sparrow to the largest of nature's flying mechanisms, with ample powers both of varied and sustained flight. But their origin is lost through the imperfection of the record of Triassic life. Amphibious forms. Of the amphibious forms there were many, for increasing humidity, and we have ample evidence of the waxing and waning of moisture, brought with it extensive areas, the peopling of which awakened the water-dwelling instinct that had long been dormant in the reptilian blood. Thus we have as partially aquatic forms the turtles, ancestral plesiosaurs, Parasuchia, crocodilia, and certain dinosaurs, the sauropods and Trochodontidae or duckbills. Aquatic adaptation. Truly aquatic life claimed in the course of time certain turtles. The great marine ones of today and still greater ones, Archelon of the Cretaceous, the plesiosaurs, proganosaurs, ichthyosaurs, sea lizards, mosasaurs and thalattosaurs, and sea crocodiles or thalattosuchians. In all, 7 orders, either in their entirety or a large proportion thereof. Fossorial adaptation. Fossorial animals are rare as fossils, for while burial is a prime requisite to fossilization, self-inhumation rarely carries with it the necessary imperviousness to air to insure preservation. Hence we cannot point to a single ancient reptilian group as of extensive fossorial habits, although in the cotylosaurs and pelycosaurs there are certain forms whose powerful implied musculature of arm and leg points to digging powers of no mean degree. That any were wholly fossorial, like certain living snakes, typhlops, and limbless lizards, Amphispina, we have no proof. Adaptive radiation of squamata. Thus it will be seen that during pre-tertiary times the reptilian adaptations were ample and varied. With the dawn of the Tertiary, however, came the final extinction of all but 4 reptilian orders, one of which is represented by but a single relic form, Sphenodon, found today only in remote New Zealand. This widespread extinction necessarily restricted the range of adaptation, though within the group Squamata, which embraces the lizards and snakes, we have a latter-day radiation comparable in a very modest way to the great reptilian radiation of the Mesozoic. For example, we may enumerate ambulatory terrestrial, many lizards, horned toad, cursorial, Chlamydosaurus, the Australian frilled lizard, arboreal, chameleon, geckos, aerial, Draco, the flying dragon, fossorial, Typclops, Uromoslix, amphisbians, legless, amphibious, many serpents, some of the monitors, Varanus, which is a living relative of the ancient mosasaurs, the Galapagos, sea iguana, Amblyrhynchus, and others. Aquatic, the sea snakes or hydrophanae, all of which except one landlocked form in Lake Taal at Luzon, Philippine Islands, are marine and are found many miles from land. In fact, Matthew has said of the lizards, "If some vast catastrophe should today blot out all the mammalian races including man, and the birds, but leave the lizards and other reptiles still surviving, with the lower animals and plants, we might well expect the lizards in the course of geologic periods to evolve into a great and varied land fauna like the dinosaurs of the Mesozoic era." The age of reptiles may well be called the age of dinosaurs, for so far as terrestrial creatures go, they were the all-important forms, the other reptiles individually and collectively forming but the supporting cast to these stars in the great drama of medieval life. Place in nature. That the dinosaurs were reptiles goes without saying, although their appearance, at any rate in the eyes of those who would restore them in the flesh, was sometimes so very similar to that of certain great mammals of today that the uninitiated often confuse relationships and think of Triceratops, for instance, as merely a very huge and somewhat better armed sort of rhinoceros. As reptiles they were exclusively lung-breathing and had a large egg, which they may or may not have laid before hatching. This, which is often merely a matter of family convenience, as among certain snakes, cannot be decided until actual eggs or unborn young are found, a very remote possibility. They were scaly or armored, this we know; whether they were cold-blooded or not is a debated question. Such activity as they must have shown seems to hint at a possibility of warm blood, and such a belief has met with some support. But in the tropical climate which their known habitat implies, there was little more need of a heat-maintaining mechanism than there is in modern cursorial lizards, the Australian frilled lizard Chlamydosaurus, for instance. There is no evidence on the part of dinosaurs of a heat-retaining clothing such as the birds and mammals possess. Living relatives. Of the forms now living, the crocodiles on the one hand and the birds on the other stand nearest the dinosaurs, and this may be a truer statement than it seems, for, as we shall see, the dinosaurs were diphyletic, the two races running separate though in part parallel evolutionary courses, and the one group seems nearer the crocodiles and the other nearer the birds. When one comes to work out a concise technical description of a crocodile and place it beside that of a dinosaur, he will see at once the similarity of the two groups. For instance, Williston thus defines the order Crocodilia: two temporary vacuities, teeth, thecodont, that is, socketed, a false palate, pubis excluded from acetabulum, hip socket, single coracoid, ribs double-headed, diapophysial, arising from the transverse processes of the vertebra, subaquatic or aquatic. And of the dinosaurs, he says, ambulatory reptiles with two temporary vacuities, no false palate, pubis entering acetabulum, ribs double-headed, diapophysial, to which he might have added single coracoid, teeth thecodont, subaquatic, and for both orders, phalangeal formula 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, and an intertarsal joint. In other words, the only characters which are not common to both orders are the presence in the crocodile of a false palate, merely a device for eating under water, and found elsewhere, and the exclusion of the pubic element of the pelvis from the hip socket. Ancestral stock. Dinosaurs, as befits their high estate, were of ancient lineage. One of our best authorities on dinosaurian phylogeny, Dr. Friedrich von Huene, derives from them the primitive Cotylosaurian stock, which arose in Carboniferous time and continued until the Trias. During Permian time there arose from the cotylosaurs the group Protorosauria, of which Protorosaurus is the type, and out of these in turn the Triassic Parasuchia. Huene derives all dinosaurs from the same stock, but considers them diphyletic from their origin, that is, that the Ornithischia and Saurischia are unrelated save through common ancestry. Duration. The known record of dinosaurs extends from the Middle Triassic (Muschelkalk) to the very close of Cretaceous time. This is particularly true of the carnivorous dinosaurs. The plant-feeding Ornithischia, on the other hand, do not appear in the fossil record until late Triassic (Rhaetic), but are doubtless older, their subsequent duration being coexistent with that of the carnivores. The Sauropoda, or amphibious dinosaurs, are shorter lived as a race, and they do not appear before the Middle Jurassic (Bathonian) and become extinct in the early Cretaceous (Comanchian). It is highly probable that the recorded beginnings of all of these forms are not so remote as their actual inception. Of their survival into the Tertiary, however, as certain authorities have held, there is grave doubt. Distribution. Dinosaurs first appear in Germany at Gogolen, Upper Silesia, but this does not necessarily imply that that was their original radiation center. On the contrary, the belief has been expressed that one must go further west, where a great continent is thought by some paleontologists to have extended across what is now the North Atlantic basin, thus connecting Europe and North America, and that somewhere within the confines of this continent the dinosaurs arose and began their worldwide march of conquest. For they extend the world over, across the United States and into Canada, in Brazil, in Patagonia, from England, Belgium, France, and Portugal, to Germany and Austria, in faraway India, even to Australia, and in Africa in its central, eastern, and extreme southern part. We have no record of their occurrence in Asia, north of the Oriental realm, nor yet in New Zealand, and there is reason to believe that this absence of record is significant. It may, however, be due to lack of discovery. Habitat. Their habitat was varied, but in all probability their initial evolution, that for speed, took place under stress of semi-aridity of climate, and their main lines were eminently terrestrial forms. With the changing climatic cycles which came with the passage of time, came dinosaurian adaptation to humid conditions, so that at least two groups, Sauropoda and Trachodontidae, give indubitable evidence of an amphibious habitat. Habits. In habits the dinosaurs were nearly as varied as the mammals are today. Carnivorous, some small, preying upon such feeble folk as they might overcome, others giant, the most terrible terrestrial devourers of flesh the world has ever seen. Again, others were herbivorous, some with feeble dentition, the food being drawn unmasticated down a most capacious throat; others with a dental apparatus for the reduction of the most resistant herbage, such as would offer little promise of satisfaction to the living herbivores. In certain instances the teeth are greatly reduced, as in Diplodocus and Stegosaurus, the reduction accompanying other signs of racial senility. Yet others, like Strutcomomus of the North American Cretaceous, were utterly bereft of teeth. The dietary of such forms it is difficult to conjecture with any degree of certainty. Size. The minimum recorded size, that of Compsognathus, was about 2 feet. with the bulk of a domestic cat. The footprints of the Connecticut Valley, however, record the existence of feet half as long as those of Compsognathus, hardly terrible lizards, as the term dinosaur implies. The other extreme was reached by Brachiosaurus of East Africa and western North America, whose overall length has been variously estimated by its Teutonic discoverers to be upward of 120 feet, but by Matthew not to exceed 80 feet. Nevertheless, it was an animal of such robust proportions that its weight must have been about 40 tons, greater than that of any living being except the larger of the modern whales. Classification. The latest classification of dinosaurs is that of Matthew (1915), which is somewhat more conservative than the one proposed by von Huene in 1914. An adaptation of Matthew's classification with characteristic genera is as follows: Cohort Dinosauria, order Saurischia, suborder Coelurosaria, Compsognatha, Podokesaurus, Triassic, Massachusetts. Genera to be described below: Cedurus, Jurassic, North America; Compsognathus, Jurassic, Bavaria; suborder Pachypodosauria; Ankylosaurus, Triassic, Connecticut; Xanthodon, Triassic, Europe; Plateosaurus, Triassic, Europe; suborder Theropoda; Megalosaurus, Jurassic to Cretaceous, Europe; Allosaurus, Comanchian, North America; Ceratosaurus, Comanchian, North America; Tyrannosaurus, Cretaceous, North America; Ornithodontus, Comanchian, North America; Ornithomimus, Cretaceous, North America; suborder Sauropoda; Brontosaurus, Comanchian, United States; Brachiosaurus, Gigantosaurus, Comanchian, United States and Africa; Diplodocus, Comanchian, United States; order Ornithischia predentata; suborder Ornithopoda, unarmored; Camptosaurus, Comanchian, United States; Iguanodon, Comanchian, Europe; Trachodon, Cretaceous, North America; Corythosaurus, Cretaceous, North America; suborder Stegosauria, armored; Scoditosaurus, Jurassic, Europe; Stegosaurus, Jurassic and Comanchian, Europe and United States; Ankylosaurus, Cretaceous, North America; suborder Ceratopsia, horned; Monoclonius, Cretaceous, North America; Styracosaurus, Cretaceous, North America; Triceratops, Cretaceous, North America; Torosaurus, Cretaceous, North America. Contrast of phyla. There are two main phyla of dinosaurs to which the rather unwieldy names of Saurischia and Ornithischia have been given, while undergoing in many ways a remarkable parallelism of evolutionary change, show notwithstanding some very constant contrasting features. These two orders may be thus briefly defined: Saurischia, generally carnivorous except the Sauropoda, with teeth in the anterior portion of the mouth, compressed, slightly curved crowns with serrated margins, or spoon or pencil-shaped teeth, without predentary bone connecting the two halves of the lower jaw, with powerful, sharp-pointed, curved claws, and dense, hollow bones with well-finished articulations, except in the Sauropoda. Pelvis triradiate, with a hip bone or ilium elongated fore and aft, a simple pubis directed downward and forward, and an ischium directed downward and backward. Includes the bipedal carnivores and the quadrupedal amphibious herbivorous sauropods. Ornithischia predentata. Teeth in rear of jaws only, sometimes forming a wonderful magazine of successional teeth, and a toothless predentary bone in front which opposed the equally toothless, except in Hypsilophodon, premaxillary bones above. Premaxillary bones sheathed with horny skin or a turtle-like beak for the prehension of food. Limb bones less compact and less well finished at their extremities than in the carnivores. Claws depressed, sometimes hoof-like. Pelvis tetraradiate, in that the pubis consists of two branches, one of which, the prepubis, extends downward and forward, while the pubis proper lies parallel with the ischium. The ornithischian pelvis is quite suggestive of that of a bird. The saurischian, on the other hand, is more crocodilian. End of chapter 30, part A. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 30 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 30, Part B. Saurischia. The earliest known dinosaurs belong to the Saurischia, and they exist with conservative changes to the close of the Mesozoic. The principal evolutionary changes which they show are a gradual increase in size of body and a proportionate decrease in that of the forelimbs, the function of which is never support nor locomotion, but solely prehension. These creatures, therefore, walked or ran entirely on the hind legs, the anterior part of the body being balanced by the weight of the long, slender tail. When they ran, the limbs were well under the body, and the stride was alternate like that of an ostrich or bipedal lizard, as their numerous bird-like footprints impressed upon the sands of the Connecticut Valley imply. Some of the better known carnivorous dinosaurs are Coelurosauria. Representatives of this group are Podokesaurus, an extremely slender, agile, carnivorous dinosaur from the Triassic sandstones of the Connecticut Valley, South Hadley, Massachusetts. The body, tail, and limbs are preserved in the one specimen known and indicate an animal about 4 feet in length, of which the tail includes more than half. Many footprints described under the name of Gralator, he who walks on stilts, were undoubtedly made by creatures similar to this. Cotterus, with bones so delicate that the walls of the vertebra, for instance, are of paper-like thinness. It was a small form from the Morrison Formation of Wyoming and the Potomac Formation of Maryland, and is incompletely known. Compsognathus, known from a very perfect skeleton from the Jurassic of Eichstätt, Bavaria, and coming from the famous Stollenhofen quarry, which also produced Archaeopteryx, the earliest known bird. Compsognathus, as has already been stated, is the smallest recorded dinosaur. Pachypodosauria. The most notable genus here is Anchisaurus, which, together with the allied Amosaurus, is known from several more or less complete skeletons from the Connecticut Trias. The 3 most perfect skeletons come from the town of Manchester, and range in size from perhaps 5 to 8 feet. The hand was large compared with that of later forms, and bore 1 large and 2 smaller grasping claws. The teeth were not so perfectly adapted to a flesh diet as were those of the Theropoda. These skeletons are preserved at Yale. Zanclodon and Placosaurus, larger Old World forms, out of the latter of which von Huene would derive not only the latter megalosaurs, but the amphibious dinosaur Sauropoda as well. Theropoda. This group includes Allosaurus, one of the best known of carnivorous dinosaurs, for there is in the American Museum of Natural History, New York City, a practically complete skeleton mounted in a most lifelike pose. This creature is of gigantic size, being 34 feet 2 inches in length by 8 feet 3 inches high in its present almost quadrupedal posture. It was collected from Como Bluff, near Medicine Bow, Wyoming, whence came so many of the wonderful dinosaurian and contemporaneous mammalian species which the Yale Museum possesses. Allosaurus had a comparatively inflexible, though deep body, and a tail which could undergo but little movement as compared with that of a modern lizard or a snake, since its principal use, that of a counterpoise, was best subserved by its being held out rather stiffly behind. The jaws were loosely hung and evidently could be opened very widely, and there is evidence of some movement of the upper jaw upon the cranium as though the chunks of the prey which the creature tore off were at times of considerable size, or possibly the victim was swallowed whole. The teeth are powerful, recurved, and admirably adapted to the owner's implied habits. Both hands and feet were armed with powerful curved claws, doubtless sheathed with talons like those of a huge eagle. Ceratosaurus, which is known from a single well-preserved skeleton in the United States National Museum and is a contemporary of Allosaurus, though not so large. The remarkable thing about Ceratosaurus, as the name implies, is the presence of a compressed, horn-like process upon the nose, which must have borne a horny sheath. This is one of the extremely rare associations of the primarily defensive horns and carnivorous habits, for among the mammals, and indeed the later dinosaurs as well, it is the herbivores only which are thus endowed. The culminating form of this race has been most appropriately named Tyrannosaurus rex, the king of tyrant saurians, by Professor Osborn, and was, as Matthew says, the climax of evolution of the giant flesh-eating dinosaurs. It reached a length of 47 feet, and in bulk must have equaled the mammoth, or the mastodon, or the largest living elephants. The massive hind limbs, supporting the whole weight of the body, exceeded the limbs of the great proboscideans in bulk, and in a standing position the animal was 18 to 20 feet high, as against 12 for the largest African elephants, or the southern mammoth. The head is 4 feet 3 inches long, 3 feet 4 inches wide, and 3 feet 4 inches deep, and 2 feet 9 inches wide. The long, deep, powerful jaws, set with teeth from 3 to 6 inches long and an inch wide. To this powerful armament were added the great sharp claws of the hind feet, and probably the forefeet, curved like those of eagles, but 6 or 8 inches in length. The exact reconstruction of the forefeet is the only doubtful part. The forelimb is very small relatively to the huge size of the animal, but probably was constructed much as in the Allosaurus, with 2 or 3 large curved claws, the inner claw opposing the others. This animal probably reached the maximum of size and of development of teeth and claws of which its type of animal mechanism was capable. Its bulk precluded quickness and agility. It must have been designed to attack and prey upon the ponderous and slow-moving horned and armored dinosaurs with which its remains are found, and whose massive cuirass and weapons of defense are well matched with its teeth and claws. The momentum of its huge body involved a seemingly slow and lumbering action, an inertia of its movements, difficult to start and difficult to shift or to stop. Such movements are widely different from the agile swiftness which we naturally associate with a beast of prey, but an animal which exceeds an average elephant in bulk, no matter what its habits, is compelled by the laws of mechanics to the ponderous movements appropriate to its gigantic size. These movements, directed and controlled by a reptilian brain, must needs be largely automatic and instinctive. We cannot doubt indeed that the carnivorous dinosaurs developed, along with their elaborately perfect mechanism for attack, an equally elaborate series of instincts guiding their action to effective purpose, and a complex series of automatic responses to the stimulus afforded by the sight and action of their prey might very well mimic intelligent pursuit and attack, always with certain limits set by the inflexible character of such automatic adjustments. But no animal as large as Tyrannosaurus could leap or spring upon another, and its slow stride, quickening into a swift, resistless rush, might well end in unavoidable impalement upon the great horns of Triceratops. Futile weapons against a small and active enemy, but designed no doubt to meet just such attacks as these. A true picture of these combats of Titans of the ancient world we cannot draw. Perhaps we will never be able to reconstruct it. but the above considerations may serve to show how widely it would differ from the pictures based upon any modern analogies. One may well inquire why it is that no such gigantic carnivores have evolved among the mammalian land animals. The largest predaceous mammals living today are the lion and tiger. The bears, although some of them are much larger, are not generally carnivorous, except for the polar bear, which is partly aquatic, preying chiefly upon seals and fish. There are indeed carnivorous whales of gigantic size, but no very large land carnivore. There were, it is true, during the Tertiary and Pleistocene, lions and other carnivores considerably larger than the living species, but none of them attained the size of their largest herbivorous contemporaries, or even approached it. Among the dinosaurs, on the other hand, we find that, setting aside Brontosaurus and its allies as aquatic, the predaceous kinds equaled or exceeded the largest of the herbivorous sorts. The difference is striking, and it does not seem likely that it is merely accidental. The explanation lies probably in the fact that the large herbivorous mammals are much more intelligent and active, and would be able to use their weapons of defense so as to defy the attacks of relatively slow-moving giant beasts of prey, as they do also the more active but less powerful assaults of smaller ones. The elephant or the rhinoceros is in fact practically immune from the attacks of carnivores, and would still be so were the carnivores to increase in size. The large modern carnivores prey upon herbivores of medium or smaller size, which they are active enough to surprise or run down. Carnivores of much larger size would be too slow and heavy in movements to catch small prey, while the larger herbivores, by intelligent use of their defensive weapons, could still fend them off successfully. In consequence, giant carnivores would mid no field for action in the Cenozoic world, and hence they have not been evolved. But not all carnivorous dinosaurs, even of the Mesozoic, were so huge, for as we have small forms in the Triassic and Jurassic, so we find them in more or less intimate association with their larger cousins to the end of the dinosaurian career. Out of the famous Bone Cabin Quarry in eastern Wyoming, where the author was initiated into the mysteries of bone digging, and which has produced Allosaurus, comes Ornitholestes, an extremely slender form whose total length was not more than 7 feet, and whose bulk could not have exceeded that of a setter dog. This form had long, slender fingers, none of which were armed with the cruel, curved claws of the megalosaurs. This suggested to Professor Osborn the idea that perhaps it may have preyed upon contemporary birds, so the name Ornitholestes, the bird robber, was given to it. Another student suggested that it may have preyed upon fish, and its association with amphibious dinosaurs lends color to the proposition. Be that as it may, the contrast between the marked agility of the present form and the more ponderous character of Allosaurus must have been reflected in the prey. A successor to the Comanchian Ornitholestes was Ornithomimus of late Cretaceous time, a form long known from its slender, very bird-like feet and a few other elements of its frame. The entire skeleton of an intermediate form, Struthiotminus, has only just come to light, having been discovered in Alberta in 1914. In its general proportions it is what one would be led to expect from the character of the feet, but the surprise came in the fact that its jaws are entirely toothless, the skull reminding one quite forcibly of that of a large cursorial bird. In Europe and elsewhere than in North America, the remains of carnivorous dinosaurs are far less complete, and as a consequence, except for some very marvelously preserved Triassic types, we know but little of them. The generic name of Megalosaurus is applied to most of the later forms from the Jurassic to the final extinction, but doubtless covers as varied an assemblage of larger dinosaurs as lived in the New World. Sauropoda. To this group various names have been given. They were called Cetiosauria by Steele, in allusion to their whale-like bulk, and Opsithocoelia by Owen, because their neck vertebrae, which have a ball and socket articulation, have the hollow facet behind and the convex one in front. According to the law of priority, this latter term takes precedence over the others, but Professor Marsh's term Sauropoda is the one in most common use. These creatures were all quadrupedal, although there is reason to believe that when water-borne they may have reared up on the hind feet. Their backbone is a marvel of complexity, and has been described in some detail in Chapter 12. The greatest economy of material is manifest in its structure, giving maximum strength with a minimum of bone substance. The limb bones, on the other hand, are extremely massive, with very rugose ends, as though the joints were formed very largely of cartilage, in sharp contrast with their bony perfection in the carnivorous forms. This imperfection of the joints in the Sauropoda admits of but one interpretation, that of aquatic life, when the weight, largely water-borne, did not subject the ends of the limb bones to the mechanical impact as it would were the animal wholly terrestrial. Matthew has directed attention to the fact that a line drawn from shoulder to hip separated the lighter portion of the animal's frame from the weightier, as though it represented the water line. Extreme lightness, especially of the neck, is necessary that it be not unwieldy in the creature's search for food, while weighty limbs were also necessary to enable their owner to wade into comparatively deep water, for these forms were doubtless more wading than swimming in their habits. In order to support their huge weight, the limbs had become more or less pillar-like, as the straight limb bones imply, and the sprawling gait of most living reptiles is unthinkable with so ponderous a form. All of our ideas of reptilian locomotion have been colored by observation upon living forms, often under unnatural conditions. For a crocodile just emerging from the water walks high on its legs, more like a mammal, and does not sprawl until it has come to rest. Then the limbs, one after another, are lifted and brought into the recumbent position. The teeth of the sauropods are clearly derived from those of carnivores, as they occupy the same place and arise in a similar way. They have, however, lost their sharp point and serrated margins and have become more or less spoon-shaped. As a rule they are large, but in Diplodocus they are reduced to the size of a lead pencil, and are confined to the extreme anterior part of the jaws. Claws also are clearly derived from those of carnivores, and they are laterally compressed, but not so curved, and give no evidence of grasping powers. The foot bore at least 3 such claws, while the hand evidently possessed but one. The food must have consisted of some abundant and easily obtainable aquatic plants, which were probably dislodged by the claws and rake-like teeth, and swallowed without mastication. The occasional presence within the ribs of highly polished siliceous pebbles, of a material foreign to the matrix in which the specimens were found, points to some sort of muscular gizzard-like structure which, aided by the stones, would reduce the otherwise inert mass of food to a proper condition for subsequent digestion. Such a thing is not without modern or ancient parallel. Among the notable sauropod genera is Brontosaurus, of which the very complete original specimen is preserved at Yale. A mounted specimen of similar proportion in the American Museum of Natural History measures 66 feet 8 inches long, and had an estimated living weight of 38 tons. This specimen is from the Comanchian near Medicine Bow, Wyoming, and Yale specimen from Como Bluff, half a dozen miles away. Diplodocus, another sauropod, differs from Brontosaurus in the more slender form, so that even with a length of 87 feet, it was by no means so weighty as the latter. All of these creatures had most of their length in the extremely slender neck and tail, the body being comparatively short and compact, quite elephantine in fact, especially when viewed in connection with the limbs. In Diplodocus, possibly also in Brontosaurus, the terminal 10 feet of the tail was like a whiplash, as the contained vertebra did not decrease further in size. This may have proved a very efficient weapon of defense, if its use was analogous to that of certain modern lizards in which the tail has much of the effectiveness of a black snake whip. Aside from this caudal whiplash, the Sauropoda were apparently weaponless, relying entirely upon their huge bulk or upon submergence for immunity from attack. An essentially complete skeleton of Diplodocus from Sheep Creek, Wyoming, about 15 miles from Bone Cabin Quarry, is now mounted in the Carnegie Museum at Pittsburgh. By far the most gigantic of sauropods has been made known to us in its entirety from East Africa, whence with characteristic effectiveness the German government has secured a large amount of material upon which its savants were at work at the outbreak of the Great War. This creature, to which the appropriate name of Gigantosaurus has been given, is evidently the same as that described by the American Briggs as Brachiosaurus, out of deference to its mighty forelimbs, which, contrary to dinosaurian custom, exceeded the hind ones in length. If its proportions were those of Diplodocus, as the German authorities at first imagined, 120 feet for its total length would not be far from right, but the tail proves to be short, which brings the length down to 80 feet or more. Matthew therefore regards the creature as somewhat exceeding Brontosaurus and Diplodocus in total bulk, but distinguished by much larger forelimbs and an extremely long neck, a giraffe-like wader adapted to take refuge in deeper waters, more out of reach of the fierce carnivores of the land. Not all Sauropoda, however, were large, for the author has restored from the Potomac beds Comanchian of Maryland an adult form, Pleurocelots, whose total length did not exceed 12 or 13 feet. The Sauropoda, judging from their huge bulk, were evidently senile forms, and one would hardly expect their survival over a long period of geologic time, so that while their more conservative relatives, the carnivores, persisted, these forms were early released from the extensive burden of the flesh and suffered racial death early in Comanchian time, some millions of years before the passing of the Dinosaurian dynasty. We know of no reason other than racial old age or a restriction of their particular habitat for their extinction. End of chapter 30. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 31a of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 31. Beaked Dinosaurs and Origin of Birds. Ornithischia. The general characters of Ornithischia, the predentate or beaked dinosaurs, have already been given. They were derived, in common with the Saurischia, from the Parasuchian stock, and the Ornithopoda, the more conservative of them, underwent an evolution which very closely paralleled that of carnivores. Like the Saurischia, they too gave rise to aberrant races, which, however, did not, as in the Sauropoda, emphasize bodily bulk so much as arms and armour. And among the later of them were those whose grotesque bizarrerie exceeded that of any known terrestrial forms. None of the Ornithischia was very large, compared even with the carnivores, and their bulk was vastly less than that of Brontosaurus. First record. The first known record of Ornithischia is that of their fossil tracks upon the Connecticut Valley late Triassic rocks, for with some of the footprints are seen the impressions of smaller hands, whose 5 fingers were armed with rounded claws, like those of known predentates, but totally dissimilar to the grasping claws of a carnivore. And in contemporaneous rocks from far-off Colorado has been found Nanosaurus, which has been recognized as pertaining to this order. Doubtless the Ornithischia antedated the close of Triassic time, but there is little evidence that their antiquity is as great as that of the Saurischia. Ornithopoda. As we have seen from the classification, 3 suborders of Ornithischia are recognized. Of these, the first is Ornithopoda, which includes bird-footed forms, unarmoured and bipedal in gait, though, unlike the carnivores, they occasionally assumed quadrupedal posture while resting or feeding. Two of the more notable genera are the Connecticut Valley Anamerpus and Sauropus, known only from the footprints, and with an estimated length varying from 2 to 8 feet. The Colorado Nanosaurus mentioned earlier is another small form, as yet imperfectly known. These are all Triassic. Jurassic ornithopoda are unknown in America, though they presumably lived in some part of the continent, the absence of a fossil record corresponding to the absence of strata suitable for their preservation. The Comanchian is characterized by two American genera, Lausaurus, a slender type not exceeding 6.5 feet in length, and Camptosaurus, several more or less complete skeletons of which are known from Wyoming. The latter are conservative in character and in size, ranging from 7 to 17 feet. A related form is Iguanodon from Europe, known from no fewer than 17 remarkably preserved skeletons found in a coal mine at Bernissart in Belgium. These creatures had evidently fallen into an open fissure in the ancient Carboniferous strata, and there, unable to extricate themselves, they died, were buried, and were subsequently preserved together with the remains of other reptiles. Their skeletons, 10 of which are mounted erect, the others prone on the rock, are to be seen in the Brussels Museum of Natural History. Iguanodon was about 34 feet in length, and bore upon the hand, by way of a weapon, a peculiar spike-like thumb. Remains of the genus have also been found on the Isle of Wight, whence it was described by Sir Richard Owen long before the fortunate Belgian discovery. The English Wealden, a Comanchian strata, besides yielding Iguanodon, has produced a smaller form, Hypsilophodon, peculiar in having teeth in the anterior part of the mouth, a characteristic which distinguishes it from every other beaked dinosaur of which our knowledge is sufficiently complete to make a comparison, and in this regard it must be a persistently primitive form. Possibly the Triassic forms also possess these teeth, and this may yet be proved. Both Camptosaurus and Iguanodon are known from the European Middle Jurassic on. The Comanchian of Tendaguru, East Africa, whence came the Brachiosaurus, has also produced an iguanodon-like form, but the details of its structure are not yet announced from Berlin. Cretaceous time produced several genera of ornithopoda, which may collectively be called duck-billed dinosaurs, from the peculiar character of their mouth, the anterior part of which was broad and flat as the name implies, while the hinder portion of the jaws contained the wonderful dental battery of which we have spoken. No creature of whatever sort is known to possess more teeth than Trachodon, the terminal member of the race. Trachodon is the best known genus, as mounted species from Wyoming and Montana may be seen at the Yale, American, and United States National Museums. Its length did not exceed 30 feet, but it was a fine cursorial type. It also possessed a powerful tail which, judging from the vertical expansion which the bones imply, was admirably adapted for swimming. For Trachodon was the contemporary of Tyrannosaurus, and the swimming tail must have been most effectively used when, hard-pressed, it took to the water for safety. Several mummied specimens of Trachodon have come to light, one of which, from Wyoming, preserved in the American Museum, is truly marvellous in the degree of its perfection, for not only is the skeleton entirely articulated except for its hind feet and tail, but the skin, shrunken down on the bones by the heat of the sun immediately after death, is also perfectly preserved, together with traces of muscles and tendons. The skin was utterly without defensive armour, for, as now preserved, it is very thin and is covered with small, tubercle-like scales. The hands, which possessed 4 fingers, were webbed, but whether or not the feet were webbed is not known. They were, however, in other related types, Corythosaurus, for example. Trachodon comes from the close of the Cretaceous, the so-called Lance Formation. In rocks of a preceding age, Judith River and Edmonton, there have been discovered some curiously grotesque allied forms. Saurolophus, with a backward extending crest on the skull, and Corythosaurus, with a remarkable helmet-like heightening of the cranium. Both of these are known from articulated specimens collected in the Red Deer region of Alberta, Canada, by Mr. Barnum Brown, who, by his discoveries, has brought us to a clearer understanding of so many of the formerly ill-known Cretaceous forms. These creatures, however, were not confined to the West, for the New Jersey Cretaceous marlbeds have produced Hadrosaurus, an ally of Trachodon, and a form which has been known to science for many years. Stegosauria. The Stegosauria, or armoured dinosaurs, were all quadrupedal, doubtless owing to the great weight of their armament. The armour took the form of high crested plates or spines, or massive armour plates, sometimes welded into a broad cuirass over the hips, evidently the most vulnerable portion of the creature's anatomy. They may well have evolved from the iguanodont-like dinosaurs, developing the armour and consequent modifications of the frame as a defence against their carnivorous enemies. The degree of perfection of the armour in some of the later forms is such as to render them practically invulnerable to any form of animal attack. The oldest known Stegosaurian is Scelidosaurus, from the English Lias Formation of Lower Jurassic Age, where the single known specimen was entombed, strangely enough, in marine strata, due probably to its floating carcass having drifted out to sea from some ancient river beside which it had lived. As preserved in the British Museum of Natural History, Scelidosaurus is only 12.5 feet long, and its armour consists of 2 rows of oval bony scutes, each with a low fore and aft keel, not unlike similar elements in a modern crocodile. In addition to these, there are a pair of large spines on the shoulder. In late Jurassic and early Comanchean time, we have recorded several armoured dinosaurs in England and the adjacent continent, known as Polacanthus and Omosaurus. Of these, the former is small, not over 12 feet in length by 3 in height, with a broad rump shield formed of coalesced plates and sundry spine-like plates, which have been arranged by the restorer in 2 rows along the neck, back and tail. Their precise position, however, is not assured. Omosaurus is another heavily armoured form, some species of which are very large. It is as yet incompletely known. Stegosaurus was a late Jurassic and early Comanchean type, but in spite of the fact that it has given its name to the group of armoured dinosaurs, it was not typical, being a highly spinescent senile side branch which died out without issue. In many ways it was the most grotesque of dinosaurs, an awkward angular brute, very high at the rump and low at the withers, with the back ornamented by 2 rows of huge upstanding plates, and the end of the tail armed with fearful horn-like spines 25 inches or more in length. The huge plates which ran along the back culminated in ones over the pelvis or the base of the tail, beyond which they diminished. A study of the skeleton mounted at Yale and another articulated specimen at Washington betrays a great muscular power, especially in the tail and hind limbs. The inference is therefore that the plates served as passive, the spines for active defence, possibly offence. But the nervous system of Stegosaurus is the most remarkable feature, for its brain was very diminutive, the entire cranial cavity having a volume of but 56 cc. Thus the estimated weight of the brain could not have exceeded 2.5 ounces, while the total weight of the animal must have been greater than that of the largest living elephant, whose brain averages at least 8 pounds, 50 times that of the dinosaur. In comparing the relative potential intelligence of the two, one has also to bear in mind the great preponderance of the cerebrum, the seat of intellect, over the other parts of the elephantine brain, while in Stegosaurus the cerebrum constituted hardly more than 1/3 of the entire brain weight. Or, as Professor Williston has expressed it, the seat of Stegosaur's intelligence is no greater in volume than that of a 3-week-old kitten. In contrast with the diminutive brain case, however, the neural canal in the sacrum is of startling dimensions, for a cast thereof displaces no less than 1200 cc of water, this giving it a mass more than 20 times that of the brain. This was the seat of the reflex and coordinating control of the huge hind limb and caudal muscles, and is further evidence of their very frequent and effective use. The life of Stegosaurus was not psychological, but essentially physiological, an animated, largely automatic machine. The Cretaceous rocks of North America have produced other, more conservative armored dinosaurs, Nadosaurus, Stegopelia, and Ankylosaurus, of which the last, again owing to the success of Barnum Brown, is best known. Ankylosaurus was a contemporary of Tyrannosaurus and the duck-billed dinosaurs, and was, as Matthew says, more effectively, though less grotesquely armoured than its more ancient relative Stegosaurus. The body is covered with massive bony plates, set close together and lying flat over the surface from head to tip of tail. While the Stegosaur's body was narrow and compressed, in this animal it is exceptionally broad and wide. Spreading ribs are co-ossified with the vertebrae, making a very solid support for the transverse rows of armour plates. The head is broad, triangular, flat-topped and solidly armoured, the plates consolidated with the surface of the skull and overhanging sides and front, the nostrils and eyes overhung by plates and bosses of bone, and the tail ended in a blunt, heavy club of massive plates consolidated to each other and to the tip of the tail vertebrae. The legs were short, massive, and straight, ending probably in elephant-like feet. The animal has well been called the most ponderous animated citadel the world has ever seen, and we may suppose that when it tucked in its legs and settled down on the surface, it would be proof even against the attacks of the terrible Tyrannosaur. Ankylosaurus is a remarkable reptilian prototype of the armoured mammalian glyptodonts of the Pleistocene, the similarity even extending to a club-like fusion of armour on the tail, especially in the genus Doedicarus. In Doedicarus time, it was the great saber-toothed cat Smilodon, against whose attacks the creature may have guarded itself in much the same way as the ankylosaur met those of Tyrannosaurus. End of chapter 31a.
Chapter 31 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Wicks. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3, The Evidences of Evolution. Section 3, Paleontology. Chapter 31b, Beaked Dinosaurs and Origin of Birds. Ceratopsia. The horned dinosaurs, or Ceratopsia, are as far as we know exclusively North American, and more than that, their remains come entirely from the eastern uplift of the Rocky Mountain region, from Alberta to New Mexico. That they lived within these narrow limits, however, is hardly to be supposed, but their source and origin are alike unknown. Their geologic range is also brief in extent, as they are confined exclusively to the Upper Cretaceous period. The degree of their evolution, when they first appear, is, however, indicative of an origin not later than the Comanchian. Triceratops is a late Cretaceous member of the group, but is the best known and may be taken as typical. It was a huge creature of rhinoceron aspect from 20 to 25 feet in length, of which from 1/4 to 1/3 consisted of the great head, for whereas in all other dinosaurs the head is small, here the reverse is true. This is due partly to the great expansion of the cranial roof for the support of the horns, but particularly to the backward extension of the rear of the skull into a widely expanded frill or crest for the protection of the neck, and also for the attachment of the powerful muscles of the back of the neck, giving this group of animals tremendous prowess, correlated with their armament and the great bulk and power of the enemies which they were called upon to withstand. One Triceratops skull, in the Yale collection, measures 8 feet overall, and that of the allied Torosaurus 8.5 feet, making the latter the largest known skull of a land animal. The skeleton of Triceratops mounted in the United States National Museum gives evidence of enormous strength, especially in the great forelimbs and shoulders. But the armament was the most striking thing, for the mouth was armed anteriorly with a sharp-cutting beak like that of a turtle, and the nose and portion of the skull above the eyes bore huge horns, 3 in number, hence the name Triceratops, 3-horned face. Ceratopsia are known from 3 geologic levels: the Judith River, Belly River, then the Edmonton, and finally the Lance. In the Judith River forms, the nasal horn was always the dominant one, straight or curved, either forward or backward, while the frontal horns above the eyes range from mere rudiments to fairly well-developed organs. The principal Judith River genera were Monoclonius and Ceratops. Another was Styracosaurus, which was marvelously spinescent, having a huge straight nasal horn and at least 8 more horn-like processes around the margin of the frill. The crest in all of these earlier types was incomplete in that it was penetrated by 2 large apertures, one on either side. In lance forms, the frontal horns were predominant and were very long in the latter types, while the nasal tended to reduce, becoming entirely obsolete in one genus, Diceratops. Triceratops and Diceratops both had a completely bony frill with no trace of the ancestral apertures. In Torosaurus, on the other hand, while the horns were like those of Triceratops, the 2 apertures still persisted in the immensely expanded crest. That these horns and the defensive frill were put to actual use is highly evident, for broken and healed horns, broken jaws, and punctured crests are not unusual with these skulls. And these are the deep grievous wounds, doubtless few compared with the many superficial injuries which the creatures must have suffered in the combats of rival males or in defense against their arch-enemy, the tyrant saurian. Summary. As in the history of nations, the members of various human races intermingle, so the dinosaurs are interwoven not alone with the various types of their own stock, but with the other kinds of animals and plants, which together with physical conditions go to make up the environing complex. A summary of the changing life conditions with their influence on the successive dinosaurian societies is necessary to an understanding of their evolution. The first relics of dinosaurian life are found in the early Mesozoic, mid-Triassic rocks of Central Europe, though as they appear shortly after in those of North America, one is led to infer that the initial evolution occurred in what may have been an annectant landmass lying across the North Atlantic. Ancestrally, the dinosaurs were quadrupeds, remotely related to the crocodiles, but the increasing aridity of climate, clearly indicated by the character of the geologic sediments, placed a high premium on ability to travel rapidly and far in search of food and drink, and may well have been the impelling force that raised these creatures erect from the prone gait and posture of their progenitors, and stimulated their rapid evolution into the several types. The so-called continental rocks include such as are formed by stream-borne and lake-borne sediment, or by sands and volcanic ash carried by the winds. In contrast to marine deposits, these are extremely scarce, and yet they alone, with rare exceptions, contain the remains of terrestrial animals. We are given, however, aside from scattered records, 3 or 4 vivid pictures of the environment, both physical and organic, wherein the dinosaurs dwelt. Fortunately for us, these glimpses are given in the early stages, in the middle, and at the close of the dinosaurian career, showing the race in the period of its youth, its full maturity, and in its extreme old age. Triassic. The first of these pictures is of great interest, for the scene is laid in what is now the Connecticut Valley, the time late Triassic. Here one must image a broad valley rimmed by environing uplands of older rocks, in its climate and sparse vegetation similar to the conditions to be seen today by the traveler through the semi-arid regions of the Great Southwest. The plant life is somber, huge scouring rushes, ferns, and pines, with no flowering plant to break the monotony of the dull, dust-covered greens. Here and there are dry stream beds, carrying at times great floods, while occasionally there are formed extensive bodies of water, with characteristic insects and other invertebrates, fishes, and crocodile-like reptiles. In the Connecticut Valley deposits, skeletons are extremely rare, and the few which have been found are largely those of dinosaurs, and in but 3 or 4 localities. The footprints, however, for which this region is justly famous, are numberless, and indicate hosts of creatures of more than 100 kinds, a fuller record of vertebrate life than in any other time and place in the geologic past. The dinosaurs are mainly carnivorous, though impressions of the feet of herbivores give indubitable evidence of their presence at this time. Comanchian. During the long Jurassic period, the second division of the reptilian age, the known fossil-bearing rocks are so largely of marine origin that except for rare instances where the animal has accidentally been carried into the sea, the record of terrestrial life is almost a blank. At the close of the Jurassic, however, at the time when the long drawn-out Cretaceous, Comanchian plus Cretaceous, had its beginning, we have another glimpse of well-nigh the entire assemblage of dinosaurian life. The scenes are laid along the eastern United States from Maryland southward, but more notably in Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah, and in the Old World in southern England and northern France and Belgium. In contrast with the aridity of the former scene, The climate is now moist, and the eye ranges over an extensive low-lying country with misty bayous in which the huge Sauropoda, now in the flower of their evolution, find retreat. In Europe and Western America, the vegetation, though far from luxuriant, is of the same monotonous type as that of the Trias, but in Central and Eastern America appear representatives of the flowering plants, the dominant flora of today. Here are predentate dinosaurs, armored and unarmored, and while the former are still relatively few, Stegosaurus already shows the senile grotesqueness which heralds its extinction. Carnivores, small and large, now in their millennium of numbers and differentiation, ceaselessly seek their prey. Late Cretaceous time ushers in the third and last scene of much the same geographic extent as before, but with the sharp contrast of an essentially modernized flora, for the forests now contain many familiar trees and plants, though often in unfamiliar combinations. Again, our record is of low-lying country, stretches of everglade and swamplands with higher areas between. But the denizens have changed, for while the carnivores are now in their maximum of size, the Sauropoda have run their course and died without issue. Unarmored dinosaurs are in their prime, only in rare cases showing indications of degeneracy, while the relatively few heavily armed types are represented by the most impregnable of their race. The horned dinosaurs, apparently exclusively American, begin and end their brief evolutionary career. Thus it will be seen that the law of the balance of nature was as operative during the Mesozoic as it is today, and that as the carnivores grew and waxed mighty, the herbivores were forced to meet the menace of their aggression in several ways, either by increase in numbers, for the remains of carnivores are very rare compared with those of the herbivorous orders, or by speed, or by increase of bulk, which also meant a partial forsaking of the territorial habitat, as with the Sauropoda and the Trachodonti. Or it meant the development of armament, either of defensive armor, as in the Stegosaurs, or of aggressive armor and weapons, as in the Ceratopsians. The lack of brain power placed a premium upon brutality, and never, perhaps before nor since, has the animal world felt to so great an extent the burden of preparedness. Extinction. One of the most inexplicable of events is the dramatic extinction of this mighty race, for in the rocks of undoubted tertiary age, not a single trace of them remains. One student has argued internecine warfare among the dinosaurs themselves, another the destructive slaughter, not of adults but of the young, possibly while yet in the egg, by small bloodthirsty mammals. Yet another, change of climate, either by the diminution of the necessary heat, without which no reptilian race may thrive, or of the moisture with an accompanying change of vegetation. These are all conjectural causes of extinction, but this we know, that with the extensive changes in the elevation of land areas which marked the close of the Mesozoic, came the draining of the great inland Cretaceous seas along the low-lying shores of which the dinosaurs had their home, and with the consequent restriction of old haunts came the blotting out of a heroic race. Their career was not a brief one, for the duration of their recorded evolution was thrice that of the entire mammalian age. They do not represent a futile attempt on the part of nature to people the world with creatures of insignificant moment, but are comparable in majestic rise, slow culmination, and dramatic fall to the greatest nations of antiquity. End of Chapter 31b. Recording by Francis Wicks. Chapter 31c of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Wicks. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3, The Evidences of Evolution. Section 3, Paleontology. Chapter 31c, Beaked Dinosaurs and Origin of Birds. Origin of Birds. Von Huene, in his classification of 1914, derives the birds from the same stock that gave rise to the Ornithesian dinosaurs, and Huxley, years ago, recognized the very close reptilian affinities of the birds by calling them glorified reptiles. Avian distinctions. The principal points of contrast between birds and the Ornithesian dinosaurs of the more generalized type lie not in the character of the pelvis, or of the foot, nor in the presence of ossified tendons along the vertebral column, nor in the presence of teeth, for these are all likenesses, and only a few out of many such. The main distinctions are due almost without exception to the assumption on the part of the bird of aerial life, and hence the birds may be considered simply the volant branch of a group of which the ornithopod dinosaurs were the terrestrial members. As a result of their flying adaptation, birds have the forelimbs transformed into wings and the scales, except for those on the feet, altered into feathers for warmth and to increase the alar extent. The blood becomes warm with an adaptation to maintain it at a given temperature, which may, however, have been true possibly to a limited extent of the dinosaurs. The birds also have developed pneumaticity of the skeleton for lightness and an extensive system of air cells throughout the body. Their organs of nutrition are highly developed because of the great expenditure of energy which flight necessitates, and their circulation is very perfect, which again may have been true of dinosaurs, but this we have no means of knowing. The loss of teeth is foreshadowed in the dinosaurs, the dental battery of Stegosaurus being a very inadequate thing, not so efficient in fact as that of the Cretaceous birds, while in Struthiomimus teeth were entirely lacking. Origin of flight. Several hypotheses have been advanced to account for the origin of flight, one group of authorities postulating an antecedent arboreal life, while others would derive flying forms from those of cursorial habits, and yet others, Lucas see page 360, believe that birds are diphyletic, the carinator flying birds having an arboreal ancestry, while the ratite or cursorial birds were of terrestrial stock. Cursorial origin of flight has been advocated mainly by the Hungarian paleontologist Francis Baron Nopcsa. A discussion of his theory follows. Nopcsa does not believe that the flight of bats and pterodactyls, which fly by means of patagia, and birds, which fly by means of feathers, could possibly have arisen in the same way, for the patagium flyer must always adapt both fore and hind limbs and tail to the support of the membrane, whereas in a generalized feathered animal, only the feather-supporting elements need become affected by volant specialization. The development of the posterior limb in such an animal is but little, if at all, affected by the development of flight. The hind limbs of birds are so similar in structure to those of the cursorial dinosaurs, in which, so far as we know, no flying powers were ever developed, that the type of modification which they both represent can only be interpreted in the light of a function possessed by each. The inference is therefore that birds arose from bipedal, long-tailed cursorial reptiles, which, during running, oared along in the air by flapping their free anterior extremities. These would, of course, be more effective if their breadth could in some way be increased, to give them a greater bearing surface, and the increasing size of the scales along the arm margin would be a ready means to this end. Similar scales might develop along the margins of the tail for the same reason that lateral hairs have developed on the tail of certain bipedal mammals. These scales would extend, lighten, and ultimately evolve into feathers, which would not only subserve the function of flight, but acting as clothing, retain and aid in the increase of temperature, which in turn would help to improve both the physical and mental activity of these forms. And this is a sufficient reason for the dominance of the birds over all other aerial rivals, and for their survival after the extinction of their dinosaurian kindred. Arboreal origin of flight is urged by Osborn and others, and only recently a close student of birds, Mr. C. William Beebe, has brought forth a theory of the origin of flight consistent with this belief, which has several novel features. Beebe advances the idea that Archaeopteryx had not yet attained the power of true flight, believing that the forelimbs, as well as the hind, were rigidly extended at right angles to the sides of the body and not flapped. Beebe's theory of the origin of flight in birds is novel and is based upon the presence of a series of sprouting quills, not clothing feathers, found in newly hatched birds, running from the outer upper part of the hind leg just below the knee nearly to the base of the tail. These quills are placed just where, if developed, they would form a sort of winglet on either side, which, combined with the tail, would afford excellent support for the hind part of the body. Just such tufts of feathers are known to have occurred in Archaeopteryx, Berlin specimen, and Mr. Beebe concludes that, like the back fins of the flying fish, they serve to support the hinder part of the body as the creature sailed through the air. A most striking bit of evidence is the fact that just as overlapping coverts are found above the secondaries of the bird's wing, and alternately with them, so the bristle-like quills on the thigh of the pigeon are surmounted by a series of quills placed precisely like the wing coverts. Beebe's theory, based upon this evidence, and that offered by Archaeopteryx, is that, quote, somewhere near the lower Jurassic, about 7 million years ago, both fore and hind limbs bore feathers, but neither pair of limbs took an active part in aerial locomotion, their function being that of planes, purely passive." Unquote. This phase of the development Beebe terms the tetrapteryx, or four-wing stage. See Figure 169. At this stage, to quote from Beebe, quote, "Flight was merely gliding. The fingers were too free, the arm bones too delicate, the sternum small or absent, and these facts considered in connection with the small, weak pelvis make it impossible to picture the creature flying skillfully about. In succeeding generations, the pelvic wings would become more and more reduced. Having arisen from among the surrounding scales, they had for a time volplaned through the air of early ages, a structure passive, and as future centuries would show, of merely transitory function. Yet they were of tremendous importance in allowing the pectoral scales to develop, to become feathers, and then to assume an importance which was to make the class of birds supreme in the air. Millions of years after they were of use, the feathers of the pelvic wing are still reproduced in embryo and nestling. And for some unknown reason, nature makes each squab pass through this tetrapteryx stage. The line of feathers along the leg of the young bird reproduces in this diminutive, useless way the glory that once was theirs. No fossil bird of the ages prior to Archaeopteryx may come to light, but the memory of tetrapteryx lingers in every dovecote." Unquote. Lucas. Gregory's theory. Dr. W. K. Gregory, after weighing the hypothesis advanced above, presents a compromise theory. He says, quote, "The pro-aves were surely quick runners, both on the ground and in the trees, but it is not yet clear whether the upright position was first attained upon the ground or in the trees. They very early acquired the habit of perching upright on the branches, as shown by the consolidated instep bones, grasping first digit, and strong claws of Archaeopteryx. See Plate 14. Their slender arms ended in 3 long fingers provided with large claws, which were at first doubtless used in climbing." Quote, "These active pro-aves contrasted widely in habits with their sluggish remote reptilian forebears. In pursuit of their prey, they jumped lightly from branch to branch and finally from tree to tree, partly sustained by the folds of skin on their arms and legs, and later by the long scale feathers of the pectoral and pelvic wings and tail. That they held the arms perfectly still throughout the gliding leap still appears doubtful, for all recent animals that do that have never attained true flight. I cannot avoid the impression that a vigorous downward flap of the arms, even before they became efficient wings, would assist in the takeoff for the leap, and that another flap just before landing would check the speed and assist in landing." Unquote. The time of avian evolution was certainly not later than the early Jurassic, for Jurassic birds are recorded in the rocks. In all probability, it was Triassic, or even earlier, but the more conservative estimate is safer. See, however, Epilogue. Geologic record. Upper Jurassic. Archaeopteryx, the earliest recorded bird, is known from 2 well-preserved specimens, one headless, now in the British Museum in London, the other which bears a head in Berlin. They are both from the lithographic quarry at Sollenhofen, Bavaria, and were contemporaries with Compsognathus, not, as we have seen, the earliest, but the smallest known dinosaur. Archaeopteryx was about the size of a crow, feathered, and with fair powers of flight. There were, however, several characteristics wherein it was more reptile-like than our modern birds. These are the presence of teeth in both jaws, the free clawed fingers of the hand which were not yet fused into the form of the modern wing, the feebly developed sternum, and especially the possession of a long tail on either side of which the rectrices or steering feathers were arranged. In all subsequent birds, the tail is shortened and the feathers are disposed fan-wise. Cretaceous. The Cretaceous chalk Niobrara of Kansas has produced the next recorded avian remains in geologic time. These strata are marine, for besides invertebrates and sharks and other sea fishes, they contain mosasaurs, sea turtles, plesiosaurs, and the fish-eating pterodactyls Nyctosaurus and Pteranodon. The birds belong to 2 main sorts, both of which were doubtless aquatic, but the larger of them, Hesperornis, was especially so since it had lost the power of flight. The other, Ichnothornis, was a small tern or gull-like bird, well endowed with flying powers and essentially modern, except that, like Hesperornis, its jaws still bore teeth. It is interesting to note, however, that in common with the predentate dinosaurs, except Hypsilophodon, the teeth in both of these genera were confined to the maxillary and dentary bones, the premaxillary, which forms the forward part of the upper jaw, being toothless. Hesperornis was a splendid bird, measuring over 4.5 feet in length, with powerful hind limbs, which, while rendering the bird awkward on land, must have been very adequate swimming organs. Loss of flight is indicated by the reduction of the shoulder girdle, and especially of the wing, which is represented by a long, slender humerus, the forearm and hand being entirely lacking. The breastbone also is devoid of a keel for muscular attachment, resembling that of an ostrich. On the whole, Hesperornis finds its recent analogy in the loons or great divers, and except for its flightless condition, may have had quite similar habits of life. Other Cretaceous genera are known, though very imperfectly, but, so far as our knowledge goes, they all agreed in the possession of teeth, although in other respects they were essentially modernized. Two wonderful mounted skeletons of Hesperornis and two of Ichthyornis, the latter unique, are preserved at Yale. Tertiary birds leave but little to the imagination, as they are essentially those of today. It is interesting to note, however, that the loss of flight occurred apparently several times among tertiary forms, for even from the Eocene formation in most parts of the world, numerous big ratites, i.e. cursorial birds, are known, which can only have originated from badly flying ground birds, whereas in modern times the ratites are apparently vanishing from the Earth's surface. Noptia. The birds as a class are a very compact group, and do not begin to show the range of size and adaptation of the reptiles as a whole. In fact, in this respect they hardly rank with the dinosaurs. With them it is perfection and multiplication of detail, and the most essentially modern among them are the small tree or perching birds of the order Pasirs. End of chapter 31. Recording by Francis Wicks, Canada.
Chapter 32, Part 1 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 32, Part 1. Origin of Mammals and Rise of Archaic Mammals. Definition of mammals. Mammals may be defined as warm-blooded creatures whose body is more or less clothed with hair, whose young are produced alive, except in the egg-laying monotremes, and are nourished for a while after birth by the secretions of milk, mammary glands. The skeleton shows several important distinctions from those of reptiles and birds, having a double occipital condyle, the articular facets which unite the skull with the first cervical vertebra, and having a simple lower jaw. In reptiles and birds, on the other hand, the condyle is single and the jaw is composed of a bony complex. There is also an intervening bone, the quadrate, between the jaw and the skull, which is lacking in the mammal. A further mammalian distinction lies in the fact that the vertebrae and limb bones ossify from three separate bone-forming centers, the body or shaft, as the case may be, and the articular ends or epiphyses. All bone consists first of cartilage, the actual bony material, lime phosphate, etc., being formed therein in a definite way by the activity of certain cells, the bone corpuscles. This is known as ossification. The mammalian dentition is peculiar in its local differentiation of the teeth, heterodonty, into incisors, canines, premolars, and molars, and also in that there are but two sets in series, the milk or lacteal teeth and the permanent ones. Never does one see anything comparable to the amazing successional teeth of the predentate dinosaurs, for instance. Secondarily, acquired simplicity of the teeth may occur as in the toothed whales, and the number of successional teeth may be reduced. The mammals are certainly the highest class of vertebrates from many standpoints. In some ways, however, this place may be disputed by the birds, but the latter represent the culmination of one line of ascent and the mammals another. Origin of mammals. Stock. At least two views have been held as to the origin of mammals. The older one, that advocated by Huxley in 1880, would derive them from the amphibia. For, as he says, the submammalian stage of evolution, already indicated by Haeckel under the name Promammale, would be separated from the Sauropsida, reptiles and birds, by its two condyles, and by the retention of the left as the principal aortic arch. Amphibia and reptiles have two, the birds one, the right, while it would probably be no less differentiated from the amphibia by the presence of an amnion and the absence of brachiae, gills, at any period of life. I propose to term the representatives of this stage Hypotheria, from the Greek under and beast, and I do not doubt that when we have a fuller knowledge of the terrestrial vertebrata of the later Paleozoic epochs, forms belonging to this stage will be found among them. Now, if we take away from the Hypotheria, the amnion and the corpus callosum, callous body, the great commissure uniting the hemispheres of the cerebrum and peculiar to mammals, and add the functional branchiae, the existence of which in the ancestors of the Mammalia is clearly indicated by their visceral arches, seen in the hyoid bone which supports the tongue and in the cartilages of the voice box or larynx, and clefts. The Hypotheria, thus reduced, at once take their place among the amphibia. For the presence of branchiae implies that of an incompletely divided ventricle of the heart, and of numerous aortic arches, such as exist in the mammalian embryo, but are more or less completely suppressed in the course of its development. Thus I regard the amphibian type as the representative of the next lower stage of vertebrate evolution. Much in Huxley's theory is undoubtedly correct, except that authorities do not now believe that the amphibia represent the next lower stage, but that there was an intervening condition, one in which gill-breathing had been lost, but truly mammalian characters had not yet appeared, although some of them were already foreshadowed. There are found in Triassic rocks in South Africa a group of reptiles known as the Cynodontia, in allusion to their dog-like teeth, and there seems to be a large body of evidence in favor of the view that out of this group, although from no known member of it, the mammals have been derived. The cynodonts resemble the mammals in the possession of a heterodont dentition, in that the teeth are clearly divisible into incisors, canines, and molars, and in the paired occipital condyles, in addition to which there are similarities of construction. Structurally, the cynodonts bridge the gap between reptiles and mammals because while the dentary, the single bone of the mammalian lower jaw, is large and important, the jaw is nevertheless complex in that it possesses the several bones typical of the reptile. There are other reptilian characters as well, all of which may reasonably be expected in the remote ancestors of the Mammalia. These cynodont reptiles Williston would include under the order Therapsida, according to his definition, although the former name is not specifically mentioned. This order he places low in the reptilian scale, far removed from the dinosaurs and birds with which we have been concerned, although capable of as high a degree of specialization along other lines. Place of origin. While we find members of this order, Therapsida, in both North America and Africa, although they must have been much more widely diffused, it was apparently in the latter place that the mammals arose, probably due not so much to the potentiality possessed by the reptiles of one place over the other, as to a happy combination in Africa of a potent stock and an impelling cause. Cause. The cause for the origin of the mammals has been mentioned in Chapter 19 under the caption Significance of Cursorial Adaptation. Therein is emphasized the statement made by Broom that all of the characters wherein a mammal differs from a reptile are the result of increased activity, for he says that when the Therapsidan took to walking with feet beneath and body off the ground, it first became possible for it to become a warm-blooded animal. But back of this lay impelling geologic causes which Broom does not even hint at. These were, first, increasing aridity of climate, which from Permian time well into the Jurassic seems to have been characteristic of all lands, as the extensive series of red sediments imply. And aridity has been found to be a great stimulative to speed. Add to this the evidence, especially in the southern hemisphere, between latitudes 20 degrees and 35 degrees, of extensive glaciation, greater even than in the more familiar Pleistocene glacial period, and we have a high incentive to the retention of bodily heat. For it is well known that cold, more than any other factor, limits the activity of reptiles, and effectively prevents their distribution into the higher latitudes. For a while, perhaps, there were recurring warm seasons, sufficiently long and frequent so that a normal reptilian life could still be led, the creature hibernating when the weather became too severe. But as in the case of the estivating lung-breathing fishes, sufficient time must still be had for the active portion of the creature's career, so that, although in the origin of terrestrial forms premium would be placed upon the capability of atmospheric respiration, here it would be upon ability to withstand the cold and yet remain active, and the acquisition of warm blood and a heat-retentive clothing is the only possible means to this end. Hence, as immediate geologic causes of mammalian evolution, we have, first, aridity, the incentive for speed, rendering possible the development of warm blood, and second, the increasing cold to place a premium upon such as did develop it and to eliminate those which did not. Time. The time of mammalian evolution can only be fixed within certain limits. Geological evidence, if we have read the cause aright, points to its inception in early Permian time. For, as Reichert says, the evidence is now unmistakable that early in Permian times all of the lands of the southern hemisphere were under the influence of a glacial climate as severe as the polar one of recent times, and that, like the latter, the Permian one also had warmer interglacial periods, for coal beds occur associated with glacial deposits in Australia, South Africa, and Brazil. On the other hand, the geologic record seems to point to the Triassic, at any rate as the time of the culmination of the evolutionary movement, for here are found for the first time the cynodont reptiles and the actual relics of the mammals themselves. But the cause must always precede the effect, and it may be that the known cynodonts were persistent reptilian survivors of the group out of which the mammals actually sprang, and that the earliest known mammals themselves had already had a long transitional period. It seems reasonable to believe, therefore, that the time of mammalian origin was not later than Middle Triassic or earlier than Lower Permian, and that transitional forms began to appear during the period of devastating cold, early in the Permian time. Mesozoic mammals. Deployment. As with the dinosaurs, three important vistas are open to our scientific vision. So it is with the Mesozoic mammals. We see them in late Triassic time in Germany and the eastern United States, in early Comanchian in eastern Wyoming, and in late Cretaceous in the same general region. Again, as in the dinosaurs, there are other occurrences of less importance, but the three mentioned above are so placed in time that their interest is thereby greatly increased, for they may be considered roughly to mark the stage of evolution of this all-important class at the close of each of the three great periods of the Mesozoic, the Trias, the Jura, and the Cretaceous. General characteristics. The general characteristics of Mesozoic mammals are, first, their small size, for the largest known among them could hardly have succeeded the stature of a rat. Their habits were doubtless varied. Some had sharp-pointed teeth comparable to those of living insectivores, and like them adapted to a varied animal diet, insects, worms, young birds, and reptiles. In other words, such creatures as they overcame, for in all probability the gratification of their appetite was limited largely by their lack of prowess. Others had teeth better fitted for an herbivorous than an animal diet, with sharp-cutting incisors, almost like those of a rodent in front, shearing premolars and many cusped, multituberculate, broad-crowned grinding teeth behind. In certain instances their teeth are quite suggestive in general form of those of the rat kangaroos of Australia and Tasmania, all of which are small animals, hardly exceeding a rabbit in size, nocturnal, and feeding on the leaves of various kinds of grasses and other plants, as well as roots and bulbs which they dig up with their forepaws. There is little doubt of the herbivorous character of these Mesozoic forms, although in trying to fix upon a precise dietary from analogy, the possibilities of the contemporaneous vegetation must always be borne in mind. It is interesting to note, too, that these were the forms which, as Cope supposed, may have attacked the dinosaurs in the egg, their sharp incisors being especially adapted to piercing the shell. Habitat. Matthew has discussed in some detail the implied habitat of the Mesozoic mammals and has come to the conclusion that they were largely arboreal, his conviction being based chiefly upon the skeletal characteristics displayed by their descendants. He says the Cretaceous ancestors of the tertiary mammals were small arboreal animals of very uniform skeletal characters, but probably somewhat differentiated in dentition according as fruit, seeds, and nuts or insects formed the staple of their diet. At the beginning of the Mesozoic, the available modes of life for land vertebrates were chiefly the amphibious aquatic, the arboreal, and the aerial, the terrestrial habitat being subordinate because the upland flora was largely undeveloped or inedible as compared with its present condition. The three available provinces were occupied by reptiles, mammals, and birds respectively. In the later Cretaceous, the spread of a great and varied upland flora vastly extended the terrestrial province, and opened a new and constantly widening field for the expansion of the Mammalia. The little that is known of the Mesozoic Mammalia fits in with our hypothesis of their arboreal habitat, but adds little to the evidence in its favor. Practically nothing is known of their skeletal structure. They are all of small or minute size, with teeth of insectivorous or granivorous type. Their minute size and association in strata of fresh or brackish water origin with large amphibious and aquatic reptiles, and with abundance of fossil wood, suggest that the deposits in which they occur were laid down in extensive forest-clad river deltas and coastal swamps, and that the minute mammalia represent the arboreal fauna of these forests. Classification. The order Protodonta is known from two small jaws called respectively Microconodon and Dromatherium. They were discovered in a coal mine at Egypt, North Carolina, and are of Upper Triassic age, contemporaneous with the far-famed Connecticut Valley beds. The dentition is more like that of the cynodont reptiles than of the later Mesozoic mammals, and the principal evidence of their mammalian affinity lies in the simple jaw, which consists of but a single bone. In the order Triconodonta, the teeth are more perfectly formed, but the molars are characterized by having but 3 cusps, arranged in a single longitudinal row. Of these, the middle cusp is usually dominant, the others being much smaller. At times, however, the latter may equal the median cusp in height. Certain characters of jaw and tooth succession have caused the inclusion of this order with the marsupials. Triconodonts first appear in the lower Jurassic, Stonesfield slate of England, in the genus Amphelestes. Triconodon itself comes from the Upper Jurassic of England, while a related, possibly equivalent genus comes from the Comanchian of Como Bluff, Wyoming, which is the upper limit of their range. The Allotheria, or multituberculata, are among the oldest mammals, for their characteristic molar teeth are found in Upper Triassic rocks of Germany, and they range into Basal Eocene time. Geographically, they are very widespread, as they have been reported from Europe and Africa and from North and South America. Little is known of the skeleton, but jaws and teeth are more or less abundant, and at least one skull has been found. They had a single pair of rodent-like incisors above and below, while the molars bore 2 or 3 longitudinal rows of tubercles, hence the name multituberculata. The premolars were either like the molars, except for a greater simplicity, or were compressed, sharp-edged cutting teeth. The most notable forms are Tritylodon, a large type from the Karoo beds, Lower Jurassic of South Africa, Microlestes of the Lower Trias of Europe, Praegeolax from the Comanchian of Europe and North America, Tylodus and Polymastodon from the Basal Eocene of North America, the former being also Upper Cretaceous. The Allotheria have also been included under the Marsupialia, but there is not the least likelihood, according to Scott, that any existing mammals were derived from them. In the next order, Pantheria, Trituberculata, the dentition, while simpler, suggests that of the insectivores to such an extent that they have been considered by good authority as the actual forerunners of that group. The molars are 3 cusped, but instead of being arranged in lineal series as in the trichodonts, the cusps are in the form of a triangle or trigon, the principal cusp being on the inner side of the teeth in the lower jaw and on the outer side in the upper jaw. In habits, the trituberculates were probably insectivorous, and they have been classed with the placental mammals as primitive insectivora. Their time ranges from Lower Jurassic to the close of the Mesozoic, and although they then became extinct as an order, they may still survive in their descendants, possibly the true insectivores among other orders. Amphitherium, one of the oldest genera, is from the Lower Triassic, Stonesfield slate of England. Amblotheria is from the English Purbeck, Upper Jurassic, while the more familiar American forms are Dryolestes and Diplocynodon, from the Comanchian of Como, Wyoming, and Didelphodon, Similestes, and others from the Upper Cretaceous Lance Formation of the same state. Check on Mesozoic mammalian life. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about the Mesozoic mammals is their apparent stagnation or conservatism as regards evolution, for we find so little recorded change compared with that of the reptiles during their long drawn-out career that we look instinctively for some inhibiting cause. After the establishment of the mammals in late Triassic time, there are no great geologic or climatic changes of a revolutionary character to quicken their evolution until the close of the Cretaceous, and while reptilian dynasties wax and wane, the trend of their evolution seems pretty well established after the early Jurassic, the remarkable types which appear later being largely the fluorescence which characterizes racial old age. But with the close of the Age of Reptiles came a most momentous change in mammalian evolution, when the sluggish stream of their existence was quickened into life and their remarkable radiation began. This may have been due in part to the expansion of the upland flora, which, as Matthew believes, was either restricted in its development or of a sort not suitable to mammalian dietary during the Mesozoic. But it seems reasonable to suppose that the inhibition of mammalian evolution was due not so much to a lack of a suitable physical and floral environment as to an overwhelming check against which these small creatures could not contend. There is in the Yale Museum a remarkable series of mammal jaws and teeth from what is known as Quarry 9 at Como Bluff, Wyoming, which lies in strata of Comanchean age. Associated with them, among other reptilian remains, was a single tooth of a carnivorous dinosaur, perhaps Allosaurus, a tooth keen-pointed and terrible, like a curved dagger with serrated margins, and many, many times the bulk, not only of the teeth, but of the entire jaws of the associated higher forms. This tooth, suspended like the sword of Damocles over the head of these actually associated mammals, brings before the mind's eye broad vistas of low-lying, well-watered woodland, with ever-alert furry forms taking such refuge as the trees or shrubbery or occasional hiding-holes could offer, in the midst of stalking terrors such as the world never saw before nor since. That the mammals managed to maintain themselves is not surprising, for there is a teeming horde of small mammalian folk in the tiger-haunted jungles of India today, and that they did not dispute with the dinosaurs the realms of greater opportunity is but a logical assumption. The release. If our premise be true, the great tertiary expansion of mammals, therefore, is only in part the direct outcome of changing geologic conditions, the primal incentive being the removal of the check. For, as Osborn says, there is little doubt that the extinction of the large terrestrial and aquatic reptiles, which survived to the very close of the Cretaceous, prepared the way for the evolution of the mammals. Nature began afresh with the small, unspecialized members of the warm-blooded quadrupedal class to slowly build up out of the mammal stock the great animals which were again to dominate land and sea. One of the most dramatic moments in the life history of the world is the extinction of the reptilian dynasties, which occurred with apparent suddenness at the close of the Cretaceous, the very last chapter in the Age of Reptiles. We have no conception as to what worldwide cause occurred, whether there was a sudden or a gradual change of conditions at the close of the Cretaceous. We can only observe that the worldwide effect was the same. The giant reptiles, both of land and sea, disappeared. Reptiles are so sensitive to temperature that it is natural to attribute this extinction to a general lowering of temperature or refrigeration, but the flora shows no evidence of this either in Europe or America, nor is there evidence of any great geographic cataclysm on the surface of the earth, for the plant life transition from one age to the other in the Rocky Mountain region is altogether gradual and gentle. End of Part 1 of Chapter 32 of Organic Evolution.